Dzień dobry, szanowni
Ladies
państwo.
and gentlemen,
Dzisiaj rozpoczynamy
we start
trzeci
the
dzień
third day of
35.
our
edycji konferencji
conference,
Europa Karpat w Krasiczynie.
35th
Za nami
edition
dwa
Europe of the
bardzo
Carpathians.
intensywnych
We have spent
dni
two
ciekawych
quite
dyskusji,
fruitful, interesting
ponieważ
days.
rozmawialiśmy
We did a lot of
o Europie
discussions. We've
Środkowej,
been talking
międzynarodowym
about Central
wymiarze
Europe,
bezpieczeństwa,
international
wsparciu i
dimension of
odbudowie
security, support
Ukrainy
and
po drodze
reconstruction
do
to
Unii
Ukraine on her
Europejskiej. Również
path to the EU.
rozmawialiśmy
We also talked about
wolności,
freedom,
czym ona była
the
i czym
definition
teraz
of
jest
freedom
obecnie
in the
dla
past
regionu
and
Karpat, o
today
edukacji
for our
przyszłości
region. We
oraz
talked about
o
the education for the
cyfryzacji,
future and the
komunikacji w
digitization,
Europie
the
Środkowej
transportation
i o
in
nowej
our
polityce
region and
szlaków
the
komunikacyjnych
TNT
o
policy.
dyplomacji parlamentarnej
Focused
Europy
on
Karpat,
parliamentary
systemach
diplomacy
wartości naszej
in
części
the Europe of
Europy
the Carpathian,
oraz
the
o
system of
najważniejszych
values in our
wyzwaniach,
part of Europe and the
jakie
key
stoją
challenges
przed kobietami
ahead
Karpat.
of
Przed wami
women in the
jestem
region.
ja, Natalia
I
Atamas,
am
pani krajowej asystent
Natalia Panas,
europosła
the
Bogdana
assistant
Żońcy.
to the
Również
MP
jestem związana
Bogdan
ze
Żońca.
stowarzyszeniami Kobiety
I
Karpat
am also
oraz
a member
Kuby
of
Europy
the
Karpat i
Association of Women of
Przemyskim
the
Towarzystwem
Carpathian and
Kulturalnym.
the
Również
Przemysl
pracuję w
Cultural
Podkarpackim
Society.
Zespole Placówek
I
Wojewódzkich
also
w
work in
Rzeszowie.
Rzeszów at the Center
Teraz
for
zapraszamy
Cultural
panią
Institutions.
Alicję
Let me now invite
Wosik-Majewską,
Mrs. Alicja
która
Wosik-Majewska,
prezentuje
who is
projekt
going to
zrealizowany w
present
ramach programu
projects
współpracy
implemented
transgranicznej
as
Polska,
part
Białoruś,
of
Ukraina.
cross-border
Oraz pani
cooperation
nam powie
between
o
Poland
możliwościach
and
nowych
Ukraine. She will
naborów
also
na nowe lata.
discuss the
Zapraszamy.
calls for proposals for the years to come.
Dzień dobry
Good
Państwu.
morning, ladies and
Witam
gentlemen. Let me
serdecznie
welcome
w
you
imieniu
on behalf of our
programu
project.
niegdyś trójstronnego.
Before it was
Ukraina,
trilateral,
obecnie z
Belarus,
powodów oczywistych
Ukraine
dwustronnego,
and Poland.
Polska,
Today it's
Ukraina.
bilateral,
Programu,
Poland and
który
Ukraine
świętuje
for
w tym
obvious
roku
reasons.
swoje
We are celebrating
20-lecie,
the
bo
20
zręby
years
programu
of
powstawały w
existence.
roku
The
2003,
first assumptions
gdy Polska
were
przygotowywała się do
developed
wstąpienia
in
do Unii
2003
Europejskiej,
when Poland was
a
preparing for
w
its
tym roku
accession to the
będziemy
EU.
obchodzić
And today we are
20-lecie
going to
już
celebrate the
transgranicznych
20th
wspólnych
anniversary of
działań,
our
a jednocześnie
joint
będziemy
cross-border
wchodzić
projects.
w nowe
And
nabory,
we
w nowe
will also
możliwości, bo już niebawem
cover, manage new
ogłoszenie
calls for proposals.
kolejnych naborów
There will be
projektów
new
w
calls for
perspektywie,
proposals
tym
announced
razem
soon for
2021-2027.
the
Ale o tym
perspective
za chwilę, bo na początek będę chciała
2023-2020.
Państwa przekonać,
2021-2027.
iż program jest jednym z istotnych
This program is one of the
narzędzi
key tools
finansowania
to
przedsięwzięć
fund
również na
projects
obszarze Karpat.
in the region
Chciałabym w związku
of
z
the
tym
Carpathians.
Państwu zaprezentować, co zrobiliśmy w
Let me
perspektywie
seize this opportunity
2014-2020,
to show you what has
której
been done
projekty wciąż jeszcze
under the
trwają,
previous
niektóre
perspective
opóźnione przez pandemię i działania
2014-2022.
wojenne,
Some
ale
of
nadal,
them are still underway, some are
nadal wiele z
delayed
nich jest
because
w
of the
realizacji
pandemic
i miejmy
all the
nadzieję,
world.
do
And
szczęśliwego
let's
końca,
hope all of
mimo
them
tych wszystkich
will be
zawirowań,
successfully
dotrze.
completed
Dlatego
despite
pierwsza
turbulences.
część mojej
The
prezentacji
first part
będzie
of my
dotyczyć
presentation
dobrych
will
praktyk
discuss
z lat
best
minionych.
practices from previous years.
Które właśnie
Practices
zostały wdrożone
which have just
w
been
Karpatach. Karpaty
implemented
swoim
in our
obszarem
region. As
obejmują
you can
oczywiście
see,
8
we cover
różnych krajów
8
środkowej Europy.
countries of Central and Eastern
I
Europe.
ten skrawek
And
polsko-ukraiński
the
jest
Polish-Ukrainian
spory, bo
section
jeśli
is
spojrzymy
quite
na
long. Look
obszary
at the map,
programu,
please.
to są to całe
The area
trzy
covers
obwody
three
ukraińskie,
Ukrainian
Zakarpacki,
oblasts,
i Lwowski,
Lviv,
a po stronie polskiej
Transcarpathia
oczywiście całe województwo
and
podkarpackie,
Rivne.
więc 4
And
regiony
on the Polish side, the whole
spośród
podkarpackie
10, na
voivodeship.
obszarze których działa
We have
nasz
10
to
different
regiony
areas,
karpackie.
regions
I
covered by the
jednocześnie
program in
Karpaty
the
na
four,
całym
which
tym
are
obszarze
Carpathian
są jednym
regions.
z najcenniejszych
These
obszarów
are also the most
przyrodniczych, na
precious
pewno
areas in
największym.
terms
Jest
of
jeszcze Polesie,
biodiversity.
jest Puszcza
We have
Białowieska, ale Karpaty
Białowieża
niewątpliwie
Forest, we
na
have
tym obszarze
Polesie,
całego programu,
moors,
można powiedzieć, są
but
takim najbardziej
apart from
znaczącym
that,
obszarem
this is
przyrodniczym,
one
o
of
który
the
warto zadbać i to
hotbed
robimy.
of biodiversity in this
Jeśli
part of Europe.
spojrzymy na to, na czym się skupiał program
What were
w
the
okresie
goals for
14-20, to były
2014-2020?
cele
Well, there were
tematyczne:
key
dziedzictwo
thematic
kulturowe
objectives,
i
heritage,
przyrodnicze,
cultural and
dostępność
biological
komunikacyjna przede
heritage,
wszystkim, ale
accessibility,
również informatyczna, systemy
in
telekomunikacyjne,
transportation, in IT,
bezpieczeństwo. Pod tym
security
hasłem
and
kryło
safety,
się między innymi wsparcie
together with
służby
the
zdrowia,
support to
służb
healthcare and
ratowniczych
to
oraz
search and rescue
granice,
teams
wzmocnienie
and borders.
struktury
Consolidation
granicznej,
of
tak aby
border
była
structures in order to make
bardziej
them
przepustowa, a
to
jednocześnie
increase
szczelna
their
dla zjawisk
capacity and to
niepożądanych.
make
Gdybyśmy
them
chcieli
less
podsumować
porous
okres
to unwanted phenomena.
2007-13, 2007-13 i
In
2014-2020,
summary,
to
for
w tym
two
okresie
periods,
ze środków
2007
programu
to
zostało zrealizowanych
2013 and
około 80
2014-2020,
projektów
we
na
had
kwotę
80 projects for the total
prawie 100
amount
milionów
of nearly
euro
100
z udziałem
euros
200 beneficjentów po obu
more
stronach
than 200
granicy. Na tę liczbę
beneficiaries,
chciałabym zwrócić uwagę, bo
on
oczywiście
both
możemy mierzyć
sides of the
skutki
border.
programu w
Well,
kilometrach
you can measure
wybudowanych dróg
the
czy
outcomes of the
zmodernizowanych
projects in kilometers
ilości
of roads built
wybudowanych
or
wodociągów czy
upgraded
sieci
water and
kanalizacyjnych
sewage
doposażonych czy
networks,
wybudowanych
or with
szpitali,
retrofitting
placówek edukacyjnych, kulturalnych,
retrofitted
czy
equipment, hospitals,
szlaków
or
turystycznych czy rowerowych.
within kilometers
Ale
of
jeżeli
bike
przez
lanes
20 lat
or
w
tourist
tych
attractions.
200
But
instytucjach
don't forget, we had more
całe
than
zespoły
200
pracowały nad
beneficiaries,
projektami,
and
to
every
znaczy, że
beneficiary
ogromną wartością i
had
niewymierną
a
tego
whole
programu
team of
jest również
people
podniesienie
involved.
kompetencji
I
kadr,
believe
bo
that
jednym z wymogów
they
naszego jest
very much
tego
enhanced
programu
their
jest to, by
skills and competencies.
instytucje
Actually, one of the aim of the
robiły
project was to
realizowały te
invite
projekty
the institution
samodzielnie, a
to
więc
be
przez 20
self-sufficient.
lat
So over
kadry po
20
stronie polskiej
years
i
on both
ukraińskiej
sides of the border,
uczyły się
people
realizacji
simply
tych
learned
projektów,
how
najpierw
to
pisania, później
implement the project, how
realizacji,
to
następnie
write the
rozliczenia.
application,
Ma to
how to
znaczenie
implement the
ogromne
project, how
również
to
dla
settle
przyszłości
the accounts.
w perspektywie
And this is
przyszłej
vital
akcesji
for the future
Ukrainy
and for the
do
future
Unii
accession
Europejskiej,
of
bo jest
Ukraine
to
to the
swego
EU.
rodzaju szkoła
This is a sort of a
projektowa. Już
university
dziś nasi sąsiedzi
of projects
będą przygotowani
in
do
real
tego, by te
life. And
środki
today,
sięgać, a jednocześnie
Ukrainians
służy
are
to
ready
transgranicznej
to
współpracy
apply
i
for
rozwojowi
EU funding. And at
pogranicza.
the same time, we
Zerknijmy, jakie
develop
projekty
the
zostały zrealizowane w tym
cross-border
okresie.
area
Będzie
together.
to wachlarz bardzo
Let
różnych
us look
przedsięwzięć.
at some examples of
Między
projects
innymi
implemented
taki
over that
projekt jeszcze z
period.
okresu 7-13,
It's from
projekt
2007-2013.
wzmacniający
A project
introdukcję,
to
reintrodukcję w zasadzie konia
foster the
husulskiego
introduction
w Karpatach
of
oraz
or reintroduction of
promocja
Hutu horse
związanych
in the
z tym
region and the
tradycji.
promotion of auxiliary
To
traditions.
projekt wspierający
Then
turystykę,
we had the
szkolili się
project to support tourism
przewodnicy
with the
turystyczni po
training
obu stronach
for
granicy wspólnie
tourist
dzielili
guides on
doświadczeniami.
both sides of the border.
To
It's a sort of
projekt na
a
przykład
shared practice
wykorzystujący dziedzictwo
exercise.
geoturystyczne
Then you have a
Karpat
Geo
z udziałem
Carpathians
Państwowej Wyższej
creating a
Szkoły
Polish-Ukrainian
Zawodowej w
tourist route with the
Krośnie,
participation
gdzie
of
połączono
National
niewątpliwe
Professional Vocational
atrakcje,
School in Krosno,
geoturystyczne
where
z tego
some
obszaru.
major
Jeśli
geological
spojrzymy
and
na perspektywę
geotouristic
2014-2020,
attractions were
to jednym z
combined with
najciekawszych
other
projektów
learnings.
są tak zwane rozety
Have a look
karpackie.
here. Here we have
Projekt
a Rosette
restytucji, odnowienia
project to
dawnych rzemiosł,
restitute
zapomnianych zawodów na
forgotten
obszarze Karpat,
jobs, professions
stworzeniem
and
4
crafts, and
ośrodków
4
ich
centers
promocji,
have
gdzie
been
budynki,
recreated to promote these jobs.
dawne historyczne
Historical
wykorzystano,
buildings have been
adaptowano na
used and
ośrodki promocji,
readapted
a taki budynek
for
od zera,
such
Instytut
promotion
Karpacki,
centers,
powstał
and
w
one was created
Raben
from scratch
koło
in
Baligrodu.
Raben near
Można tam
Baligrud.
zajrzeć, odwiedzić. Jeden z
Feel
większych
free to
projektów
visit it.
turystycznych
That's
z tej
one of the
perspektywy.
key tourism
Bardzo
projects
ważna
under
rzecz,
this
dziedzictwo
perspective.
przyrodnicze
Let us move to
i
natural
ochrona
heritage and the
wód Zalewu
protection
Solińskiego.
of the
Gmina
Solina Lake
wspólnie
Basin.
z gminą Schidnica po stronie
Schidnica and
ukraińskiej,
Sulina
z
municipalities
naszego programu
decided
zrealizowały
to
projekty
use our
kanalizacyjne, które
funding
w
to
sposób
build
oczywisty
the sewage
przyczyniają się
network
do czystości wód
in order to
zbiornika.
improve the
Podobny
purity of
projekt
water in these
zrealizowała
reservoirs.
gmina
The
Zagórz w
similar
partnerstwie
project was
z
implemented
Dobromilem.
between Dobromil and
Jeśli
Zagórz in
spojrzymy
Poland.
na drogi, no to tutaj
Let
na
us
przykład
move to
powiat
roads
bieszczadzki
in Bieszczadzki
z
powiat.
programu naszego odnowił sobie około 11 kilometrów dróg powiatowych. Każdy
Upgraded
starosta
more
wie,
than
co to
11
znaczy móc
kilometers of
sobie
roads
takie
in the
odcinki
powiat,
dróg,
and every
zwłaszcza
governor of the powiat,
odnowić.
especially in the mountain area,
Jeśli
knows
chodzi o
how
projekty
valuable
drogowe, ja
such
może jeszcze
projects
tutaj się
are.
zatrzymam na
Let
chwileczkę.
me now stop for a moment
Jest
on
projekt,
and
którego tu nie
focus
ma na
on
slajdzie,
road
ale o którym warto
projects. I
wspomnieć,
didn't include
bo
the example
on
in the
świeżo wydał
slide
swoje
deck,
owoce,
but
choć nie leży może bezpośrednio w
it's
Karpatach.
important.
To jest modernizacja drogi
We've
z
modernized the
Przemyśla
road
do
from
Malchowic,
Przemysl to Malchowice,
do przejścia, które w momencie
at the
modernizacji
border
drogi jeszcze nie
crossing point,
istniało.
which did not
Ale
exist at
odnowienie,
the moment
modernizacja,
of
poszerzenie tej
road
drogi z tego
modernization.
projektu
But
oraz z
thanks to
drugiego
the
projektu
extension
Panther,
of this road under this project and under the Panther project, which help us to renovate roads, well, 20 kilometers of roads have been renovated.
Przejście
And because
ma
of
szansę
that
rzeczywiście
renovation,
wybudować się
the
dużo
BCP
szybciej.
will
To
be
są
built
również
faster.
zabiegi tutaj władz regionu i
And regional and
centralnych, by
central
to przejście
authorities
jak najszybciej
do their best in
ruszyło.
order for this
Miało
BCP to
ruszyć w
become
2025
operational as soon as
roku,
possible.
ale
The
właśnie
planned date was
dopiero co
2025,
zostały uruchomione już odprawy
the first processing of
to
trucks
przejście na razie jeszcze w takich oczywiście prowizorycznych warunkach, ale już
was
żyje,
launched,
bo
and it's
wojna
already a
wymusiła
living BCP,
również,
and also because of the war.
przyspieszenie tych
And
prac,
because of the
a za
war,
sprawą tych
works
dróg
were
również było to możliwe.
speeded
Więc
up, and
szalenie
it
ważny też
became possible thanks to
Tu
our
widzimy uroczystość
project. Here you see
podpisania,
the official
umowy
ceremony of
grantowej na
signing
projekt,
of the
który,
grant agreement for the
ma
project
charakter medyczny,
healthcare
z udziałem
project
Podkarpackiego Centrum
involving
Chorób
the
Płuc w
Polish
Rzeszowie,
lung disease,
oraz
the Rzeszów
partnera
Lung
w obwodzie
Disease Center,
zakarpackim,
with the
który
Zakarpattia
buduje
partner,
szpital na 100
who is
łóżek,
building a hospital for
szpital
100
płucny,
beds
ponieważ
for
choroby granic nie
lung
znają
patients.
i
As you
takie
know,
wzmocnienie służby zdrowia po obu stronach granicy
illnesses
sprawia,
and
że
diseases
wszyscy,
do not
będziemy mieć
respect
lepszy dostęp do
borders.
usług, a
With such projects,
jednocześnie
everybody will
będziemy
have
mogli
better
zapobiegać
access to
chorobom
healthcare, and we
rozprzestrzeniającym się po
all
prostu,
prevent
epidemicznym. Kolejny projekt
transmissible
w Karpatach,
diseases.
również taki, z którego jesteśmy
Yet another
szczególnie dumni, z
project
udziałem
in the Carpathian
Fundacji
region, a project
SOS
we are
Ratunek,
extremely
bieszczadzkiej
proud
grupy
of.
GOPR, ale też
SOS
oczywiście
Rescue,
partnerów po stronie ukraińskiej,
partners from the rescue
projekt
teams
utworzenia
from
centrum
Poland and Ukraine
szkolenia służb
to
ratowniczych
create
górskich.
the
Pamiętajmy,
training
że po
center
stronie
for
ukraińskiej nie ma czegoś
mountain
takiego jak
rescue
GOPR
teams.
i
The
tamtejsze
GOPR, our
stowarzyszenia
rescue
oraz
teams,
służby,
decided to help Ukrainians to
uczą się dobrych
create
praktyk, ćwiczą
sort
wspólnie,
of
ćwiczą wspólne
same
procedury
service in
właśnie w tym
Ukraine,
ośrodku.
and the center is used
Jednocześnie
to
wszyscy
organize
turyści w
mock
Karpatach mogą
exercises,
się
joint
poczuć
trainings
bezpieczniejsi,
in order for
bo
everybody
w ramach
to
tego
feel
projektu
safer
zakupiono nawet
in
drony
the
poszukiwawcze,
Carpathians, and
które
even some
znacząco ułatwiają
unmanned
pracę
aircrafts
goprawcom,
have been
ratownikom
bought
górskim.
in order to
Projekt
make the life
na
of
szczycie
rescuers
góry
simply
Portiwan w
easier.
ukraińskich.
The
Obecnie
Ivan
Karpatach, niegdyś
laboratory,
granica
before it was
polsko-czechosłowacka,
at the
polsko-węgierska,
cross-border,
dziś
at the border
ukraińsko-rumuńska.
between
To pokazuje, jak te
the
granice
Czech Republic and
w Karpatach
Poland, and
się
then
przesuwały.
Hungary and Poland. So
Obserwatorium,
as
które
you
powstało
see,
w
the border shifted a lot of
roku, jeszcze w czasach
times.
II Rzeczpospolitej,
The observatory,
dostanie
which you see
drugie
on the picture, was
życie
created during
również
the
za
Second
sprawą tego
Republic of
projektu.
Poland, and now it's been given the
Prawdopodobnie
second
w tym roku
life
odbędzie się
thanks
uroczystość
to this project,
otwarcia
and the
częściowo
official opening will
odnowionego
most probably
obserwatorium, bo ono
take
jest
place
olbrzymie,
this year.
w całości
It's
raczej nie będzie
huge,
odnawiane, ale
and at least
będzie
part has
spełniło
already
służbę
been renovated
swoją ratowniczą
to
również, ale naukową
support
także.
scientists and
Niby
rescue
drobiazg,
teams.
ale
A small project
bezpieczeństwo
now.
nasze
The
zależy
safety
również
of
od
us
tego,
depends on the
czy mamy
safety
w
of
otoczeniu
our
bezdomne zwierzęta.
animals, and homeless animals
i
needs to
Rzeszów
be
zrealizowały
taken
wspólnie
care of.
program
Vinohrady and
opieki nad
Rzeszów
zwierzętami
decided to
bezdomnymi.
implement
szczepienia,
together
chipiowania. To
the
również podnosi bezpieczeństwo na całym
management
obszarze.
program for
Projekt
homeless
medyczny,
animals
jeszcze
and their
jeden powiatu
vaccination, and yet
bieszczadzkiego
another
i
project
regionu
implemented
starosamborskiego,
together
doposażenia
between
ich
Ustrzyki and
przyjęć
Stary
i tej
Sambor.
pierwszej pomocy
It's a
tak
healthcare
by w sposób
project
nowoczesny jej udzielać. I przejścia
in the
graniczne
primary
w
healthcare
perspektywie 14-20 doposażyły się,
2014-2020
ale we wcześniejszej perspektywie dofinansowana
the
była na przykład budowa
co-financing of
przejścia granicznego
border
Budomierz
structures and the
Kruszec,
construction of
doposażyło się
border
przejście
crossing points
Krościenko-Śmielnica,
in
więc
Krościenko-Śmielnica and
wszystko tu
Budomierz.
w tej bezpośredniej
As you can
okolicy
see,
niemalże, gdzie
it's
dziś
near
jesteśmy.
the
To
castle
udało
that
się zrobić
the
w Karpatach
conference is
z naszego
organized
programu
in.
w
These are the
perspektywie
successes of our
2014-2020.
project and program
Ale jednocześnie,
under the
gdy
perspective
kończą się jeszcze
2014-2020.
już
And as we've been
zaczynamy
completing the
nabory
projects, the
na
calls for
nowe
proposal are open
projekty.
for the new
Program
perspective.
został podpisany dopiero 30
The
listopada.
program was signed only
wyniku
on the
działań, o
30th
których
of
wszyscy
November
wiemy, wcześniej
2022.
Białorusi.
And
Dziś,
because of
dziejących
actions
się w
from
Ukrainie, program
Belarusian
był mocno opóźniony,
authorities, the
ale
program was
ostatecznie
delayed,
ruszył,
but
i
it's been launched finally,
niebawem
and
już
soon
pierwszy nabór na
new
projekty.
calls for proposals
Spójrzmy, zmienił się
will
obszar
be opened.
programu po stronie polskiej, te regiony, które
new
były, te
program will
obszary,
be
które były
opened.
po stronie ukraińskiej. 6
Six
obwodów
in
przygranicznych,
Ukraine,
wołyński, rówieński,
Wołyński,
lwowski, tarnopolski, zakarpacki,
Lwowski, Zakarpacki, Rówieński, Tarnopolski,
Unia
Iwano-Frankivski. The
Europejska
European Union
przeznaczyła
has
na realizację
allocated
tego projektu prawie 190
approximately
milionów
100
euro,
million,
z czego
190
170
million
milionów
euro for
trafi
this, and 100
bezpośrednio na
million will go for
dofinansowanie
the co-financing of the project.
5
Five
priorytetów, które
priorities that
wynikają z
stem
polityki
from the
spójności. Polityka
cohesion
spójności,
policy,
została
and this was
uformowana jeszcze
formulated
przed wybuchem
before
wojny. Może
the
gdyby
outbreak
dziś
of the war.
trzeba było ją tworzyć, to priorytety były
The
nieco
priorities
inne,
were
ale
somewhat different,
musimy działać w tych
but we
ramach,
do
jakie
have
są,
to act
a
in the
więc,
frameworks that we have: the
środowisko,
environment,
zdrowie,
health,
turystyka,
tourism,
współpraca,
cooperation, and
granice,
borders.
takie 5
These are the
priorytetów.
5 priorities.
I na jakie tematy,
And what
na jakie
topics,
cele,
what
na jakie działania
objectives
będą wkrótce
will
nabory.
the calls be made
Pod
for?
hasłem środowisko
Under
kryją
environment,
się między
we
innymi działania
have
na rzecz
actions
bezpieczeństwa,
for
dziedzictwa
security or
przyrodniczego,
securing the natural
związane,
heritage
ze
connected
skutkami,
with the
zabezpieczenie przed skutkami zmian
combating the
klimatu,
effects
przed
of climate
gwałtownymi
change. So
pożarami, osuwiskami, powodziami.
combating against natural disasters,
I
floods,
tutaj
fires.
przede wszystkim z tych środków prawdopodobnie będą
And
korzystać głównie służby
mainly
ratownicze.
the emergency
Bo mamy
services
do
will
czynienia
be
z
using
katastrofami
these
naturalnymi,
funds,
pożarami,
as I mentioned,
zagrożeniami
because
lokalnymi,
these will be
również
floods, fires,
związanymi z
and
działalnością
those
człowieka.
connected with
Drugi ważny
actions
cel,
of others.
cel drugi,
Objective
gospodarka wodna, a więc
water
nadal
management.
wodociągi
So
i kanalizacja.
water works,
Wiemy, że
sewage works.
problem braku
The
wody
problem
zaczyna
of
coraz
the
więcej
lack
gmin
of
dotykać,
water
a
is touching
jednocześnie
more and more
czystość środowiska też
local communities,
i gospodarka
and the
ściekowa
cleanliness
musi
of the
być
water
w centrum naszej
and
uwagi.
the proper
I
sewage.
trzeci
This has
cel,
to be of attention
na
to
jaki
us.
będzie
The
można składać
third
projekty,
objective,
to ochrona cennych przyrodniczo
this
miejsc,
is the
w tym
protection
również
of
na
natural
obszarach
areas,
miejskich, ochrona
local, for
różnorodności
example,
biologicznej
biological
i
biodiversity,
monitorowanie
and
stanu
monitoring
środowiska.
the status
Drugi
of
ważny
the
priorytet
environment. The
i
second
tutaj nabór
important
będzie już
priority,
niebawem,
we'll have a call soon,
zdrowie.
health.
I tu szereg
And here
różnych
a
działań
variety
będzie
of
wspieranych
actions will
zarówno
be
z
supported
dziedziny
from
diagnostyki, profilaktyki,
diagnostics,
chorób układu
prevention,
krążenia,
circulatory
nowotworowych, opieki
diseases,
długoterminowej,
cancer, long-term
paliatywnej,
care, palliative
również
care,
medycyny
as well as
ratunkowej,
emergency
cyfryzacji,
medicine,
telemedycyny. Tu
digitalization,
spodziewamy się
telemedicine. Here
bardzo
we're
wielu
expecting
projektów
many
po obu stronach
projects on
granicy,
both
zwłaszcza,
sides
że
of
w
the border.
kontekście wojny w
Also in the
Ukrainie
context of the war in
nasi
Ukraine,
sąsiedzi
our
muszą w tej
neighbors
dziedzinie szybko
need
podnosić
to
swoje
raise and
możliwości.
increase their qualifications and possibilities.
Kolejny priorytet turystyka. Tutaj
The next
będziemy
priority,
wzmacniać zarówno
tourism. We will be
infrastrukturę
strengthening
turystyczną,
tourism
promować
infrastructure,
dziedzictwo
promoting
przyrodnicze, kulturowe,
cultural
jak i
heritage, natural
podnosić
heritage,
kompetencje
and raise
kadr
the competences
turystycznych.
of
Z
the
tym, że
tourist
ten nabór
service
będzie nieco
employees.
odsunięty z powodów
This will, of
oczywistych.
course, be
Na razie
pushed
nie
back
pora,
in
mamy
time.
mówić o
Perhaps
turystyce,
now is not the best
pierwsze
time to be talking
zdrowie,
about tourism. Health
i
and the
środowisko.
environment seem to be of
I
utmost importance.
priorytet czwarty,
Priority number
współpraca.
4, cooperation.
Tutaj między innymi urzędy,
Administration, administrative
instytucje po obu
offices,
stronach granicy
institutions
będą
on both
mogły
sides of the border will be able to
wzmocnić,
strengthen
swoje narzędzia
their
współpracy,
tools of
łączności,
cooperation, communication,
również podnieść
and
kompetencje
raise the
prawne,
competences, legal
finansowe.
competences.
Będzie również drugi
There will
cel
also be a
w tym
second
priorytecie,
objective here.
gdzie będzie nabór na mikroprojekty.
Calls for
I tu,
microprojects.
Pewnie duże pole
And
do
here
popisu dla
there will be a
organizacji
lot to do for
pozarządowych, ale również i dla
NGOs and
samorządów
also for the local
oczywiście.
governments themselves.
Współpraca w dziedzinie
Cooperation in the framework
sztuki,
of
kultury,
art,
edukacji,
culture,
znów
education,
środowiska,
the natural
ale
environment,
także
as
opieki
well
zdrowotnej
as
i
healthcare
bezpieczeństwa.
and
Tu
security.
przede wszystkim
Here,
szkolenia,
training
działania
sessions
miękkie. I priorytet
the
granice, gdzie
border.
będzie realizowany
Priority,
duży projekt
a large
między służbami
project between
obu
these
krajów.
services on both sides
Nabór na
of the
duże
border.
projekty infrastrukturalne ma
Infrastructure
charakter
projects, calls for
poza
these. These
konkursowym,
are
się już
outside
odbył
the
i
competition,
pierwsze
and the
projekty
first projects
już w tej chwili zyskują
are
swój
already
ostateczny
gaining
kształt.
their
I
final
tu w
shape,
Karpatach
and in
chciałabym wymienić,
the
bo to
Carpathians,
województwo
because this is
podkarpackie,
the
pan marszałek
Podkarpackie
między innymi
province.
zabiegał
Mr. Marshall
o to, by ten
wanted
projekt znalazł się w gronie
this
dużych
project
projektów
to be
infrastrukturalnych.
among those of the large
Projekt
infrastructure
duży
projects
na rozbudowę,
to
możemy powiedzieć,
expand
możliwości
the capabilities,
bieszczadzkiej
possibilities
kolei
of the
wąskotorowej.
narrow gauge Bieszczady Railway.
Jeżeli ten projekt dojdzie do
line,
skutku, a myślę, że
and
tak,
if this
to
happens, and I hope it will, we
zobaczymy
will
w
see in
Bieszczadach
Bieszczady
między innymi ścieżkę wśród
a
drzew,
path amongst the
czyli
trees,
taką konstrukcję, jaką
a
możemy
construction that we
zobaczyć
can see,
choćby
for
na,
example,
w
in
Beskidach
Beskidy
czy w innych
or
częściach
other parts
gór.
of the mountains.
Również coś w rodzaju drezyn wąskotorowych. Tam jest cały
Some
szereg
these
różnych działań
other
i centrum
actions,
obsługi
narrow gauge
turystów.
railways to handle
Ale są
tourism.
również tam inne działania
Other
w
actions
tych
as well,
projektach, o których może w przyszłości będzie
that
okazja
perhaps in the
opowiedzieć.
future there will
Przed
be the
nami nabory na
possibility to
projekty
discuss.
regularne i
So regular
mikroprojekty.
projects,
I
micro
teraz
projects,
szczegóły.
and now some
Już niebawem,
details.
proszę zwrócić uwagę, nabór drugi, trzeci kwartał
The call,
2023, no drugi kwartał
Q3 and
za
Q4
chwilę, więc jeżeli są wśród Państwa
2003.
przedstawiciele instytucji
So if you
zainteresowanych
have
składaniem
representatives here of
projektów, no to trzeba
institutions that
już
want to submit
siadać
projects,
do
you need to
pisania,
start
będą
writing.
szkolenia,
There will be
będziemy oczywiście
training.
w tym, pomagać, dostarczając Państwu
We will be
niezbędnej
providing
wiedzy.
the relevant
I tu będzie
knowledge.
nabór na
And
w
here
zasadzie
there is a
wszystkie,
call
z
for
wyjątkiem
everything
ostatniego
apart from the
priorytety,
last
więc
priority.
środowisko, zdrowie, turystyka
So
i współpraca, cel pierwszy.
The natural environment, health, tourism,
Alokacja spora,
cooperation.
122
Allocation
miliony
122
euro.
million euro. The
Projekty regularne
regular
do
projects
2,5
up to
miliona euro,
2.5
minimum
million
grant,
euro,
minimalny grant
minimum
jest
grant
200 000,
200,000,
maksymalny
maximum
2,5
2.5
euro.
million.
I nabór na mikroprojekty.
And the call for micro projects.
Proszę zwrócić
Please
uwagę na
note the
datę,
date.
raczej przyszły, następny
More
rok
of
i
the
rok
2024 and
2025,
the
bo
first
tutaj
half of
będzie nabór
2025.
na współpracę dla
will be
zwłaszcza podmiotów,
cooperation for
które są
entities
zainteresowane miękkimi projektami.
searching for soft
To wszystko
projects.
przed nami,
All
tu
of this
jest
ahead.
alokacja
This is
mniejsza,
a
ale
smaller
też granty są
allocation, and the
mniejsze,
grants are
50
smaller,
do
50
100
to
000, po co to,
100,000 euro, because these are
mikroprojekty do 100
micro
000
projects.
euro. W ten sposób dotarliśmy
And
do
here
zasad
we have the
finansowania.
rules for
Nasz program jest
financing.
dość atrakcyjny
This is
na tle
rather
innych,
attractive
ponieważ
compared to
jako
others
jeden
because
z nielicznych
as one of the few,
oferuje
it
aż
offers up to
90%
90%
dofinansowania
co-financing,
i to w trybie zaliczkowym,
and this
czyli z góry.
upfront.
transzami otrzymuje
You
się
receive
zaliczki, które się
tranches
realizuje.
that
Projekty oczywiście
follow,
muszą mieć
and the
charakter
projects have to
transgraniczny,
be of a
nie mogą być
transborder
nastawione na
nature.
zysk.
They can't be for
Obowiązuje
profit.
umowa partnerstwa
There is
grantowa i
a
zasada
partnership
beneficjenta
agreement
wiodącego, który rozlicza
and
całość
the
projektu
leading
z
partner
instytucją
partnership
zarządzającą.
agreement.
Przy wyborze
In the
ważne
selection
będzie oczywiście, w jaki sposób
projects,
projekt przyczynia się do
the
realizacji
criteria,
całego
the
programu,
value,
spójność,
the
transgraniczny
cohesion,
wymiar,
the
bardzo ważny
transborder
aspekt, by jakiś
aspect,
wspólny
for there to be some sort of
transgraniczny
common
projekt rozwiązać, by to nie
project.
były oderwane od siebie
So
działania.
these actions
No i
work
oczywiście
together, not
realny,
outside of each other,
budżet.
and a realistic budget.
Nie będę już o
I'm not
szczegółach
going
oceny
to talk about
opowiadać.
the assessment here, criteria.
Transgraniczna współpraca
Transborder
jest oczywiście
cooperation
też
is
niezbędna.
necessary.
Z takimi partnerami warto się już
So it would be
rozglądać,
worth
jeżeli
looking
ktoś
for
do
partners
tej pory
already
jeszcze,
if
nie miał.
someone did not have that opportunity.
I zapraszamy
And we
jednocześnie
do
państwa
invite you
zainteresowanych do sięgania po doświadczenia z okresu
to
13-20.
go
Do bazy
for
partnerów, jaka jest u nas
experience
na
from
stronie dostępna.
2007 to
Zapraszamy na fora poszukiwania
2013.
partnerów, które
We
się
also
odbędą
have forum
niebawem.
for partner search
Szkolenia dla
and
wnioskodawców.
training for
Bezpośredni
applicants.
kontakt z
Contact
nami,
with
strona
us.
oczywiście programów
the
w
website.
internecie i inne dostępne miejsca. Jesteśmy od tego, by
We
Państwu
are
dostarczyć
here
niezbędnej
to give
wiedzy
you the
do
necessary
realizacji
knowledge
przyszłych
to be able to
projektów.
carry out
Dlatego
future projects.
zapraszamy bardzo, bardzo
So we
serdecznie.
do
I
invite you.
teraz trzymamy
And we are
kciuki
keeping
za
our
wszystkich,
fingers
którzy podejmą
crossed
się realizacji
for those
transgranicznych
who
projektów.
will
To nie
undertake
jest
these
oczywiście
projects.
łatwe
This is not an
zadanie
easy task
w tych warunkach,
in the
jakie
conditions
nastały,
that we have
ale jak
met,
widać, projekty
but the
są,
projects
trwają, są realizowane.
are carried out, they
Program
do
jest
exist, the
elastyczny
program is
pod tym względem,
flexible,
że również uwzględnia
and it
te
also
obiektywne,
considers
przecież
these
niezależne od
objectives
partnerów,
that are not
problemy.
the objective
Bardzo
issues that are
serdecznie
not
dziękuję Państwu
dependent
za
on the
uwagę.
partners.
Jesteśmy
Thank you very
dostępni
much. We
również
are
na
available
stoisku
here in our
i,
booth,
służę również
and I will
pomocą
be very
w
happy
przerwie.
to assist you
Wszystkiego
during the
dobrego,
break. Thank you very
pomyślności.
much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo dziękujemy również pani
Thank you very much, Miss Alicja Wosik-Majewska, for such a well-prepared presentation. We know that these transborder projects are very important for our region, so we do encourage you to apply for the new calls for Interreg projects. And now, my good friend and colleague, please introduce yourself.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning.
Waldemar Wiglusz,
Waldemar Wiglusz.
Towarzystwo Przyjaciół Nauk w Przemyślu.
The Society for
Miałam
Science,
przyjemność wczoraj
Friends of Science
panel,
in Przemyśl.
kobiet
I
prowadzić.
had the pleasure
A
of
dzisiaj
conducting the
pragniemy
women's panel yesterday,
zapowiedzieć
and today
kolejny
we would like to
kolejny
introduce
panel.
the next panel, the ninth panel, 30 years of the Carpathian Euroregion, Carpathians, Alps, and the panel motto, patient is better than strong.
Pewnie nie zdradzimy
We
tutaj
will
wielkiej
not,
tajemnicy, jak powiemy, że dzisiejszy
give out a
panel
big
pod takim tytułem
secret
związany
here
z
that this panel, connected with the 30 years of the Carpathian Euroregion,
kilka dni
took
wcześniej w
place
Przemyślu,
several days
jako
earlier
wigilię
in
obchodów,
Przemyśl, as on the eve of the
gdzie,
celebration,
również
where
działacze
activists
byli
were
obecni,
present.
I wspominali. Jednym z uczestników
and they
tego
had,
wcześniejszego
and one of the
spotkania
participants
w Przemyskim
of the
Towarzystwie
previous
Kulturalnym w
meetings
Przemyślu był pan wojewoda
was
Adam Pęzioł,
Mr. Adam Pęzioł, the former governor.
przemyskim, czyli
Governor,
jeszcze jak województwo przemyskie
when
było.
we still had the Przemyskie
on to
province a
zakładał,
long time ago.
nie tylko
He
zakładał, musiał
didn't
przekonywać
just
też.
found, but he also had to
Ciekawa była,
convince.
konfrontacja
There was an interesting
tutaj
confrontation
marszałka, Marka Kuchcińskiego,
between
który,
Marshal Marek
nie
Kuchciński,
podzielał
who
wszystkich
didn't
optymistycznych,
share
entuzjastycznych opinii,
all of these
więc
optimistic
arcyciekawa,
opinions.
była,
So
ta
this
wymiana.
exchange was very interesting.
Sam zresztą muszę przyznać,
I have to
byłem
admit myself, I
świadkiem,
was a witness
tylko powstania
to the
Euroregionu
founding of
Karpaty
this
i
Carpathian
przy tej
Euroregion.
okazji,
Tak, to
And
już 3
yes,
dekady
3
działa
decades of action.
Euroregion Karpaty i zdążył po prostu z idei,
And
pomysłu dorosnąć do
from an idea, from a
organizacji
concept, it has become an organization,
transgranicznego podmiotu
a transborder
prawnego,
or legal
który
organization
jest faktycznie jednym tego typu
is the
strukturą
only
na
structure
zewnętrznej
on
granicy
the
Unii
external
Europejskiej.
border of the European Union.
No więc próbując
So
się
in trying
podzielić
to
tym swoim
share
wspomnieniem,
my recollections,
pamiętam
I
jeszcze
also recall
ówczesny minister
the
spraw
previous
zagranicznych,
Minister of Foreign
pan
Affairs, Mr.
Skubiszewski,
Skubiszewski,
dosłownie przed tym pierwszym
before the
posiedzeniem,
first
które
session
odbyło się
that
w
took place
Debreczynie,
in
gdzie
Debrecen,
podpisano
where
umowę
we signed
wiążącą
the
strony
binding,
właśnie
the
w
agreement
postaci
binding the
regionu
parties.
Karpaty. Dosłownie do ostatniej
Up
chwili,
until the very last
dosłownie na
moment,
kolanie
he
poprawiał
was
statut.
fixing and amending
Tak,
the
żeby to wszystko
statute
było zgodne także z prawem międzynarodowym.
to make sure everything was in compliance with international law as well. We were here as deputies, but Mr. Minister was an expert in the field of international law. He was assisting us. So, Natalia, I think it's time to introduce our panelists. Our panelists today, Ms. Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, Secretary of State, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. Mr. Sandor Koles, President of the Carpathian Foundation from Hungary. Mr. Manu Brokard, Institute of Tourism in Sierre from Switzerland online. Mr. Heino Messen, University of Bern, Switzerland, also online. Mr. Andrzej Szarata, Chair of the Scientific Council of the Association of the Carpathian Euroregion, Dean of the Faculty of Civil Engineering at the Krakow University of Technology from Poland, Mr. Piotr Pilch, Deputy Marshal of the Podkarpacie region, Mr. Roman Szepelak. No, apologies, he is not here. Mr. Michał Kaliniak, Director of the Association of Towns and Communities in Slovakia in Bratislava. And we have our moderator, David Lasek, Vice President, Secretary General of the Carpathian Euroregion. Let me pass you the mic, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Marshal, if I may add to the presentation of the panelists, we have a replacement for the absent participant, the member of the Association of Towns and Communities of Slovakia, Mr. Józef Polaczko, a living legend of the region, and he will a lot of interesting to say, and he also held a number of important positions. He was the governor of Prešov in Slovakia, a key figure and an important government official. He was also the member of parliament of the Slovakian National Assembly, and he is an expert in the history of the region and of our projects. This was to complement the list of panelists. I'm glad that we are all here, and thank you, Mr. Marshall, for giving us the opportunity to meet, to come together and to talk. 3 decades of years have passed. It's a lot of time. It's a whole era, and in the development of the region and of the continent, some events were fortunate, some others were unfortunate. Right now, all the eyes are on this part of Europe. As a Euro region, we can write something new for us. And now the time has come to define this role for the years to come, and that will be the topic of our discussion. And we will talk about the history, about the inspiration, the sources of inspirations, and the history of writing the vision for our region. I do remember the recent meeting we had about the history of the Euro-Carpathia regions, and we had with us a lot of region founders, and that's a living legend. As an organization, we already know what we actually want, and it's honestly what I mean. Let me start with a short presentation, a sort of an overview, a couple of slides to show you the state of the art of our region. I start with the motto, "Patience is better than stronger," from the book of Proverbs. And patience is really the key value because it brings tangible results. Our region was a long-term project, often misunderstood, and thanks to our commitment and determination, it continues. I do hope that the translation works and that our friends from Switzerland are connected and can understand us. And between lines, we will also talk about our relations between the region of the Carpathians and the regions of the Alps. We would like to show you the model of development for the Alps and the Switzerland, and let us hope it will become a source of inspiration for us today. So let us start with you, Josef, as a living book of the history of our region. You started your activity in 1991. We had the split of the Czechoslovakian Federation, the only peaceful split that we've known in the region. And there is an iconic photo with Václav Klaus and Vladimir Mečiar sit under the apple tree. And this photo symbolizes the split between the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And 1 month and a half later, in Debrecen, a new region, the Euro-Carpathia regions, was founded by our respective foreign ministers. And Slovakia was not there. And then I talked about that with Valdemar Mečiar. And I asked him why Slovakia did not want to join the region. But you were the witness, the eyewitness, as an MP of those developments and events. So let us start with the past. Tell us more about the history, about the fears, the concerns, the hopes that you had. You were in Miklos Dzurinda government as a governor of the region, so if you could give us the details. Well, I'll try to speak Polish. I hope that I will be understood.
Due to my age, my wife has already said, don't talk about history, it's going to be the young people. So I will only say a little bit about history. When we still had Czechoslovakia some time ago, I was the head of the Prešov Powiat. I was not in the parliament yet. We haven't even been discussing the Euro region just yet. And then, when the republic was dividing, so imagine the elections, and nobody had the project of dividing the country into two. Immediately, Klaus won in Czech and Mečiar here, so they could allow for a constitutional majority. I see it in this way because I was in opposition to Mečiar at that time. Two met, the Czech, and he had a vision that without the economically weaker Slovakia, they'll get to Europe faster than with us. We were poorer, and we had economic issues. That was, from my point of view, why the Czechs had the approach to want to divide. At least that's what Klaus claimed. In Slovakia,
generalisima,
We had
takiego,
a
który chciał
general
sam
who wanted
rządzić,
to rule on his own.
a w ramach Czechosłowacji
And within the framework of
Słowacja była tylko
Czechoslovakia,
1/3.
Slovakia was
nie
1/3.
mógłby być Bogiem
And he
na
couldn't have
Słowacji
been God in
w ramach
Slovakia within the
Czechosłowacji.
framework of Czechoslovakia.
Lepiej było mu
It would have been better
rozdzielić to
to
i
divide
potem sobie z
and
konstytucyjną
then
większością
with a
rządzić na
constitutional
Słowacji.
majority be able to rule.
No i tak się za ile dni się dogadali tam gdzieś pod jakimś
And
katem.
they went into some negotiations. They went into an agreement somewhere in Bratislava. Then there was supposed to be a referendum. There was no referendum because it wouldn't have passed.
No, chwała Bogu, rozeszliśmy się
And
bez tego,
luckily-
żebyśmy się bili z Czechami. Muszę powiedzieć, że
I have to
stosunki
say that
między Czeską a Słowacką Republiką są
the
może i
relations
lepsze niż
between
byli.
Czech
jak
and
byliśmy
the
w jednej
Slovaks
federacji.
are better now than when
Nie
we
wiem,
were
wszyscy
in one federation.
zarejestrowali, był szok przed 3 tygodniami w Czechach.
There was
były
a
wybory
shock
prezydenckie.
about 3 weeks ago in Czech
Wygrał,
Republic where we had the presidential
facet tam
election
nowy.
and someone new won
A nasza
and
prezydent
our president
Przyszła jeszcze w nocy
came at
o 12
night,
mu
at
przyszła
midnight,
gratulować w Pradze.
went to congratulate
Cała
him.
Czeska
So
siedla na zadek i
everyone basically sat down on their
prosto,
behinds and
zawsze jest pierwsza wizyta
there's
czeskiego
always
premiera albo prezydenta jest na Słowacji i na odwrót.
when
Prosto
someone new is
udało się nam
elected, the
utrzymać
first
związki
person that
kulturalne,
visits is always from the other side. So we've been
ludzkie
able to maintain
i te
these
ekonomiczne.
cultural, economic,
Chwała,
and human relations very well.
No, było jak
It
było.
was how it was
Ale
in the
teraz
past.
troszeczkę
And
przejdę
now
do
let
tej
me go
sytuacji euroregionu,
through
bo
to the
rozpoczęliśmy
euro region
dyskusję jeszcze w ramach
because we were
Czechosłowacji.
talking about it from the point of view of
na takim
Czechoslovakia.
urovni, miast i powiatów,
on the basis
że
of
takie coś byłoby możliwe.
the regions and
Potem
cities
wygrał
that
Metzger
something like
wybory.
this would be possible. Then
Zrazu
the elections were won.
jego ludzie powiadali,
And
że
people
on
were
się boi,
saying
że z tego będzie jakaś węgierska irydenta.
that people
Że
were
tam
afraid there's
oni,
going
to
to
te
be
Węgrzy
some
tam
sort of
chcą
Hungarian
urwać,
issue
te
going to
tereny
be
słowackie, które kiedyś mieli. I jak
happening
takie
there.
to
They would want to get their
pozarządowe
land.
instytucje, kto pójdzie
So
do
who's
tego
going to
systemu
go
z
into
jego
this
ludzi, z
system
burmistrzów,
with the
z szefów
mayors
powiatów,
and the
tego
heads of the
zlikwiduje
powiats?
politycznie, po prostu nic.
There's going to be nothing
No i tak się
left.
stało,
So
że
what happened
Euroregion
when the
powstał w
Euro region
1993
was founded in
i Słowacja
1993
miała taki
and
specjalny
Slovakia had
status.
this
My
special
byliśmy
status. We were
między tymi, którzy
between those
zakładali
who were
Euroregion,
founding the
mieliśmy
Euro
taki
region. We had the
status
status
jak Ukraina w Europejskiej Unii
like
teraz. Po
Ukraine
prostu
in the
tak,
European Union. Like
I je, i nie je.
it's there, but it's not.
A to trwało aż do roku
And this lasted until
98-99,
1998,
jak się nam
1999,
zdarzyło pana Meciera
when Mr. Mecher
odesłać
went
na emeryturę polityczną,
to
nastąpił
retire,
premier-ministra
and
Dzurindy.
then we had Minister Dzurindy.
Ja wtedy stałem się wojewodą
I then became the governor
Prešovským
in
kraju
Prešov.
i koniecznie po 5 latach oficjalnie, a i z
after
szefem
5
Košického
years,
kraju oficjalnie sme wstupili do
we
struktur,
entered
formalnie
into
wstupili
the
do struktur
formal
Karpackiego
structures
regionu.
of the
Rządził nam
Euro
wtedy
region.
kolega poseł Bogdan Żońca.
Bogdan Żońca was the head of the Euro region at that time
Myśmy wstępowali
when
do
we
tego.
were
No i
entering into it,
Pytamy
and
się-
we asked
Pytamy się przedostać z tych takich początków.
how we got from the
że-
beginning.
Trzeba powiedzieć, że wiele ludzi, którzy wchodzili do systemu
Many
euroregionu,
people who were
mieli
entering
takie
this
dziwne
Euro region
przedstawy.
had these kind of
Na
different
przykład, jako przychodzili Rumuni z
approaches.
tym, że
The Romanians
będziemy
came in
budować
and saying we're going to
autostrady.
build a highway.
A przecież budowanie
But
autostrad
building a
to jest
highway
kwestia rządu,
is
kwestia
a governmental
centralnych
issue.
organów,
It's a
nie
central issue, not a
regionalnych jakichś
regional
struktur.
issue.
My możemy dyskutować,
Even we can
my możemy
discuss.
przynosić
We
idei,
can
ale
give
budować
ideas,
autostrady muszą
But
centralne
the
organy,
central
bo na to
government can
jednoducho-
build
na to
highways
prosto,
because
instytucje takiego typu nie mają ani środki,
institutions
ani
of this type
prawo,
don't have funds or don't
decydować.
have the right to decide on
I
something like
myśmy
this.
się musieli w ramach
So within
euroregionu
the
nauczyć.
framework of the
Co
Euro region,
właściwie
we had to
jest
learn
możliwe do
what we
zrobienia
could do
z punktu
from
widzenia
the point
naszej-
of view of
naszej
our
instytucji
institution,
itd.
etc.
Potem jsme dochodzili do
Then
problémů
we came
takých
to the problem
dzieciackých, jako na Slovácii, neviem, jak to u
in
vás.
Slovakia. I don't know how it is
Ale
by
dobre.
you.
Euroregion,
The
teraz,
Euro region,
my rządzimy, a tam Poláčko jest jakiś, a on jest z opozycji.
And someone's there
Tam nie
now,
będziemy uczestniczyć.
and
Bo
he's
dopóki
from
to
the
nie jest
opposition.
nasze, a
So
opozycja,
if they have it
jest
now, then
niebezpieczna
it's not
instytucja,
safe.
ten euroregion.
The
Potem jak
institution
byliśmy
is
w
not
rządzie, to
safe.
zrazu był euroregion przyjacielem. Hej.
When we were there, we were all
nie jest
friends,
dobre.
and it's not good all the time.
Z punktu
From the
widzenia
point
tego,
of
że
view
wiele
that
tych ludzi, którzy chętnie by robili dla
A lot of the people who would
no prosto
gladly be in
za
the
to,
euro
że są
region, due to the
jakimiś
fact that they are
przedstawicielami
representatives
oficjalnymi, którzy muszą mieć kontakty i z oficjalnym
that
rządem,
have to have contact with the official government.
mają problemy potem, jak się zmieniają
And
rządy,
then when the governments
opozycja,
change,
koalicja,
opposition, coalition,
pozostać przy tej
to
pracy
remain in the same
regionalnej.
job in the
Nam się
euro
udało na
region.
Słowacji minimalnie,
In
że
Slovakia, we were able
ta
to
grupa
achieve the
podstawowa,
fact that this basic group
która pracuje w
that
euroregionie, tam
works in the
pracuje
euro
już
region
od 30
has
lat.
worked there for the past 30
I
years.
przeżyliśmy ile tam zmian.
And we underwent many
koalicja,
changes,
opozycja, i
coalition,
udało się nam,
opposition.
zainwolować ludzi
And we
i z
were
jednej, i z
still
drugiej
able to
grupy.
bring in people from
Także
one
się,
side, from the
staramy
other.
się być troszeczkę taki, nie chcę powiedzieć nadpartyjny.
So I don't want to say we were kind of like
całkiem nie idzie.
super
Ale prosto
party,
utrzymywać
but
jakiś
we were
balans,
able to
żeby-
maintain
a
a
jak się zmieni
balance.
rząd
And then
u nas, bo prawdopodobnie się teraz
if the
jesieni mamy
government
zaś
changes,
wybory,
because we
że
have
zaś się zmieni rząd, to
elections in
nie
the
przeszkadzało,
autumn,
nie zlikwidowało
this is
tą
not going
instytucję
to
taką.
disrupt the works of this institution.
Tak, przedostaliśmy się jeszcze z różnych innych, jakoże z punktu
And
widzenia
from the point of view
euroregionu,
of
z punktu widzenia jednotliwych
The euro
państw.
region and the nation states,
Rumunia
Romania
najmniej uczestniczy w wspólnych działaniach.
participates the least in these
Karpaty też
common
mają, ale oni
actions.
mają największą ciężką.
They have the largest part of the Carpathians, so when we started discussion, the Romanians will
jedynie
cooperate,
jak oni będą szefami
but
tego
only
cyrku,
if
bo
they're
oni
going
mają
to be
najmniej
the
ciężko.
ringleaders of the circus because they have the greatest part.
Węgrzy, Polacy, Slowacy się
The
są w stanie
Hungarians, the
dogadać
Poles, and
kiedy,
the Slovaks are
jak.
able to come to some sort of agreement what's
Mamy
going to happen and when.
Wspaniale przykłady
We have great
regionalnej
examples
współpracy, ale
of
mamy
regional
historyczne
cooperation,
jakieś tam
and we
problemy.
have historic
Macie z
problems.
Ukrainą,
We
my
have
mamy z Węgrami.
with Ukrainians, we
Jedynie
have
Polak,
with
Węgier, dwa ręki, czy do
Hungarians.
szafy, czy do szklanki.
We
Muszę powiedzieć, że
I have
ten
to
Węgier
say
to byliśmy
that-
my, Słowacy, bo z Węgrami się ciężko dogadacie.
it's difficult sometimes to talk to the Hungarians. We know this.
Także musieliśmy przekonać wszystkie
We
te
had
dzieciacy
to convince
poroty.
everyone and
udało
go
się nam
through
po
these
30
issues, and
latach
after
dopracować
30
do
years,
sytuacji,
we could come to a
że
situation.
Pomogliśmy, historycznie
We
wspomogli
helped
mnogim
each other,
ludziom, którzy żyją tu nas, u
and
nas
we
w
helped
pograniczu
those that
polsko-słowackim.
live
To
on
jest
the borders
priorytet
between
dla mnie
Poland and Slovakia.
w tym
This is a
systemie.
priority for me in this system.
Żeby się po pierwsze spoznali.
For people to get
Byliśmy
to
w
know
jednym,
each other,
socjalistycznym
because we were in
sojusze.
one socialist
Akurat przechodzić
alliance
przez granicę,
together.
jak trzeba było przenieść dolary, nie chcę powiedzieć, że zepchali ludzie to te dolary, żeby przejść przez
You
granicę.
needed to
A,
take dollars
przenieść
across
coś
the border.
przez
I'm not going to
ten,
say where people
wspólny
hid those
obóz,
dollars
w
to
którym
get through the
byliśmy.
border.
To był problem. Teraz za 30 lat
And 30 years
myśmy się
later,
dorobili do tego,
we
że
have come to
minule,
the point-
przed ile latami idziemy z Dawidem Laskiem,
even
gdzieś
how
tam
many
się,
times we go
musimy się
with
zostawić u
David
jakiegoś waszego
Lasek,
burmistrza.
we say we're going to
A
have to
przyjdziemy
talk
tam,
to somebody,
a tam,
to some mayor, and then we
turniej
go,
volejbalowy,
and there's some
piłka.
sort of volleyball
ręczna.
tournament, handball
Co to
tournament.
jest?
What is
No,
this?
5 lat do tyłu robiliśmy przy pomocy Euroregionu robiliśmy
5
jakiś
years
mały
ago,
projekt.
we did
Ludzie
small
się zapoznali,
projects during
a
the
teraz już
Euroregion.
bez projektu, po prostu każdy rok chodzimy,
And
a
now,
gramy,
without the
gramy ten
Euro
volejbal
region, they just
raz
go and
tu, raz
play
u was, raz u
volleyball
nas.
together, once here, once there.
Prosto są przykłady tego, że
These
się
are
wiele na tej
examples
granicy
that a
zmieniło.
lot has changed on the border.
Myśmy radzi, żeśmy byli przy tym, żeśmy mogli wspomagać.
We are happy to be able to have been there to help.
Mamy jeszcze pomysły do przyszłości, bo to
ideas
już
for the
przeszło.
future as
Tam
well.
nas już możliło ani nie trzeba. Te kontakty już funkcjonują,
These
już
contacts are
rozwijają
there,
sami.
they expand
Bez
on
nas,
their
a
own
my
without us,
mamy
and we
coś do przyszłości, ale o tym nie zakazano mówić, na to będą drugie
well,
prelegenty.
I'm not going to talk about the future because others will talk about that. Thank you very much. You gave us a very nice presentation on many aspects. And this retrospect is needed because we are convinced that this is an important part for the Euro region. So it's worth remembering what slalom it was to get to where we are now over the past 30 years. So thank you so much for your unwavering support. Thank you. I'm very happy. So we touched upon the Hungarian aspect, and this is a good time to ask Sándor what it was like 30 years ago, how it is now, and then in the last round, what it should look like in 30 years. I forgot about my presentation because I think if I give you these slides, it will be very good. You'll be able to leave with this message. Sándor Koleś is president of the Carpathian Foundation in Hungary, and the Carpathian Foundation was the first Carpathian institution. And I want you, Sándor, to say how it began, how it evolved, what is the status of Hungary, what can we do together for Carpathia in the future. That was what I would like to hear from you.
Köszönöm szépen a szót, és köszönöm szépen a...
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I believe that we need to talk about the past, the present, and the future of the Carpathian Euro-region. Let me make one correction. In 1993, the region was created in 1993, and the Carpathian Foundation was created in 1995, so 2 years later. I was the witness of the process since the very beginning, and I was actively involved between 1995 and 2005. I was the head of this Carpathian Foundation. Let me tell you a story. I do remember the recruitment to the Carpathian Foundation Board, and I was appointed its director, and I had the opportunity to choose the location of the foundation in Hungary or in other country. And I chose Košice, and I moved to Košice, where I lived for 10 years in Slovakia. It was a fantastic adventure. Yes, conflicts were there. In 1996, when Mecha said that the Carpathian Foundation was created to enable Hungary to take over again Slovakia and Ukraine, we had a conflict. Let us not forget that the Euro region and the foundation were both American initiatives. The New York Institute helped us a lot in this endeavor, and Americans were extremely proactive in the approach, unlike the EU. And this was what marked the beginning of the foundation and of the Euro region. The Carpathian Euro region was created quite early as a self-government organization. And along with that, we had the Carpathian Foundation with the mission to manage cross-border communities, manage funding, and manage projects funded under the Euro region. $2 to $2.5 million could be spent on cross-border projects to protect cultural heritage, to support rural development, and these were the amounts available during the early days of our existence. I just give you those details because I want to take a perspective. We are people with gray hair, and I feel a lot of nostalgia, and I have at times tears in my eyes when I look back into the history And when I recall how we did it, we had the opportunity to define the strategy for the Euro region. And thank you again for giving me the opportunity to make this recollection. Let us now move to the Euro region itself. Well, there were a lot of specific historical circumstances which actually helped us speed up the creation of the strategy and the foundation. In the late 1980s, a vacuum was created after the collapse of the Soviet Union. We had a vacuum in Central and Eastern Europe, and fears were that some chaos will unravel here. That is why bilateral cooperation projects, Ukraine-Slovakia, Ukraine-Poland, Ukraine-Hungary, could provide some more political stability in the region to prevent possible conflicts. And the same goal was behind the creation of the Visegrad Group, a major driving force within the EU. The Visegrad Foundation became also a key player in this development, as it created the opportunities for regional projects co-funded with the EU budget. And the Carpathian strategy and the Carpathian Foundation had the same aim: to prevent conflicts, to change the narrative in the region, and to focus on cooperation and partnership. Otherwise, there would be no peace, we said. If we want our region to be prosperous, we need partnerships. We are doomed to cooperate. This is a demand and requirement. And since that time, a lot has changed. I believe that we'll come back to that. Right now, the geopolitical context is completely different, and because of that, we need to consolidate the existing structures and mechanisms. And we need to inspire people to invent and devise new forms of cooperation tuned to such developments. However, the general assumptions do not change. They stay the same. Cross-border cooperation, regional cooperation, promotion of Euro-Carpathian region in Europe, fostering of well-being and prosperity. Well, these general goals, overriding goals, stay the same. However, plans, projects will need to be adapted, and I come back to it in the next round.
And now we have attestation to what the region of Carpathia was in our region. What Mr. Polachko said was an element that was inspired from the outside. And I'm talking about the Charles Mott Foundation, an American who from the very beginning was here with the Euro region. So this is important in this geopolitical context, and this is what we want to go back to. And now let's move to the beautiful Switzerland. We have our friends with us, and we will check. Manny, can you hear me? Manny, can you hear me? Manny, can you say something, please?
Okay, dziękuję. Hey, no?
Hey, no?
Can you hear me? Yes, yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Yes. Hey, no?
Hey, no?
Do you hear me? Hey, no?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
David Lasik can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, dziękuję. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Proszę Państwa, koledzy
Ladies and gentlemen, our friends represent two institutions. Let's start with Professor Mani Brokard, who I met when he was the director of the Institute of Tourism in Sierra. It was his team that we had the brand of the Carpathian. Mark, you're one of the best experts in Europe. You created huge solutions. You take part in many international programs and projects. People who work with you fix the brands of Paris, Chamonix, big projects, big business projects. As we agreed, I wanted you to tell us what you do in the Alps, what's your experience with the Euro region, and how you look at our cooperation in the future. So I'm asking you for this kind of condensed, brief statement. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here on this panel. Nice to meet you over in Poland, even though it's only online. And thank you, David, for your kind words. We have had some great cooperation so far. Maybe quickly, okay, as you said about myself, we have a team that are specialized in governance and branding, of course, but many different areas. We are Institute of Tourism linked to the University of Applied Sciences, Western Switzerland. And our corporate is definitely tourism economy in general, including digitalization, further education, sustainability, governance, regional development. So we kind of touch everything that's connected and linked to the development of a fair, I would say, tourism industry. Fair on all three pillars of the sustainability. Could be human, economy, and of course the environment, which for mountain areas like ours, like yours, is so fragile and so important for the development of tourism area. So these are the main region. Of course, I had the chance, as Mr. Lazek already said, to work with the Carpathian region between 2013 and 2019 on the first Swiss contribution program. And I think that program had actually a well-defined title. It was called the Alpine Carpathian Cooperation Bridge. And I think that's exactly what we did. We built bridges between the Alps and Carpathian region. We worked on further education, on local entrepreneurs, on small companies, on tourism actors. We worked on the brand, of course, how to implement the brand, create the values of the brand. And that was all very interesting. And that's, of course, something that we had done here. As Mr. Lazek said, we worked with many different regions all over Europe, not only in the Alps, for creating brands. But I think probably one of the most successful example is the one we had in our region, the Valais region, building the brand Valais and implementing these values and implementing the brand to all the partners, because we have, as you probably know, over 70 different ski areas and tourist destinations. So it's not always easy to work with your own partners. Now, what I expect for maybe for the future here is simply to continue building this bridge, making the bridge that we started to build stronger and wider, maybe by really working with your partners, with your tourism actors, developing products. You talk about internationalization, sustainability. They need to understand the importance of sustainability. Developing tourism product and then developing markets. Mr. Lazek, I hope that answers your questions.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie profesorze. Dziękuję ci, Mani. Ja myślę, że
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Manu. That was an excellent introduction. Well, as far as I know, and as far as I consider as important is the preparation for the future. Our colleagues represent the consortium between the Alps and the Carpathians. And we are working on the next phase of the Swiss contribution. The concept has been elaborated, and I visited Lausanne recently, and we had talks about it. So let's hope that this bridge between the Alps and the Carpathians will be consolidated and will be wider. Thank you. Thank you very much for this intervention. Let us stay in Switzerland and let us move from the French-speaking part to the German-speaking part. Heine Messen, a man working at the University of Brno, is someone of renown, world renown, in terms of Shanghai classification, and he works at the CDE, and he was here in our region. He knows the cross-border area. We work together on some models that are now going to be implemented. We talked about functional cross-border areas some years ago, and right now we move to the development of this strategy. So, your center did the implementation in Africa, in the Philippines, in Greenland, and many parts of the world. So how do you see from this perspective our Carpathian dimension? As Professor Brokar, you are simply requested to give you a small contribution, your own perspective on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lasek, David, for invitation and to the possibility to get some ideas in the new program of Swiss contribution within this panel, within this high-standing international conference. And I would like very much to be there in Przemysl, as Przemysl was introduced as the most famous town in Poland now because about the sad refugee situation. But I could not come, and because of this, I'm also just doing around how we came to know, and first of all, a little bit history. I came to know also David within the Swiss Carpathian Bridge in 2014, I think, first time in Rzeszów. And that was a very good, maybe first of all, I just a little bit introduce myself and my institute or my Center for Development and Environment at Bern University. Myself, I'm an ecologist. I studied landscape ecology. I hold a PhD about the Caucasus. In these times, I studied in the Soviet Union and did my PhD about sustainable mountain development. And then further also, I worked naturally in the Alps, but also in the Carpathian, as David was said, in Slovakia, in Ukraine, and in Poland, in the transboundary region. Yeah, about the contents of this work with David together, we created the concept of a so-called flagship region case studies. And David, as I came to know him, also could moderate this in an international way in a transboundary region. And that was a little bit very good and strange for me in the same time. As I was the first time in Rzeszów with David, I was invited to an international regional conference about nature conservation, sustainable development. And I was very surprised because Mr. Lasek could not only moderate an international regional conference in Eastern Europe, but afterwards we got to an excursion to Carpathians, and he spoke to mayors, to simple farmers in the Carpathian region, to a manager of a transboundary national park, and so on. The communication skills, that was very, and that's just the approach of CDE, of my Center for Development and Environment, to work participatory, not only doing research, university research and university education, but working in concrete projects with local people for regional sustainable development. That was a surprising, like this. Mr. Lasek did this not only conference-like, but practice on the ground, on site. Yeah, what we are doing, institution and networks, that's also maybe an important thing. We are working on site, not only as a university for research, and education of students. We are working with local projects, and because of this, as also maybe David does it also afterwards, I will introduce to you very briefly Oksana Peluch. She's our Ukrainian partner with whom we implementing with universities, NGOs, and Borislav city in Ukraine, in the Lvivskaya Oblast, for concrete project in bioenergy in public buildings in this region. We'll maybe come back to this, and Oksana can briefly introduce this project. On the other hand, for Switzerland, and that's very interesting, also this contact implementing projects and doing research and education, Alpine Carpathian experience are very important. That's not only that we could use experience from Switzerland and all over the world from my institute for the Carpathians, for Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine, but also we learn about such development issues in the Carpathians. That's very and how to adapt bottom-up Swiss approaches to Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. Very important, David mentioned this Swiss contribution. The second now we are going to ahead to develop the strategy and concrete projects, how to involve not only Poland, but working trilateral. And for this, our Region Carpathy is a very good organization because we are, as I mentioned before, not working only with universities, but with local communities and NGOs, like, for example, with the NGO Forest.com from Oksana Peluch. And because of that, it's very important, and a very good partner is our Region Carpathy. And we hopefully could include work for Poland, for this transboundary region with Slovakia. But the very big home is, after the war, very optimistic to work also together across borders internationally with our Region Carpathy, and including EU, Ukrainian development issues, because that's our new slogan, no sustainability without human and infrastructure security. That means we have to develop regionally infrastructure and human security, schools, institutions, also using the experience from Poland, Slovakia, and Switzerland for the Ukraine. I think we have to work on this. And just a little, will come back to this. Two issues which we could imagine we could bring in Swiss contribution. That could be regional development in this flagship region, but Biespol, Bieszczady, Poloniny, and Ukraine in the Uzhgorod, in the Zakarpattia Oblast, would be regional development with concrete examples, pilot projects on site in such a transboundary region. And on the other hand, to use this experience for university education. We are having in mind a university network across all these countries here in this triangle, and to build up maybe for this Krakow, Yaroslav, Katowice, Rzeszów University, because our region has this contact, including Lviv and Oksana Peluch as a forest university representative, maybe Banska Bystrica University, and to all these universities we have contacts since 10 years or more. Yeah, that could be university education and sustainable development could be a perspective, because now this year we are starting to develop a master course on sustainable development, sustainability transformation at Bern University, and maybe we could use this for university network together with our Region Carpathy to build up such master studies in sustainable development, including that's clear also tourist development and big concepts and strategies developed by Manu Brockhart and our colleagues from the OS Valais, because it could be ideal consortium for sustainable development in the Carpathian regions, on the one hand, economy, tourism, sustainable tourism, on the other hand, sustainability and infrastructure approach, which are promoting by CDE. Yeah, maybe later on I will come together also with Oksana on a concrete example of such regional development issue, an example of bioenergy use in Borislav schools. But at this point, for all these two regions, these two issues, we could think in perspective. Regional development, sustainable regional development is the triangle, Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. And on the other hand, develop from this innovative uni-education approaches on sustainable development. Thank you very much for this invitation and that we can cooperate in future to our region Karpacki and David Lasek and his team.
Dziękuję bardzo, Heino.
Thank you very much. You really pretty much have given such a nice synthesis that I don't have to give my presentation later.
Miał dzisiaj z nami być, zresztą kartka nawet leży na stole, w pozycji horyzontalnej.
Roman Szepeliak was supposed to be with us. He was the director. He is the director of the International Cooperation Office of the Lviv region, military administration. He had to go back. I'm happy because we do have a replacement. We have Oksana
Beluch,
who represents, on the one hand, cooperates with our Swiss colleagues and represents the Lviv University and an NGO, and was indicated by Heino. I think we will give the floor to Ukraine. I would like to ask you, you may speak Ukrainian, of course, because there is interpretation, 3 minutes of an introduction from your point of view and an organization that handles this sustainable development in a Carpathian region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the possibility of giving me the floor.
Вітаю всіх і в першу чергу хочу подякувати всім вам за підтримку.
And to participate in the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first thank you for supporting us, Ukrainians, in our war and helping us survive. Thank you.
Проект збіру енергетики, який ми зараз реалізуємо у Львівській області. Це дуже важливо.
For mentioning the project that we are carrying out with water in the Lviv area. It's very important for us to be able to do this, in fact, during the war. I wanted to describe it. Students from the University of Brno first researched the possibility of carrying out these actions in a school in Boryslav that is on the border with Poland. Covered under the Carpathia Euro region, we received a small grant financing all of this research, all of the studies. And it's important because the students see that all of the study results are carried out for are used for future implementations. We were able to maintain bioenergy that is used in our boiler for a permanent fuel, steady fuel. And now that we are experiencing huge problems with supplying energy, the students wouldn't be able to go to school with heat. And the implementation of this project now has allowed for education in schools that are heated. So carrying out, completing these tasks are very, very favorable, and we would like to extrapolate these projects and carry them out in other areas of our Boryslav region and also in the oblast. The results of the project will be reflected in the studies of the Forestry Institute in Ukraine and in the University of Brno, and they will constitute a basis for further cooperation
Dziękuję bardzo.
and development of further forms of cooperation in bioenergy. So thank you so much for being with us, and that this voice of Ukraine was heard. We are moving back to Poland, and now I'm looking at Mr. Piotr Pilch, Deputy Marshal. You are also the Vice President of the Carpathian Euro region. So the province is part of the Euro region, and we cooperate very closely. And I want you to tell us something about the
niejako sama pisze ten scenariusz transgraniczny czy międzyregionalny. Czy Podkarpacie
whether Subcarpathia,
używa tego słowa brama w Karpaty, brama w
we're talking about the gate to Karpaty or Bieszczady. Is the Euroregion such an institution that allows for us to be those that bring people into Karpaty? Before I respond, a very important panel for the Karpackie province. I can say how we see this, what actions we carry out to create a macro-regional strategy for Carpathia. We will also need support in this because we're lacking it, but I would like to thank Marek Kuchciński for the fact that the subsequent edition is here in Podkarpacie, in Krasiczyn. Not everyone appreciates this fact, that we can simply meet with the most important people and talk about the most important topics regarding international issues and Polish issues and regional issues here in Podkarpacie. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshal. This 35th edition, this is a huge contribution on your part. The strategy of the development of Carpathia is very important for the province.
Trzeba powiedzieć, działamy na rzecz tego w Europie, w Komisji Europejskiej.
For this in the European Commission in Brussels, we want this strategy to be accepted. There has been opposition. It doesn't. The creation of another strategy isn't good for everyone. We were talking about the Danube strategy. That kind of would be seen as a competition for our Euroregion. So we need to convince our partners from several countries to support this strategy. And it's worth noting that at the Committee of the Regions, the European Committee of the Regions, the marshal from the province presented as the first the strategy, the micro strategy for the development of Carpaty. That was the name that was used there. This was December 2019. Władysław Ortyl was the rapporteur. And then the Carpathian group at the European Committee of the Regions was founded, also at the initiative of the Podkarpacie province. There's 27 members from several countries, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary. There are no representatives from important countries without which we will not be able to accept this strategy. So we want this, and the province is taking on actions to create the strategy. We're supporting all of the actions of the Carpathia Euro region. I do represent the Carpathian province within the framework of the Euro region, and we are all for all of these initiatives. We're big fans of them. And there can be many initiatives, apart from those that were already presented and those that are already functioning. But I'm looking at rail line 102. We have representatives who are here every time. There's huge possibilities of transborder cooperation with Ukraine through the development of infrastructure. With Slovakia, we already have good examples.
Od kilku
For the
lat
past several
jeździ
years,
pociąg
there is a
regionalny
regional train
z
from
Rzeszowa
Rzeszów
przez
through
Zagórz do
Zagórz to
Miedzielaborców.
Miedzielaborców.
Turystyczny,
A
typowo
tourist train, typical tourist train.
turystyczny produkt. Linia 102
The 102 line renovated, we discussed this. Minister Adamczyk talked about this. Line 108 that you can ride already. This opens the possibilities of cooperation of tourist products and not only trans-border projects between Poland and the Ukraine. As the local government, we have already declared trains that are going to be riding there. We have to, of course, come to some agreement.
Żeby te środki Unii Europejskiej były
But
kierowane
we
do
want these European funds to be directed to these projects. And for that to happen, we need to have the macro strategy of development for the region. And various entrepreneurs come to us from the tourist sector, and not only, because there's various ideas. The only thing we're missing is financing.
Na pewno to jest już kończę.
Yes, you want me to end?
Także proszę Państwa, to jest bardzo ważne z punktu widzenia regionalnego.
Important from the regional point of view, from the development of the Podcarpacia region, for this strategy to be accepted, so these types of projects can develop and have permanent sources of financing. We're counting on this because this is our development. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for this presentation. Let's do this. Let's move in space and time. I don't know, Josef, if you remember, in 2005, when we went to see Professor Hibner, who was the regional commissioner for regional matters, Mr. Polacko, a very typical Polish last name, Danuta Hibner. We were there with the Carpathian mission organized by two from the Polish side, two from the Slovak side. That we had a meeting regarding the macro-regional strategy. And from the beginning, we were always looking towards the Alps. And what happened for many years, from the Interreg party, we had the Alpen space. And we were sad that we have Bavaria or all of Switzerland, who are the motors of regional motors of Europe. They have their operational programs, Interreg, and trans-border international programs, and Carpaty. This is at the end of Eurostat. At least in the past few years, that's what it was. We were in the last places. We have nothing. So we went with the message of readiness that the Carpathian rural region should have an instrument. It should be an operational program. And it's not such that this macro-regional policy is necessary for the transnational program, because there was another Alpine strategy, Alpine space. We were listened to. They patted us on the back, and they could do nothing. And then we had Johannes Hahn. 3 times no. No for new programs, no for new budgets, no for new strategies. And then we had the Danube strategy and the Danube program. So we see the strength in the European Union and how these strengths are divided. So I would like to ask Madam Minister to take the floor, because as the government and as the ministry, you are dealing with this strategy, and in the context of the new perspective, this is happening. If you could give us a vivisection, why isn't this working? What's the reason that this region that is marginalized, and it's so politically important right now due to its neighboring with Ukraine, why does it have a regional policy?
Thank you very much for the question. Why do we fail? Well, as you said, in 2005 we started the negotiations about the Euro-Carpathian strategy. In 2018, the Carpathian Declaration was signed in Krynica, where Ukraine, Poland, Slovakia and Hungary expressed their wish to work together on the next Euro strategy in the EU. And the efforts have been made together with the MPs and all involved countries. And I would like to thank Marshal Kuchciński. Thank you for doing the job of convincing parliamentarians. And here we are convinced. At the regional level, the Marshal Ortel did the lobbying, has been doing the lobbying at the Committee of the Region, and local government officials do not have to be convinced that they need the Euro-Carpathian strategy just because this is a pre-requirement for further development. However, there are still some political, historical circumstances and even personal circumstances. Some are liked, some others are not. Romania, which was mentioned, is a blocking force today. Romania does not enable us to complete the works on the Euro-Carpathian strategy. The European Commission said clearly every participant to the Euro-Carpathian regions had to wish to cooperate, and we've been cooperating. The works are underway at the parliamentary level, at the local government level. Nobody opposes this macro-regional strategy. But at the political level, issues persist and concerns persist regarding this partnership. Under the new perspective 2021-2027, we have to rethink some approaches. And actually, we wanted the cohesion policy to fund the project under this perspective, and we wanted to have this global strategy for this perspective. But we do persist in our struggles. We do not give up. Efforts have been made on an ongoing basis. And let's just not forget that the situation geopolitical situation has changed. There is a different situation than the one we had in 2008 or 2018, 26 or 2018. And because of this new situation, we need to work towards more security of the region and to support Ukraine in its reconstruction. And actually, this new strategy could give an impetus to such actions. By security, I mean people security, and I mean energy security across the region. As the ministry in charge of programming European funding, we highlight these measures in all co-financed projects and programs applicable to the Carpathian regions. But the will needs to be among all Euro-Carpathian states. Thanks to a solid partnership, Interreg projects, or under the Swiss contribution, we will be able to implement measures which are strategic, even if we don't have the proper strategy. And then we need to look ahead after the strategy, the programming strategy, the present programming strategy. So we need to know what will happen after 2027. Thank you, Minister. You gave a broader picture of the Euro-Carpathian region strategies. Well, thank you. Our Swiss colleagues represent higher education institution, and we have the representative of such institution in Poland, Andrzej Szrata, Dean of the Faculty of Civil Engineering at the Krakow University of Technology and the Chair of the Scientific Board of the Association of the Carpathian Euroregion. Well, we decided to have in our scientific council key universities of Krakow, of Katowice, and of Jarosław. both technology universities and general education universities. So Andrzej will give us the perspective on the role of scientific council, its importance and its role for the future.
When the Carpathian Euroregion was being founded, we're the same age. I was in high school, so we had totally different problems. And 30 years later, it is my honor to be able to lead the Educational Council, or the Research Council. It was very well accepted by the Euroregion authorities when we talked about wanting to build such a structure, the aim of which will be to support the Euroregion in all aspects. We were very well received by the universities. You mentioned the universities that are important. We have the University of Warsaw, University of Rzeszów. These are people that cover with their knowledge all of the areas that could be support for the Euroregion, of fauna and flora, of cultural identity, ethnography. And what makes us stand out from these structures, we also have a lot of engineers. And this engineering approach allows us to build support for the Euroregion based on data, not based on a feeling or so this is why we work with Statistics Poland. The Rzeszów branch is very strongly engaged in tourism. You talked about a decision to divide the competences in Poland, and Rzeszów deals with tourism. And Statistics Poland is such a huge institute. It has so much data, but it doesn't process it exactly the way we wanted, or the way the local authorities wanted, or the local interested parties. So we are a body that is going to support the data acquisition and show how we can develop the Carpathian Euroregion. We, researchers, we have limited possibilities to create the reality around us, but the politicians have it. Our role is service. We can say, we can explain, the situation looks this way, the mechanics work this way, but the decisions are made by the politicians, those who are responsible for what's going on around us, and this is what's happening. Our knowledge, our skills, very interdisciplinary on a wide range. David talked about the TOEFL that are being prepared. We will be supporting the Euroregion to receive these grants. We have a huge database that will not just be for us, but for the local government employees, to see how many tourists have come, where they've come from, how long they stay, what is the relation between the number of tourists and the weather, or the number of tourists and the limitations brought about by the pandemic, for example, how we can prepare for certain difficulties. These are the elements that we develop. And a very important thread is international cooperation. We have a meeting on March 3rd. We're going to be talking about a huge motion, whereas the Euroregion, we want to, in the framework of Horizont Europa, with our colleagues from the north, we are able to strengthen our competences through our colleagues and help from our friends from Switzerland. So I think that we have the future for the next 20, 30 years planned out, and when we meet in 30 years, I'll be able to say a little bit more on the successes of the Euroregion. Thank you very much, sir.
Skoro tej przyszłości, to myślę, że teraz zrobimy, bo czas jest bardzo dobry.
We have time. It's good time. Let's do a technical break. I'm going to show this presentation about the future, and then perhaps we'll have a couple of words of summary.
Jak powiedziałem, jest to taki flash, coś, co pokazuje, no właśnie, proszę Państwa, to są te ramy. Mówiliśmy, ja tu się pomyliłem, Myślałem, że Fundacja Karpacka była przed Euroregionem, ale jednak Euroregion był
Euroregion was
pierwszy. To
first,
jest ta
before
historyczna
the
mapa
foundation.
Euroregionu.
This is the historic map.
Z terytorium 156 tysięcy kilometrów kwadratowych, 5 państw
square kilometers,
w tym 4 z poziomu Unii Europejskiej.
Countries of the European Union and Ukraine as a neighboring country. So the frameworks are here. We treat this historically and as a field of development and a starting point. This is the level of our aspirations. We want to act in the entire region. This is the ambition of the Euro region, a structure that is going to help. We talked about identity. Eureka! Mr. Polacko said that the Romanians wanted to build a highway. I saw documents where huge factories, investments, and it was thought that all we needed to do was found Euro region, and there was a lot of a key. There was no euro at the time, and then, you know, you just needed to wave the magic wand, and it would have happened. No, the Euro region is not responsible for certain aspects like building roads and the environment. It's for identity, and this is what gives us this kind of good start for the next years, for the vision for 2030. These are the elements. We're here to create a common space, economic space, and our main competence is bringing together competences and partnerships. So the vision for 2030 is a strategy for the organization, not the territory. We as people, local governments, partners, shareholders cannot be responsible for what's the competence of the government or a free market solution. We are here to be this only institution bringing together potential and partners, and this is ahead of us. And this is our ambition. In 2030, we want to be the basic field of cooperation built by local government representatives. And this is where we're going to, and how we're going to get there will follow. We want to have a strategy. We talked about the lack of strategy. The strategy is not a lieutenant that's sitting somewhere in an office. It's a real policy of bringing together partners, and this is the element of architecture. We shied away from this territorial approach or regional approach. This is a new paradigm for the Euro region. Commercialization, internationalization, integration. It's a whole link. And through the competence, through its contacts, the Euro region is to develop, support, help this development. Next, strategic change. 2023, the Carpathian Euro region. We are of a trans-border legal entity, so foreign local governments come to us. On the part of Poland, we have 71 local governments, Slovakia 18, I think. There was elections this year, so this was a transformation period. There should be about 100 local governments from Slovakia, and over 20 resolutions taken by the Ukrainians. There is no other such entity. We have Stry, Drohobycz, Drahomil, Truskawiec. Those who know that part of Europe, these are very strong local governments. They're interested, and we're going to be creating these common formats. We will cooperate with the Hungarians. We want to invite them. We have a meeting in May with a selected group of local governments. So thank you to Shandor. Romania. In somewhat of a negative light here, but there are reasons for this. We have good cooperation with the Bukovina, Suceava region. We have local governments that we contact, so we're counting on the fact that this development will take place there. Organizational aspect. We have an office in Rzeszów, in Przemysl. We'll open an office in Kraków that will be the operator for the Research Council. Katowice, we have partners. Prešov, an office with the Mr. Governor will be discussing this, and in March 21st, with Bratislava, with the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Environmental Protection. From Bratislava, it's not far from Vienna. In Vienna is the Carpathian Conference, not far. So this will allow us to take some operational action. Organizational aspect, specialist. Apart from the parent organization, the Carpathian Euroregion in Kraków, and we will be creating the DMO for the Carpathia brand. Commercialization. We have prototypes of products. We're waiting for everything to calm down a bit. And then we will act as a business and the Carpathia brand. A lot is being prepared. There will be a large premiere. Internationalization. Last slide. Everybody likes maps. Here we have the 3 Cs. Perhaps they will be interested in this cooperation. We submitted an offer that in 3 aspects we can support the idea of the 3 Cs: tourism, border cooperation, and educational cooperation. We'll see how this works out. And we have partners all over Europe. To know these people, it's important. The Euroregion is the part of other organizations, 150 organizations. And this gives us this opportunity to be on the international stage. We want the Euroregion to be a platform from which this international cooperation gives rise to learn how to commercialize and internationalize and our potential. The transactional costs to bring in products is too high for individual players. So this is something that has been built on House of Brands that can bring together a lot of products for a lesser price. Central European Initiative in Trieste. They're a partner for our anniversary UNWTO. This is a tourist organization of the UN. And the Carpathian Convention, where we are the role of a platform of sustainable tourism. This is a short review what the Carpathian region has to say in brief, and 12 minutes. We're not going to... We do have a few minutes left. Would anyone like to take the floor to summarize, indicate, hint? Mr. Polaczko.
Proszę powiedzieć troszeczkę poetycznie to, co powiedział
Well, let me be a poet.
Nam się udało, jak Euroregionu, być przy tym, jak
Euroregion
otwierali terytorium nasze, pograniczne,
managed to open the cross-border territory to our
byliśmy przy
neighbors.
tym i coś się udało.
We
Teraz
witnessed that
następuje
historical
faza numer
fact.
2.
And now we move to the second
Trzeba
phase.
to pokazać i mieszkańcom
We want to show this
państw
achievement
dalekich,
to some more remote
żeby nie
countries.
myśmy się znali, ale żeby to, co
To
wspaniałe
make,
tu na Wschodzie, co trzeba
to
utrzymywać
share
w
with
ramach
them
naszych inicjatyw,
our best
żeby mogli
achievements,
znaleźć i
our
mieszkańcy
best
dalekich
practices.
krajów.
We believe that such best practices can be useful for them as well. The third stage would be the voyage to Mars or the moon. But let us stay with the second phase and our real work here. I believe that our task should be to convince people that the Carpathian Euroregion is the key tool. No one wonders that there are such programs as the Danube strategy or the Alpine spaces. Nobody challenges the existence of these 2 Euroregions. And why? Why there is no strategy for our region? Are the mountains there different from ours? I do remember the time when we had to convince members of parliaments in the European Parliament that Alpine spaces will not cover simply because our rivers have a different basin and go rather to the Black Sea than to the Mediterranean Sea. And then there are Baltic strategies. But actually, is there any connection between the Baltic Sea and the Carpathians? We are the mountainous region located in the southern part of Central Europe. And as you can see, the challenges are many. National, international, transborder. Right now, Poland has a unique opportunity. There is always a leader of the program. Where headquarters are, the leader is. With the largest team, larger funding, there is always a leader. So, let's say that the leader is located in Budapest. Well, somebody will hang himself in Bratislava. The Slovaks will not accept that. And I think that Poland would be a compromise leader for Hungary and for Slovakia. If Slovakia or Hungary cannot be leaders, let it be Poland. And it would be very hard to make a leading partner, Ukraine a leading partner, because Ukraine is still not a member of the EU. Right now, we need to convince Romania, and there will be a positive outcome. Thank you for this very positive contribution. Now it's Sándor. Yes. I prepared a longer presentation, and I have 5 suggestions. I will not read them. Let me just highlight 2 points. One is extremely meaningful, I believe, and because it's based on our experience in the Carpathian Foundation. The involvement of local communities in the development of regional strategies. We often talk about this high political level, but NGOs and local communities need to be involved in the strategy development as well. Our Carpathian Foundation has decided to launch a social organization platform, and now we want to expand to cover a sort of a civil society Euro-Carpathian platform. This would be a place to exchange views among NGOs, local communities, to share good practices, to reflect on joint projects. I underline the importance of this bottom-up local approach. The second point I would like to make is about the solidarity of the Carpathians. It is important that to make this solidarity work. I often visited Ukraine, and I've been visiting Ukraine, and I see that the Carpathian communities have shown a lot of solidarity with Ukrainians. These are not top-down models. In Hungary, in Poland, and Romania, there are communities which are driven by the solidarity of their heart, and they do help Ukrainians. So there is a strong social solidarity rooted in this region, and that could be a cornerstone for further initiative. Thirdly, we need to foster regional identity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to identify some joint goals. Euro-region is not equal to Central and Eastern Europe. This is a region with different history, identity, and priorities. And I think that we need to work on the consolidation of such identity and such goals. And if you allow me, I would be quite provocative, and I would suggest that we should see how to make this region more diverse in terms of languages. Hungarians used to speak in Slovakian, Slovaks used to speak in Hungarian. Probably that's not the case of Poland, but there was this linguistic diversity as a living tradition. So I'd suggest that at least in cross-border areas at schools, some courses could be introduced to teach and learn Slovak or Hungarian in Slovakia and in Hungary, respectively. It's a long-term perspective. Probably in 30 years there will be no such courses, but I believe that this is a good idea. It will enhance our communication. We have no lingua franca. Usually we speak English among ourselves, and this could be a step to enhance communication in transborder areas. Through languages, you always learn culture. And that would be my first provocative idea. Now let me move to the second provocative idea. I believe that it would be interesting to develop a sort of a history book. And instead of giving a summary of 5 separate countries, we could give a history overview of the history of the whole region, the vineyards, railways, economy, development of specific sectors across the region. That could be an interesting alternative material, teaching material in Carpathian schools. And that would consolidate our identity. Well, you know, President Trump said we need to make American again, make the Carpathians great again. That would be my message. Well, and very, very bold forecast, but it was not provocative at all. At all borders in Poland, we have regions with bilanguage courses, for instance, with Czech and Polish courses at the Polish-Czech border. And we are all in the Slavic language group, so it's easier to organize. And the lingua latina is still English, so everybody needs to speak English. And that's the requirement. It's 100% requirement. You cannot bypass that. But if we want to show an interior of the Carpathian and its common historical ground, well, that could be an interesting idea. I often meet people from Slovakia. I go to Slovakia, and I must say that the communication is good and that there is a lot of solidarity. And the solidarity is quite local. Poles, Slovaks, well, we need to work together. This is in our shared interests. But the solidarity is there, and I think that this could be a sort of a building block for our policy for the future. And it's not about circumventing national policy, it's to have an add-on to the national policy. And the solidarity crosses the lines of divide. We have still 1 minute to go, so I suggest to behave, that we all behave well, and if not, I'll give the floor to the minister.
In listening to the intervention, the Danube strategy, the Alpine strategy does not guarantee sustainable development and has not impacted this sustainable development, despite the fact that it has been implemented. Just the Carpathian strategy allows for this development as we want it. So right now, only good projects that we're going to be having prepared and implemented will allow us to convince those who are not convinced that the Carpathian strategy is necessary. And it's not Brussels that's not convinced. But as we said, these are first and foremost the Romanians who need a good impetus
powinni się włączyć do tej strategii, czyli potrzebują
for them to
projektu,
join
który pokaże im, że dzięki realizacji tych działań
us,
możecie się
that
rozwijać
thanks to
i wasze
these
państwo,
actions
i
you can
mieszkańcy tego państwa będą
develop
mieli
and the
satysfakcję z
residents
realizacji
will
tej
have
właśnie
satisfaction
strategii
of
karpackiej.
the
Myślę, że tego
implementation
powinniśmy
of the
sobie
Carpathian strategy. I think that's what we need. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. 15 seconds.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję
Thank you very much
moim i Państwa gościom,
to all of the panelists.
rozmawiali. Dziękuję oczywiście
Thanks to our friends from Switzerland, from Lviv, from Oksana. We are meeting in Brno at the end of March. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming in such large numbers and for your patience. Sunday morning is not always a time where you want to come to a presentation, but you want to be in bed and eat a later breakfast. Thank you for being with us. This is one of the anniversary events. We will be thanking Mr. Marshall later because this is the only type of this conference in the Carpathy region. There is no other format like this. So the 35th edition of Europe of the Carpathians, 30th anniversary of the Carpathian Euro region, and we will be with you together in the future. Have a great Sunday. Thank you.
Również bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the moderator. Thank you, David.
No, nie sposób nawiązać do postaci moderatora, pana Dawida Laska,
to thank Mr. David Lasek, who in the 30-year history of the Carpathian Euro region has really played a huge role.
Wielką rolę.
I will remind you that in 2004, when we acceded to the European Union, of course, there was a crisis in the Carpathian Euro region. We needed to find a new legal form, and that's how we went into became an association which allowed for our further actions. And the episode of David Lasek in the function of the Deputy Minister of Sport and Tourism attests to the kind of person and man that he is. So in summary, since the panelists are getting ready to take a photo, let's summarize.
Ten panel, którego byliśmy świadkiem. Słowacja. Okazuje się, że te dylematy
the dilemmas connected with creating the Carpathian Euro region, the problems of Poland,
nie tylko myśmy mieli te problemy.
We weren't the only ones who had them.
Co się
We
działo
listened to what was happening in Slovakia, what difficulties they had, the geopolitical ones that the Czech Republic, Slovakia participated in. So there weren't just problems on the Polish side. The partners had them too. We also learned that apart from the Carpathian Euro region, we also had a foundation that was founded later, and the chair was in Košice, which was something special because the issues connected with funds, again connected with our colleagues in Ukraine and the difficulties in settling issues. These were the start of the Carpathian Euro region. Our friends from Switzerland, university professors,
czy opowiadało historię
told the story
pomocy
of
euroregionowi Karpaty
help that was given to the
tworzeniu
Carpathian
marki
Euroregion to creating the
Dopiero
Carpathian
po tych
brand.
zmianach ustrojowych
And
wiemy,
it
że
was
na
not
uczelniach
until
pojawiły się
the structural
kierunki
changes
marketingu i zarządzania.
when we finally
Euroregion
had
Karpacki
fields
też
of
musiał
study
znaleźć
such
tą
as
markę.
marketing and branding.
I właśnie
Euroregion,
doświadczenie
Carpathian Euroregion
Szwajcarii,
had to have this
która-
too, and the
w której
experience of our
demokracja
Swiss
jest
colleagues,
najbardziej
in which,
zaawansowana.
and in their country,
Tutaj w
democracy
tym
is the most
bardzo,
advanced.
pomagała.
This helped
Na
very
szczęście też
much.
w panelu padł głos ze strony Lwowa.
We also had a
Ich
voice from
zaangażowanie
Lviv,
w
their
bioenergię,
engagement in
które
bioenergy
okazało
that
się jak na dzień dzisiejszy, czego nie trzeba tłumaczyć, jak
proves-
było ważną sprawą.
you can see, we can see today how important this is.
Wicemarszałek
The
województwa
deputy marshal of the
wskazywał
province
na konieczność
showed
tej makroregionalnej
the
strategii
importance of the macro-regional
karpackiej. W ogóle,
strategy
żeby
of
ująć w jednym
Carpathia.
słowie, po co powstał
Why
region
did we
Karpat?
even have this region
Powodem
founded?
był prozaiczna sprawa.
This
Wcześniej
was prosaic.
przecież, funkcjonowała w ramach Unii, Alpy rozwijały się. No
The
cóż,
alpine spaces
Karpaty
were
też chciały
developing.
pójść,
The
tą
Carpathians wanted to do the same.
No ale samo tworzenie
But just the creation
tego trzeba było wykonywać
of this alone was not enough. We needed
drobne
to
kroki. I tak
do
pani
this taking baby
minister
steps.
Jarosińska
And
jedyna,
Madam Minister
no,
Jarosińska
podkreślała, że
emphasized
wpierw trzeba uzyskać
that first
zgodę.
we need to get
Problemem jest tutaj Rumunia, ich
agreement,
brak
and
zgody.
we don't have it on the part of
Bardzo
Romania,
ważnego
a very
partnera,
important
gdyż
partner,
więcej niż
because
połowa
more than half of the
tak naprawdę
Carpathians
leży
really,
po
in
stronie
fact, are
Rumunii.
located in Romania.
Ale co najważniejsze, pani
But what's
minister
most
podkreśliła,
important, Madam Minister
że
mentioned
mimo
that
tych
despite
kłopotów,
these
te
issues,
drobne kroki,
these
realizacja
small
innych
steps
projektów,
and these
które
other
sprzyjają
projects
rozwojowi
that are
regionalnemu,
conducive to
pozwalają
regional
na to, że
development
funkcjonujemy
allow
i czekamy, aż
us to function
skutecznie przekonamy do tej makro
and allow us to wait for this macro strategy and be able to convince our Romanian partners of this.
W tych padały też tutaj propozycje na przyszłość, perspektyw euroregionu. Podkreślano, że jednak
Perspectives for the
euroregion
future, the Euroregion
powinien wyjść
should
także szerzej, poza swoje granice,
go outside
tak,
its
żeby
borders
pokazać Europie
to show Europe
sprawy euroregionu
the
Karpaty.
issues of the Carpathian
Rzeczą
Euroregion.
jest zaangażowanie organizacji pozarządowych.
Engaging
Tworzy
NGOs
się
is very
platforma,
important for this.
która
Platforms are
powinna
being
w tym
created.
ujawnić. Ciekawą perspektywą i propozycją jest wielojęzyczność.
An interesting
tak,
aspect is the
rejony
multi-languages.
przygraniczne,
These
mimo
border
tej
regions,
łaciny
despite
XX
the
wieku,
Latin of the
czyli języka
21st
angielskiego,
century
ale
English,
warto znać
it's worth
też
definitely
swoich,
knowing
sąsiadów.
the language of your
Krótko
neighbors.
mówiąc,
Briefly,
te propozycje na przyszłość sprowadzają się do
these
jednego.
proposals in the future come down to one thing. The Carpathians have to become the great Carpathians. This is the only warranty of success. They have to become the great Carpathians, and we have to be unified. Ladies and gentlemen,
Jak szybko płynie czas.
how fast does time flow?
Konferencyjna dobiega do ostatniego naszego panelu.
Now we are
10.
coming upon our last panel session, the topic
Bardzo ważnym
which
chyba dla
is
każdego
very important for
obywatela.
each citizen.
Ja przepraszam, jeszcze pan ze Szwajcarii chce zabrać głos i ma coś ważnego nam do
Our friend,
powiedzenia.
our colleague from
Otóż
Switzerland wants to
zapraszam.
take the floor, and he has something important to say. We will pass the mic on to him.
Thank you very much. Maybe only a brief statement for the future and perspective of your region, your transboundary region. I think, first of all, it was mentioned also the importance. I'm a university teacher, but important is also to cooperate from our researchers and education issues what also the moderator said and David said, the involvement of local government and local projects and of NGOs, like Oksana Piluch is here the representative of in our project. And I think she's also very representative, the only one of the younger generation, which will in future organize such transboundary projects, including Ukraine. And as Madame Minister says, we have to also go to educate the young experts for sustainable development in the Carpathian region, and especially for Ukraine, because no sustainability without, the Madame Minister also said this, without security for human beings and for the infrastructure. And this is our task really for future, to cooperate with Ukraine, and maybe using what David Lasek was saying, university network in all Carpathian states in this triangle, Slovakia, Poland, to build on an education on sustainable development, including the specific conditions now in Ukraine for reconstruction and sustainable development. Thank you very much. I also want to state this to have in future in NGOs and local government, local experience for students in so-called real world labs, and to go for sustainability education. Thank you.
Pięknie dziękujemy za to.
Thank you very much for this addition. Now I announce a short break. There will be video screened, and then we will move on to the next panel.
Bardzo mi miło powitać Państwa na dzisiejszej konferencji Redefinicja łańcuchów logistycznych w świetle nowej polityki transportowej TEN-T. Konferencję poświęconą transeuropejskiej sieci transportowej TEN-T, kierunkom rozwoju transportu i wyzwaniom w europejskiej polityce transportowej.
Istotą zrównoważonego rozwoju państwa jest to, aby wszystkie miejsca w kraju były w sposób w miarę jednakowy skomunikowane.
Dzisiaj naszym wielkim zadaniem jest budowa infrastruktury, która będzie służyła każdemu Europejczykowi i gospodarce, poczynając od codziennych dostaw, a co jest dzisiaj tak niezmiernie ważne, na logistyce wojskowej skończywszy. Rola krajów Europy Środkowej, państw inicjatywy Trójmorza jest obecnie kluczowa.
Co znaczy szybka komunikacja, żebyśmy mogli szybko sportów w Niemczech, czy sportów w Szczecinie, czy w Gdańsku, czy w Gdyni, dostarczyć pojazdy opancerzone i czołgi tam, gdzie one są potrzebne, a gdzie dzisiaj są potrzebne, to wszyscy Państwo wiecie.
O tym, że w naszym regionie drzemie ogromny potencjał, polski rząd mówi od dawna. Dlatego też szczególnie od 2015 roku formalnie Polska bardzo aktywnie uczestniczy w ważnych decyzjach dotyczących sieci systemu transportowego Unii Europejskiej. Wszystkie te wyzwania mają jeden wspólny infrastrukturalny mianownik. Jest nim transeuropejska sieć transportowa, sieć TEN-T. Otwieramy w ten sposób Polskę w ujęciu transportowym na każdym kierunku, dając tym samym impuls do rozwoju łańcuchów logistycznych.
Via Carpatia będzie łączyła i ułatwiała współpracę i porozumienie i także zapewniała bezpieczeństwo.
So you can understand how important for Greece, for Poland, for a number of countries in the Black Sea, in the Baltic Sea, is to connect their ports with logistic centers, with rail, and with efficient road networks. Of course, saying this, we have to understand that we have to work together to convince the European Commission to allocate all the necessary funds that are necessary if we want to make those projects to materialize.
How to improve our connectivity, how to have alternatives both for people, for businesses, and at the same time for military purposes, for our troops to be able to move freely. So the agenda is there, we are developing it, and I'm really quite optimistic given the results, what I see, what we already managed to deliver.
Potrzebujemy bezpieczeństwa, rozwoju gospodarczego, turystyki, przyjaźni, wszystkiego, co warunkuje spokojne, dostatnie i nowoczesne życie.
Zewnętrzna granica Unii Europejskiej to ciągłe wyzwania. Jako program współpracy transgranicznej Polska-Białoruś-Ukraina wychodzimy im naprzeciw i z funduszy unijnych wspieramy rozwój pogranicza od prawie 20 lat. Wspólnie budujemy i ulepszamy drogi, przejścia graniczne, oczyszczalnie, wodociągi i szpitale. Wyposażamy służby medyczne i ratownicze w nowoczesny sprzęt. Przekazujemy wiedzę i doświadczenie. Wspieramy ochronę i promocję dziedzictwa kulturowego i przyrodniczego. Rozwijamy edukację i turystykę. Ożywiamy współpracę i budowanie partnerstw. Z programu na lata 2014-2020 kwotą 170 milionów euro wsparliśmy prawie 160 projektów z udziałem 400 partnerów po obu stronach granicy. Pomagamy też sąsiadom z dotkniętej wojną Ukrainy.
Bardzo prosimy naszych panelistów zajmować miejsca. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo prosimy naszych panelistów już zajmować miejsce. Bardzo prosimy naszych panelistów już zajmować miejsce. Dziękuję. Prosimy zajmować miejsca i
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats.
panelistów również zajmować swoje
We
miejsce.
would
Za
like to
chwilę
ask the
będziemy
panelists to
zaczynać
take their seats
nasz
as well. We
kolejny
will be
panel.
starting our panel.
A moderatorem tego panelu, który
And the
za
moderator
parę chwil
of this panel,
rozpocznie się, jest
Miss
pani posłanka Teresa
MP
Pamuła,
Teresa Pamuła,
doświadczona parlamentarzystka,
experienced member of the Polish Sejm,
pracuje w strukturach, które związane są z rolnictwem,
works on the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development.
niż pani
So there is no
poseł.
one more competent than Madam
Sam temat,
MP to lead this
pewnie,
panel.
na którym wszyscy się znają, bo jesteśmy konsumentami.
We're all
na końcu
consumers,
nas interesuje, za ile,
so
co,
we're all
gdzie
interested in how
ale
much
wiadomo, że droga
and where,
do tego stołu jest
but
daleka i dawno się zaczyna.
we have a long
Tylko
path to
względy
follow
techniczne
to
nas
get from
tutaj
farm to
wstrzymują,
fork.
żeby,
There are some technical issues we still need to
pełny zespół,
finish
pełny
to be
zespół.
able to start the panel.
Temat był zapowiadany. Bardzo proszę koleżankę o przedstawienie.
I will
panelu.
ask my colleague to
Właśnie
introduce
naszymi
the panelists. Our
Dzisiaj
panelists today
są
are
pan Aleksander Gajdy,
Aleksander
przewodniczący
Gajdy, Chair
Komitetu Rady
of
Najwyższej
the
Ukrainy
Wierchowna
do
Chora
spraw
of
polityki
Ukraine for
rolnej i
agricultural
gruntowej.
policy and land policy.
Również pan Ryszard Bartosik,
Ryszard
sekretarz
Bartosik,
stanu
Secretary of State
Ministerstwa
of the
Rolnictwa i
Ministry
Rozwoju Wsi.
of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Przepraszam, jest
My
Krzysztof
apologies, we
Cieciura,
have Krzysztof
wiceministrem.
Dzieciura, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Również z nami się
And
połączy,
we will also
jest
have
już pan tak połączony, pan
Mr.
z Słowacji, pan Marcin Kovac,
Marcin Kovac,
wiceminister
Secretary
z
of State,
rolnictwa.
Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development from Slovakia.
I również czekamy na komisarza
We are
Unii
still waiting
Europejskiej
for
do spraw rolnictwa,
EU Commissioner
pana
for Agriculture,
Janusza
Mr.
Wojciechowskiego.
Janusz Wojciechowski.
Pan za chwilę do nas się dołączy,
He will
ponieważ
join us
jak
shortly,
mówiliśmy,
but
że
as we mentioned,
daje wywiad.
he is giving an interview
Jak już
now.
tutaj mówiła, że temat
The
jest
topic
bardzo ważny,
is important
ponieważ wojna na
because the
Ukrainie
war in Ukraine
i zablokowanie
and
portu
blocking the
nad
ports on
Czarnym
the Black
Morzem
Sea
spowodowało
has resulted
przerwanie
in
łańcuchów
the stop
dostaw
in the supply
produktów
chain of
żywnościowych
food
z
products
Ukrainy
from
do
Ukraine
Afryki i
to
do krajów
Africa
Bliskiego
the
Wschodu.
countries of the
I
Near and
zorganizowany
Middle East.
przez Unię Europejską tranzyt zboża
And the transit
między
of grain
innymi
from the
i
European Union
przez
from
Polskę
through
miał
Poland
rozwiązać
was to
ten
solve this
problem.
issue.
Ale jednak
But
spowodował
it caused
zaburzenia
disruptions
rynku rolnego
of the
właśnie
agricultural
w nas
markets
tutaj w Polsce.
in Poland.
I właśnie o tym dzisiaj będzie tutaj
And
mowa.
this is what we
O
will
tych
be
problemach
discussing today.
i sposobach
The problems
rozwiązania.
and how to solve them.
To, że pojawiają się problemy na rynku
The fact that we
żywnościowym,
have
pewnie
problems on
wielkiego
the
zaskoczenia
food
nie ma.
market is no
Ważne jest to,
surprise,
że
and it's
próbuje się te
important that
problemy
we're trying to
rozwiązywać.
solve them.
W ten sposób paradoksalnie
So paradoxically,
rośnie też rola
the role of
Polski.
Poland is
No,
rising
przecież tutaj w rękach
because
rządu
it is in the hands of the
polskiego
Polish
są pewne
government
narzędzia, które
that
próbujemy,
there are some
ale już
solutions.
jesteśmy
Oh, we are all present.
Zapraszamy
So,
panią moderator,
Madam Moderator,
piękną pani Teresę Pamułę.
Miss
Oddaję
Teresa
głos.
Pamuła, I will pass the mic to you.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
rolnictwo to jest ta dziedzina
farming
gospodarki,
agriculture
o której każdy
is an economy sector
człowiek od momentu, kiedy zacznie mówić
and
czy
this
chodzić,
is a sector
aż do samej
important
śmierci
for all of us
korzysta.
from birth till death.
Szanowni Państwo, Bardzo
Ladies
serdecznie
and gentlemen, let
witam
me
na
welcome
naszym
you at this
panelu
panel,
pana marszałka
and I would
Rzeczypospolitej
like to
Polskiej,
welcome
ministra
Marshal
w
and the head
Kancelarii
of the
Sejmu,
Chancellery of
pana
the
Marka
Prime Minister,
Kuchcińskiego.
Marek Kuchciński.
Bardzo serdecznie
Let me
witam
also
posła na
welcome
Sejm
the
Fryderyka
MP,
Kapinosa.
Fryderyk Kapinos.
Szanowni
Ladies
Państwo,
and gentlemen,
jest z nami
we have with us
wicemarszałek
the
województwa
Deputy Marshal
podkarpackiego,
of the
pan
Podkarpacie
Piotr
Province,
Pilch.
Mr. Piotr Pilch.
Szanowni Państwo, są z
We
nami
also have with us
dyrektorzy
heads and directors
instytucji
of
związanych z
institutions
rolnictwem, których bardzo
associated
serdecznie
with
witam.
agriculture.
Ale
Let
też
me
jest z
welcome
nami
all of them very warmly,
przewodniczący Sejmiku Województwa
and let me
Podkarpackiego,
welcome
a zarazem
the
dyrektor
deputy
KOWR-u, pan
president
Jerzy
of
Borcz.
the General Assembly of the Podkarpacie
Witam
region
też
and the
dyrektora
head
Agencji
of
Restrukturyzacji wraz z
the Agricultural
współpracownikami
Support
Agencji
Organization.
Restrukturyzacji i
We have the
Modernizacji
representatives
Rolnictwa
of the
pana Wiesława Polka.
Agency for the Reconstruction of and Restructuring
Witam
of
samorządowców,
Agriculture. Let me
witam
welcome all
wójtów,
representatives
witam
of local
burmistrzów,
governments,
a
mayors of
szczególnie
cities, and
bardzo serdecznie
most
witam
warmly let me
państwa
welcome
rolników.
all the
To
farmers
spotkanie jest
present
dzisiaj dla
during
Was.
this meeting.
Jeszcze
This is
chciałam
for you
bardzo
that we
serdecznie
organize
przywitać
this
pana
panel.
posła
And again,
na Sejm
my
Rzeczypospolitej
warm
Polskiej,
welcome
Grzegorza
goes to
Wojciechowskiego,
Grzegorz Wojciechowski,
członka Komisji
the
Rolnictwa.
MP
Bardzo
of the
serdecznie
Polish
witam.
Sejm and member of the Agriculture Committee.
Szanowni Państwo, to Państwo rolnicy są dzisiaj
You farmers,
najważniejsi.
you are the
My jesteśmy tylko do Państwa
heroes of the
dyspozycji.
day. We are
Ale
just
żebyśmy
for
mogli
you here.
bardziej zagłębić się
But in order to
w temat,
be able
to
to have a
myślę,
more
że
in-depth discussion,
należałoby
I'd
porozmawiać
suggest
w takim
that
gronie, jak
we
dzisiaj
move on to
jesteśmy
our
w tym panelu.
panelists.
Także bardzo serdecznie jeszcze raz witamy
So
pana
again,
komisarza
welcome to the
Janusza
Commissioner
Wojciechowskiego.
for Agriculture,
Dziękujemy
Janusz
bardzo,
Wojciechowski.
że
Thank
mimo
you
tak wielu
for finding
obowiązków, ale
time.
też
We know that
przebywania
your
na
schedule
innym
is tight
kontynencie,
and that
zdążył
you
do nas
were
przyjechać, za co
yesterday in a
bardzo,
different
bardzo
continent, but you
dziękujemy,
still
panie
managed to
komisarzu.
come. Thank you
Jest pan-
very, very much for that.
Jest pan naszym
You
oparciem
are
i
our
oparciem
support
wszystkich
and
polskich
stronghold
rolników,
for
ale
all
też i rolników Unii
European
Europejskiej, ale
Polish
myślę,
farmers
że również rolników
and for
świata.
the
Bardzo
farmers
serdecznie
of the world.
witamy naszego gościa z
Let me
Ukrainy,
welcome also our
deputowanego
guest from
do
Ukraine,
Rady Najwyższej
Deputy
Ukrainy,
to the
szefa komisji,
Verkhovna Rada
tak
of
powiem,
Ukraine and chair
po polsku,
of
Komisji
the
Rolnictwa,
Committee on
pana
Agriculture
Aleksandra
and Land
Gajdu.
Policy,
Bardzo serdecznie
Alexander
witamy.
Gajdu.
Jest z
Let
nami
me also
również
welcome
pan Krzysztof
Mr.
Cieciura,
Krzysztof Cieciura,
wiceminister
Undersecretary of
rolnictwa, z czego
State
się
at the
bardzo,
Ministry
bardzo
of
cieszymy,
Agriculture
panie
and Rural
ministrze.
Development of
Dziękujemy
Poland.
bardzo
I'm really glad
za
that
przybycie
you have
tutaj do
come
nas na
to
Podkarpacie w
the
ramach
Podkarpacie region
Europy
and to
Karpat.
take part in this Europe of the Carpathians
Zdalnie,
conference.
ale z
And
nami
we
blisko
have
ze Słowacji
connected but
pan
close
wiceminister
Mr.
Martin Kowacz.
Kowacz.
Bardzo serdecznie
Welcome
jeszcze raz
warmly to
witamy,
you,
panie ministrze.
Minister.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies
pytań
and gentlemen,
będzie bardzo wiele,
the questions are legions.
ale ja zadam
But let me
takie
start with the
jedno
key
ważne
issue.
pytanie. W tym czasie, kiedy trwa
The
wojna,
war
kiedy
is going on
byliśmy
in
po
Ukraine,
covidzie,
and we are just in a post-COVID
naród
period.
ukraiński znosi ten
Ukrainian
trudny czas.
people are
Jak
now
rolnictwo
struggling to
ukraińskie
survive. What
w
is
ciągu
the
roku
situation
daje sobie
of
radę z
Ukrainian
wyżywieniem swojego
farming?
narodu?
How do you manage to
Jak
feed your
Udaje
population?
mu się współpracować
How do you
z nami
manage
tutaj
to
z Polską,
cooperate with
ale
us,
też i z Unią
with the EU,
Europejską przy tranzycie
in order to
zboża?
ensure the
Bo
transit
to
of
jest
grain?
ten temat, który jest
This is
w
the
tym
hot
momencie
topic,
najbardziej trudny
and
dla
this is
nas,
the toughest
dla polskich rolników, ale
challenge
też i
among
dla europejskich rolników.
farmers
I myślę,
in
że
Ukraine
zaczniemy
and
od
Poland
tych
and
trudnych
in Europe.
tematów. Bo
So
to, co
I'd suggest that
jest
we start
trudne,
with tough
to trzeba
questions
wyjaśnić, bo
We
czasami się
need
tak zdarza,
explanations, we need
że z naszej
clarifications
niewiedzy czy jakiejś
in order to
dezinformacji
avoid misinformation or misunderstanding.
Potrafimy zrozumieć
We need a more in-depth understanding of how difficult the political situation is in Ukraine, in Poland, in Europe and across the world.
Przewodniczący, bardzo proszę o te
Chair,
informacje.
I'll give you the floor and ask you for the details about the situation of Ukrainian farmers. How do they manage to survive? How can we help you? How can we support you?
Доброго дня всім учасникам конференції. Радий бути тут присутній. Ви знаєте, ця конференція – це ще один крок.
Thank you for allowing me to participate in this conference. This is one step.
Як голова комітету Верховної Ради з питань аграрної політики, я вважаю, що 2020
more proof of our cooperation. And in 2022, the year 2022 has proved that we're able to ensure food security not just to Ukraine, but to the entire world. I think that this is a very important step towards victory in this war that was caused by Russia. And what happened on February 24th, 2022 has forced us to start up export, the stopping of which caused problems for our farmers. Ukraine, before the war, was one of the huge mass exporters of agricultural products all over the world. We had approximately 40% of our export income from this. After closing the export channels of food products, we were searching for possibilities of renewing them or starting them up again to stop and try to avoid a food crisis. We were looking for support from our neighboring partners, and support from Poland started and helped. The solidarity route ensued when Russia was blocking the ports. We were able to create new forms of export, new supply chains. We had facilitations at the border. We were able to export 50% less than we did in 2021. Via maritime routes, we exported 21 million tons of grains, whereby before the war, this was double. We were able to increase export via railway routes and road transport. Via rail, we were able to transport 8 million tons of grains, which constituted a fourfold increase of export via railway, whereas by road transport, we increased this export by tenfold. Despite the starting up of these export corridors for our grains, we were able to increase the scale of export across the border of EU member states. Russia is still partially blocking maritime routes, and we cannot use them fully, despite the fact
перетин кордону фуражного зерна залізничним транспортом і автотранспортом спростили оформлення документів.
And the countries of the European Union have simplified customs procedures for agricultural products on the border. And they have also simplified the issuance of export certificates, phytosanitary certificates, quality certificates. This all allows our farmers, our agriculturalists, to be able to export their products from Ukraine, and I hope that in this year we will be able to use this. We're also appreciative to all our European colleagues for supporting the initiative of President Zelensky, supporting the grains for Ukraine, the protection and security of food, for Africa, Asia, and this was facilitated by starting up of the program this week. A ship embarked to Ethiopia. This was very emotional. We're very happy that the program is functioning. This is the fourth ship that has embarked for Africa. We're very appreciative also to our European partners who help us purchase these grains for African nations. The next issue, the suspension of all of the subsidies for our agricultural products as a result of the war. All of the funds are being directed to defense, and our agriculturalists are left to their own devices. Last year, thanks to the support of our partners, our producers, agricultural producers, got 80 million euro in support. These funds were distributed and dispersed by the National Agricultural Register. This is a program that was started up thanks to the help of the European Union. And as of today, practically 80% of our agricultural producers use this program. They can use various grant programs that are offered in our country. And our next task is the harmonization of the Ukrainian law with European law within the framework of our cooperation. And we're also creating harmonizing acts in law to harmonize our law with that of the European Union. Draft laws have been prepared. We are aiming towards our objective. And here we had 5 acts from agriculture that harmonized Ukrainian law with European Union law. This regulated the types of plants, protection of plants, the use of pesticides. Right now we're conducting intense works on regulation of GMOs. And this will soon be accepted during the second reading. The government has also conducted many initiatives in terms of preparing drafts, laws, the certification of plants for food products and grains and animal production. This is all bringing us closer to harmonization and making our internal legislation compliant with that of the EU so that our agricultural producers can efficiently act. Of course, we're still at the beginning of our path. For 2023, we have planned the adoption of the National Controller Inspection System with the European system, We will adopt some amendments in terms of veterinary medicine, unify standards with that of European Union for certain alcohol beverage productions, animal production. We will also implement amendments in the wine-making industry. We are in cooperation with experts, lawyers, so that these acts in law are fully compliant and harmonized with the EU law.
Від наших колег і від вас, від наших європейських партнерів, які вже можуть своїм досвідом поділитися з нами, дати нам
So from our colleagues and from the States and our partners from the European Union, we need support and exchange of experiences so that we can, as quickly as possible, achieve satisfying effects. And directly after the war, food production will be very significant. So we need support for our agricultural producers, specifically in terms of
члени Європейського Союзу, ми просимо продовжити
grains, the last, as a candidate to the European Union, we want our candidacy to be submitted to the European Union, so we would like to have certain customs duties levied, removed rather, between Ukraine and the European Union. We want to remove dumping prices. This is very significant for our agriculturalists and for our residents to be able to ensure food security for Ukraine and the entire world. We have gone through a very difficult year, 2022. And from our European friends, we expect that thanks to the support, we will be able to get through 2023. Many of our arable lands that were under occupied territory are unarable at the moment. Our farmers are now thinking what they can sow, what they can sow in the winter, and what grains can be sown, because there is a percentage that is unarable due to mines placed in it, and there are some percentage that is still under occupied territory. There is a lack of fertilizers, lack of plant protective products, plant protection products. Phytosanitary products. So we are waiting for the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give our speaker a round of applause. Thank you very much, dear Chair. We know that farming and agricultural production will be continued, and that the cereal production will grow. The Ukraine is the fourth largest producer of grains in the world. Without Ukrainian grains, we will have a famine in the world. We cannot, as humans, afford that. We cannot let others suffer because of that. I have a question to the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Martin Kovac. Do you think that because of the war of Ukraine and after the introduction of the new financial perspective in the EU, the Slovak agriculture will change? Well, you have a different agriculture than Poland. There, the average farm, it's much more in terms of hectares than in Poland. So you have large farms, like 80 hectares on average. And do they manage to be competitive? Actually, the grain market, because this is the priority for us, for all of us, all the panelists. So, what is the situation of Slovak farmers? Do they suffer? Do they struggle? Do they feel that the support mechanisms are really working for them? Minister?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to participate today in the Europe of the Carpathians conference, which provides us a unique opportunity for dialogue between all the countries of the Carpathian region. I believe that effective cooperation and coordinated approach are important tools for us to be able to adequately respond to current challenges and to ensure the prosperity and development of all countries. After unprecedented shocks for the world's economy, both COVID-19 pandemic and the conflict in Ukraine, EU reaffirmed its position as strategic and autonomous group capable of operatively dealing with the effects of crisis. In the agricultural context, recent years prove that not only strategic autonomy of the EU, sustainability and competitiveness are the key priorities, but also food security. Strengthening the food security is one of the essential part of the Slovak Common Agricultural Policy Strategic Plan. While individual interventions contribute in achieving open strategic autonomy through coupled payments, we intend to support those sectors which bring economic, environmental, and social benefits for Slovakia and EU. These are also the sectors in which we are most dependent on international markets. As part of the Repower EU initiative, which represents an integral part of the strategic plan, Slovakia's dependence on rising energy prices is also being reduced. With respect to the food security, I would like to emphasize also the role of circular bioeconomy. This mainly concerns the areas related to the diversification of income, creation of new job opportunities in rural areas, and transition to the green economy. Concerning the situation in Ukraine, we fully support the measures implemented by the European Commission. However, it is also important to take into account the needs of domestic producers and the market situation. Not only countries of the Central and Eastern Europe deal with high inflation, rising input costs, and changes in purchase behavior of consumers. The mentioned problems lead to a decrease in profitability and competitiveness of the sector. That is why it is necessary to take effective measures to ease the current situation. We consider the use of agricultural reserve to be one of the appropriate support tools. However, it is necessary to re-evaluate the current adjustment of the solidarity lines, as grain destined for the third countries often ends in neighboring EU states. Therefore, we need to find effective support mechanisms for farmers. We fully realize the importance of transition to sustainable food systems and fulfilling goals of green strategies. In Slovak strategic plan, we intend to distribute financial resources in ratio 27% from the first pillar and 46% from the second pillar to biodiversity, climate action, protection and natural resources, and thus contribute to sustainability of the sector. However, it is essential that the established environmental obligations reflect the new reality, for example, in the area of reducing the use of pesticides. The fulfillment of the ambitious goals could not threaten the food self-sufficiency of the European Union and disadvantage domestic producers in favor of producers from third countries. Generational change in agriculture also plays an indisputable role in ensuring prosperous and sustainable agriculture sector in the future. Thus, our goal has to be also to motivate young people. This is why Slovakia plans to support young farmers within Common Agricultural Policy Strategic Plan in coming years especially, either in the form of direct payments or through project support for rural development, which will lead to development of rural and environmental infrastructure and the use of new technologies. By answering your second question, it is important to mention that structure of the agricultural sector in Slovakia is highly influenced by historical development. This is reflected mainly in the size of the enterprises. Given average data on the size and profitability of farms in Slovakia do not provide a full picture of the situation. The viability of individual enterprises is also closely related to the production focus, location, and etc. We are of the opinion that agricultural policy should reflect the heterogeneity of the sector and respond flexibly to the changing conditions. In a new programming period, we intend to apply direct support in a more targeted manner. High subsidies provided to farmers with low production and employment will be reduced. The new Common Agricultural Policy will support young farmers through higher direct payments and flat rate subsidies. Our aim remains in developing mainly those sectors that will bring the highest added value for the Slovak countryside, environment, and society. Speaking about need modification of the Common Agricultural Policy due to the current situation in Ukraine, many adjustments within the Repower EU initiative have already been implemented. They focus mainly on higher investments aimed at reducing dependence on fossil fuels. However, with respect to the future development, we have serious concerns that the ongoing war conflict could make the assessment of the effectiveness of the Common Agricultural Policy measures more difficult, as many unpredictable effects beyond agricultural policy will have to be considered. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the European Union should make all necessary effort to end the war. Otherwise, we will continue in adopting partial measures which bring only temporary solutions. Thank you.
Uwaga.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and thank you for drawing attention to two important problems in all countries of the European Union. I think Mr. Commissioner will refer to this for us to have successors, this young generation to want to work so hard, because this is a very difficult and very responsible job, dependent on many conditions. And we know that in this day and age, the war, the price of energy are aspects. Thank you for drawing attention to the fact that agriculture is not taken out from the entire economy. We have inflation, and the price of energy has gone up drastically. Now I will ask Mr. Minister Cieciura. The Polish government, Mr. Minister, has done so much for Polish agriculturalists. As a member of the Agricultural Committee and the Finance Committee, I know that the funds from 2015, when Poland was when the peace government entered into power, were transferred to the rural areas. And a very important act at the very beginning in 2015, stopping the sale of Polish land. This was one of the most important acts in law, that a Polish farmer could acquire land on which they could produce. The second issue, social issues. Funds within the 500+ program have caused poverty in rural areas to end. Access to better schools, access to better roads, to better infrastructure, access to medical care have allowed us to basically remove these differences. Acts in law for agriculture risks allowing them to trade better. The fact that the farmer did not have to give over their land to be able to retire. And the most important social act in law was that as of March 1st, Polish farmers who have pensions will be able to have pensions of the lowest Social Security level. So their gap has been filled between the farmer and the rest of the society. And we should thank the Polish government for this and the parliament, because these issues don't stem just from the fact that the government is acting totally devoid of the society. The fact that you're here, we wanted to do this panel specifically, and that's why we invited you, so that you can say what else you expect from us, from the parliament, from the ruling party, from Mr. Commissioner. Because as Law and Justice, we listen to you, and we want to fulfill your expectations. We want to solve your problems. The higher pensions, the transfer, the fact that the pension without transferring land, and that was your voice, and the fact that you need to have subsidies for fertilizers. And here a big thanks to the Commissioner, that the Commission agreed. In the entire EU, only Poland received subsidies for fertilizers. And this was also big subsidies to combat drought, and this public assistance to those that were suffered as a result of natural catastrophes. Mr. Minister, I would like you to tell our agriculturalists, our farmers, what other actions on the part of the government will be taken here in this region, in Lublin region. Mr. Minister.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani poseł.
Madam MP, you gave such a nice introduction. I don't really have much to add, because the work that we carry out for the Polish rural areas is record. And I say this with full responsibility and full liability. I have my own small farm, multi-generational farm. That's where I was raised, and I know the difficulties that everyone is facing, and I have a comparison. How the farmers' problems were solved before and now. And working in the Ministry of Agriculture, I have a feeling that we talk a lot.
rozmowy, konkluzje tych rozmów wdrażać
And
w
we
życie.
try to
Czasem wychodzi nam
implement
lepiej, czasem gorzej,
what
czasem
we
popełniamy błędy,
talk
czasem
about into
decyzje
life.
są podejmowane za
Sometimes
szybko, albo,
decisions are taken too slowly,
może,
too quickly.
jakby nie do końca
Sometimes
one są
they're not
dostosowane.
always fully
Natomiast, na pewno
adjusted,
działamy,
but we
rozmawiamy
do
i staramy
act,
się
we
wszystkie te
talk,
polityki, które
and
realizujemy,
all the
dopasowywać,
policies
dostosowywać do
that we
obecnych
create, we try to adjust them to the needs of Polish agriculture. In the past 2 years, these are record funds that we have been transferring to the farmers, subsidies, support, connected with various crises, and there's less and less that can be created, right? Because we had a problem with ASF from the Łódź province, so that we had 600 million zloty that was transferred to the farmers for the we have also Locha Plus program to maintain herds, cattle herds in Poland, what is being carried out right now, and such motions can be submitted. A huge program that we carried out last year as a result of the huge increase in price of fertilizers, almost 4 billion zloty for fertilizer aid. When I was at the European Union Council meetings with Mr. Commissioner, ministers from other countries came up to us and say, hey, we have a problem because of Poland, because we help our farmers and you help your farmers and we don't. And Poland is an example how we look after farmers in difficult situations. I heard these voices very often. I was very proud, but I knew that this wasn't enough. We can't stop. And now the next project, 320 million in subsidies for the price of wheat and corn, for the production of wheat and corn to farmers who will be selling their crops. I'm not saying that this is the last one, because we're talking to the European Commission, Mr. Commissioner Wojciechowski, who I wanted to thank for being our ambassador. And he discusses the problems of Polish farmers. And here we're on the same page in terms of many difficult issues. Today we have a very difficult situation with the grains coming from Ukraine. For many, this can ruin the situation of Polish agriculture, and we're observing this and we're reacting. But I'm convinced that some of the ideas that are coming from Brussels, they have the potential to ruin agriculture immediately. Using these phytosanitary means, we wanted to block this. So 50% less use in each country without any starting value, without any average, without any entry parameters, to reduce the use of these phytosanitary means by 50%, which would cause huge problems in terms of food production in our part of Europe. And talking about the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. We were able to block this. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. He had a very difficult role. This was not regulation that regulation that stemmed from other MEPs, and we were able to stop this idea. And today, Poland, the Polish government, has created a coalition in the matter, and it's going to talk about these ideas with Commissioner Timmermans so that in the perspective of the upcoming years to flood 10% of the crops in Poland to create turf area. And this is going to touch all countries of the European Union. So the Polish government in the last years in fact is fighting many battles, greater ones, smaller ones, but the most important thing are the Polish agriculturalists, farmers who we want to support, hence these various programs. What is ahead is a huge challenge connected with common agricultural policy and implementing the strategic plan that this year is to take place, a huge challenge to prepare Polish farmers to these changes, to this new national strategy program. This is our negotiation success because despite the fact that Poland has developed since entry into the EU, we have a different economic, social situation in all rankings. We are radically shortening our distance from the Western European states. We are the second country in the world that is increasing its GDP next to China, where a real unique country in this aspect, and we're still able to maintain a high level of subsidy in the common agricultural policy. This is huge support and huge thanks to Mr. Commissioner. I think that these funds will be well spent for the needs of our farmers. The priorities are also changing and the expectations are changing. Hence, certain solutions connected with well-being, and we need to prepare our farmers. We're doing this in a much more flexible way than was indicated by the Commission. And we're trying to prepare farming that's going to provide food security and is going to be profitable.
Thank you, Minister. I forgot to welcome Robert Pieszczów, the head of the Regional Agricultural Support Center, an important institution which provides assistance to Carpathian farmers to prepare for the new perspective to apply already in 2024. I would like to thank all for all the support that you provide to all farmers, especially the farmers in the Carpathian region. Commissioner, this year only 17 billion euros were paid in direct aid and in the Polish assistance program. They've already received 14 billion because advances have been paid since 14th October, and right now other payments are being made, but for 2022 the total amount will be 17 billion. 25 billion have been negotiated as part of the CAP. The strategic plan has already been developed. Do you think, Mr. Commissioner, that in the situation of high energy prices, high fertilizer prices, war in Ukraine, high inflation rate, and loss of productivity, be able to feed Poland and do exports? Last year, the exports rose to 46 billion zlotys, despite COVID and despite the outbreak of the war. Does the EU and the EU budget will it be able to sustain these challenges and the green measures, which are the topic of the day? Could you please respond? And could you please define the key priorities for the EU right now? Thank you very much, dear MP. Thank you for inviting me. I extend my thanks to Marshal Kuchciński. He always takes care and to ensure my presence among you at each new edition of the conference. Well, if the farming here in Podkarpacie and in the mountain regions survive in such tough and challenging conditions, if farming prevails in such regions, our food security will be ensured. Without our farming in such regions as Podkarpacie, we would need to struggle with our capabilities. Our farmers have passed tests in one of the toughest moments since the Second World War. The challenges ahead are great. First, it was COVID. Now it's this atrocious aggression against Ukraine with effects on food security as well. Ukraine knows it well. It witnessed that during its history and it's witnessing it now. Russia would always use food deprivation as a tool and a weapon in war, and this is the case today. But the food security has been maintained, and for this we need to be grateful to all farmers in Poland, in Podkarpacie, in Ukraine, to farmers who work under bombs, under shelling, and who often are killed in their fields. Ladies and gentlemen, the common agricultural policy I'm responsible for in the European Commission has entered a new phase. There was an in-depth remodeling, and now we move on to the implementation part. The National Strategic Plan of Poland was adopted already on the 30th of August. We were among 7 other countries who made it first. And I followed up closely these works, and I would like to thank our MPs and Marshal Kuchciński for all your contributions to the works on the National Strategic Plan. We really defined a very good policy paper. I have to be objective, but I believe that this plan was developed with the vision in mind. And this vision is the vision of a farming that you know here in Podkarpacie region. Well, I'm often criticized for supporting only small family farming, while we need intensive, large-scale farming as well in order to feed the world, in order to feed the EU. Well, our Polish strategic plan has large payments for small farmers. 97% of all farms in Poland with less than 30 hectares, and well, actually 97% of Polish farms are below 30 hectares, will get more than 260 euro per hectare. In Podkarpacie, it will cover almost all the farmers.
Ja myślę, proszę Państwa, że
Well, not all estimates have been made. We don't have all the statistics. Right now, we will receive the application for the well-being, animal well-being program. Yet another important initiative which takes into account the needs of small farms. This is the program introduced to save the remaining production in small farms and to rebuild the production. And the envelope is very important. More than 4 billion euros out of 25 billion will be allocated to the support of the production farms. And let's hope that we will be able to rebuild the sustainable production. Who is the most resilient? The ones who have mixed production of plants and animals. I know that people want to limit the production, but this is not true for all farmers. And this is not a priority of the EU. Actually, the EU has taken steps to foster the rebuilding of production, but we talk about sustainable production. We do not talk about the intensive industry-like production. That's not what we want. We know that China is building like a skyscraper for the swine production. And in Europe, we want a different farming, a farming without such production units, a normal standard farming. I look at Adrian Pacyna, tough defender of Podkarpacie farming in social media. I do appreciate and recognize your contribution to the debate. I'd like to thank you, thank all of you. I think that everybody will be satisfied with the implementation of this strategic plan. It will contribute to the farming that we want, the farming that we know from Podkarpacie, from Małopolska. Here in the mountainous region, the farming needs to be assisted and deserves assistance and aid. The MP said that I was on a different continent. I was on a visit to the state, invited to this by the Secretary of Agriculture, and I also had the chance to see how it works in the States, what are the challenges of the U.S. farming. And I have the following reflection. For us, U.S. farming is state-of-the-art, novel, large farms. But you know, they have more of arable land, 220 million hectares in the U.S. are the arable land. The average size of the farm is 17.5. In the U.S., 150 hectares, where the production is higher. In the EU, in 2021, the value of agricultural production amounted to $130 billion, and in the States it was $370 billion. Who has the positive trade balance? $30 billion to the States, and from the States to the EU, $11 billion. Small family farms have a large untapped potential. Look at the structure of such farms in the EU. Well, we have great situation in Italy, 11 hectares per farm on average, and the UK after the Brexit, but there you have the farms of 90 hectares. But that's the largest export market for the EU. And globally speaking, 2-hectare farms, so the smallest one, this is not the recommended model, do not be mistaken, but we need to appreciate that such farms do exist. But these 2-hectare farms cover 12% of the arable land in the world and provide 35% of all food. And imagine that there are no such farms. And imagine that this arable land is incorporated into large farmers. We would not have this 35% of food, and we would not have this 12% even. So we need to take care of the potential of small farms. Well, you know, they are by speciality farms. It's not that they will all provide the means of subsistence, but it's a help in sustaining food security, which is our priority. Thank you very much for excellent partnership and cooperation. Thank you, Minister. I had an excellent cooperation with Minister Kowalczyk just some weeks ahead of the strategic plans. A lot of adjustments were made and the work was quite intense. We had a lot on the plate. And I'm convinced that here in your region, you will see 1 year after, 2 years after the adoption of the plan, that real outcomes, and this will be felt in the package. You will see that the aid will be increased. And let me now move to Ukraine. Again, hats off to the Ukrainian farmers and to you, Chair. Despite war, despite hostilities, you still contribute to global food security. But we do struggle with some challenges. We do realize that the European Commission, at least some members of the European Commission visited Kiev, and we had a joint seating in early February with the Ukrainian government. That was a very relevant and constructive discussions about challenges. I talked to Ukrainian Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Solski, and we have made our analysis, and we actually have the global picture. Ukraine has always been a large grain exporter to the world, and it will remain a large grain exporter. In 2021, it had record crops, unseen before, more than 100 million tons. And then the war broke out, the Russians' aggression blocked the exports, and because of that, the grain prices fell dramatically without any possibility of selling the stocks. That is why the export from Ukraine to the EU outside the maritime route became profitable, while the importation became more profitable. Before the war, we did not have free imports. And I mean, we had the free import measures, but we did not import grain from Ukraine to Poland because it was not profitable, only some dozen tons of maize and wheat. But in 2020, around 1,800,000 tons of maize and wheat and 600,000 of rapeseed were transported, and that was the level comparable to that we had before the war. And the same situation was reported in Bulgaria and in Romania for sunflower seeds. And this caused some challenges on the market. I do understand that farmers do feel concerned, and this is a challenge that we need to address together. And the European Commission has been now preparing a package of measures. We do not want to block the trade with Ukraine. That's not our priority, and for many reasons. For solidarity reasons, and also because the import to the EU is needed in many locations. We are in one common market, single market. The maize import was welcomed with flowers in Spain, and there were moments of severe drought which caused the dump in crops by 27%, including in Poland. And we want to help you farmers who really have suffered because of the drought. I have made a decision, a launch of the emergency relief reserve is planned. 30 million euros for Poland, which could be doubled with domestic aid. And this is a significant envelope. The question is now how to distribute this money in a reasonable way. And this is up to the government. The government needs to identify those who suffered the most due to drought and then choose the form and method of assistance. But we already opened the way for helping farmers who are now struggling. And there are two options right now. There is still an open option for domestic emergency relief. So the European Commission may consent to the domestic aid being paid to countries affected by the war, farmers affected by the war, and there are no formalities. If you have such program, such emergency relief program, the Commission will need to approve, but the validation is actually a formality. Then there was a program to subsidize fertilizers. For some countries, these were small amounts, and Poland got 836 million euros, a unique subsidy to support farmers in the purchase of fertilizers. Right now, we are looking closely at the grain market, and we need to find wise and reasonable solutions. And I do believe that such solutions will be found and proposed. The funding will be open. Well, there is some conditionality. This is my initiative. The initiative needs to be approved by the college, but at least the tacit consent needs to be given by the member states. And this is not an easy endeavor when you need to choose some countries, and if only some countries are aided, the others are not always willing to accept it. So there is a condition, but the assumptions have been made for the funds to be available to the farmers. Assistance to Ukraine, and that's one priority, and add to that a long-term organization of trade relations with Ukraine. How to make transport more efficient. For now, the Black Sea corridor is open, but Russia may step in at any time and block this lane. So for that, we need to find a long-term corridor for exports and imports from and to and from Ukraine. Well, probably a railway line could be built to transport grains to the Baltic Sea ports. But for that, we need business analysis, and for that, we need the position of the stakeholders, the member states concerned with this line. But don't forget that things should not be analyzed in isolation. Look at the economic pictures. Trade with Ukraine is of service to Poland. In 2021, Polish trade balance was in excess of 1.5 billion euros. General trade balance, and it was different for agricultural produce. But don't forget that Ukraine is a candidate country, and once it joins the EU, all Ukrainian products will need to meet all requirements as part of the single market and as part of the unified, harmonized competition rules. I think that we are on the right track. And to end, let me assure you once again, because I know that this is an important case, we will not be left unaided. The aid is ready, and I hope it will be effective.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie komisarzu, i bardzo
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for these warm words to the MPs working for Polish agriculture. I would like to thank you for this cooperation. This cooperation is not just amongst farmers, but it's also between government agencies, this flow of information between the various institutions and agencies dealing with agriculture. And you is made easy, and we do use this flow of information and this work for the society. I would like to thank all of you, Commissioner, Minister, and ministers from all of the EU, because as we all know, these meetings are held often and they are called to solve current problems, and they're convened quickly and decisions are taken quickly. So thank you very much for this beautiful cooperation. Mr. Commissioner.
Chciałem podziękować też za taki dobry klimat
I wanted to thank you, thank the members of the government, because this also helps in our cooperation. There's a good understanding, political understanding on the strategic plan. The political decisions of So this is something that I can definitely say. All of these decisions went in the right direction. The better well-being of animals. These are all taken as a result of political decisions that were made. So thank you so much. Marshal Kuchciński, I wanted to thank you as well, because you support all of us from in the region of Carpathia, so we can have the Cal Plus program, so that there is support for ecological farming and for all of the farmers in the region. And we need to think about quality. This resounded here. So these regulations from the EU, it's not just a coup on the farmers for them to limit their pesticides and fertilizers, but we're talking about the entire society. We have to think about the precise use of all of these protective means of fertilizers, so that we could produce high-level quality food and also consume high-quality food. So, Chair from the Verkhovna Rada, thank you for working on these acts and law regulations to adopt your production to EU standards. Thank you very much. I think everyone is waiting here for questions from the floor. I know that there will be a lot of questions. I wanted to limit your time so that everyone could ask. So 3 questions. 3 microphones on the left, on the right side.
pytania były
And I will
krótkie,
ask for your questions to be
dlatego,
brief
żebyśmy dali czas
so that we can
wszystkim,
give
którzy chcą
time
zadać,
to everyone
pytania na
who
tej
wants to
sali,
ask a
bo
question on the floor.
maksymalnie minuta.
Minute
W Sejmie
at
czasami mamy na
maximum.
zadanie pytania
And the same, we
30
have
sekund,
30
ale ja
seconds.
jestem troszkę lepsza niż marszałek. Nie marszałek tutaj nasz.
I am a bit more lenient than the marshal of the Sejm.
Więc tą minutę maksymalnie bardzo prosimy, szanowni państwo, bardzo proszę.
1 minute, please.
Halo. Akurat.
Podziękować przede wszystkim.
I wanted to thank our farmers and the farmers from Ukraine for supporting
bo bezpieczeństwo było zagrożone na początku wojny, to był
us
jeden z
and
elementów
the world.
ataku
The food
Rosji na
security
Ukrainę,
was
żeby
one of
wywołać
the
kryzys migracyjny na południe Europy.
reasons
Tylko w tym
for
momencie
causing this
my
migration at the
tutaj
beginning
w
of the
tych dwóch
war.
województwach
And in
głównie
our
cierpimy
two
z powodu
provinces,
nielegalnego
we suffer from this
importu zboża z
illegal
Ukrainy.
import of
Czy
grains
możemy
from
to
Ukraine.
rozwiązać w jakiś
Can we
sposób
solve this in
administracyjny,
an
na przykład,
administrative way?
eksportując to zboże tylko
Exporting
i wyłącznie
these grains
koleją,
only by
którą
rail,
jesteśmy w stanie relatywnie
that we're
sprawdzić,
able
bardzo
to
łatwo
control
i
easily.
prosto. Tak jak przewozimy na przykład oleje, smary,
Just like when we
czy paliwa, one są
transport
kontrolowane w ramach
fuels and
przepisów Unii
greases
Europejskiej.
and lubricants,
I możemy tak samo
we can
zrobić
check them.
transport kołowy
We can-
na tak zwane tiry na tory.
When
To stosują Niemcy
we
u siebie.
have the,
Możemy zrobić
truck
terminal
to
po prostu
rail,
jeden, drugi,
so we can also
wrzucić
check
na
this,
pociągi te tiry, bo zboże nie
put these
wymaga jakichś tam
tractors from the tractor trailers,
szybkiego czasu
the
dojazdu do
trailers
portu. To
on
nie
the
jest- to nie są
rails,
jogurty,
and we
to
can
nie jest
check
mleko, to nie
this.
są
These are not
rzeczy, które się
perishable
łatwo psują.
goods.
Można by to było zrobić po prostu, tylko to musiałaby być
This would have to
inicjatywa
be
ze
an
strony
initiative
Ukrainy.
probably on the part of
Ukraina jest
Ukraine.
w stanie
Ukraine is
wojny,
in a state of
więc
war,
przepisy o
so the
transporcie
provisions on
międzynarodowym
international transport
mogą zawiesić po prostu.
they may
Ukraina może
suspend,
eksportować zboże
they can
tylko i wyłącznie
suspend,
koleją, a
export
dzisiaj
goods only
i tak
via
gros
rail.
tego zboża jest
And
eksportowane
most
koleją
of
z
this
Ukrainy. To nie wiem,
grain,
70-80% reszta
70-80%
idzie
is by
transportem
rail
kołowym.
anyway,
Tylko
the
ten
rest
właśnie
by
mały
road
transport
transport.
kołowy nam
But
blokuje
the
tutaj,
small road
zaburza lokalne
transport
rynki na miejscu.
disrupts
Ten transport
our
kolejowy powinien być
local
pilnowany
markets.
od wjazdu do portu, czy od wjazdu do
It should be
za granicę. Dobra, dziękuję w takim
checked
razie.
and
To pytanie do
monitored.
pana Aleksandra i do
So a
pana Janusza.
question to Mr. Alexander
Bardzo
and
proszę,
Mr.
następne
Janusz.
pytanie.
Next
Może pan
question.
Micał? Bardzo proszę.
Bardzo
Na
serdecznie
mikrofon,
dziękuję.
proszę.
Bardzo
Proszę
krótkie
się-
pytanie.
Bardzo proszę się przedstawiać.
Zbigniew Micał, Podkarpacka Izba Rolnicza,
Zbigniew
rolnicy z
Micał
Rzeszowa.
from Rzeszów.
Szanowni Państwo, a mianowicie od 7 lat
For the past
mamy
7 years,
embargo
ladies and gentlemen, we have an
wieprzowiny do
embargo
Ukrainy.
on
Czy
pork to
jako
Ukraine.
minister
As the
rolnictwa i
Minister
inni
of
państwo możemy
Agriculture,
to znieść?
or
Dziękuję
can
bardzo.
you do something about this? Can we remove it?
Bardzo proszę.
Halo? Wiceprzewodniczący Gminy Radymno Józef Bloch.
Józef Bloch,
Panie ministrze,
Mr. Minister,
panie komisarzu,
Commissioner,
mam taką prośbę.
my
Ja
request,
tu przyjechałem z petycją do pana
we
ministra.
came with a petition to the
Zostali
minister.
Delegacja 5 raz weszła tylko do tej sali, reszta rolników stoi.
5 delegations came into the
Oczekujemy
floor
to, że
and
pan
everyone
minister
else is waiting
wyraz,
outside.
może jakiś taki
We
nadzieję,
want some hope.
co z tym zbożem
What about these Polish grains?
polskim
What
żywcem i
about
tak dalej, i
Polish
tak dalej.
żywiec?
Żeby to uruchomić wszystko, to działało. W tej chwili Polska ginie.
Poland
Jest
is losing here. What are we going to do?
Dziękuję
Thank you.
bardzo. Ja myślę, że damy szansę na odpowiedź panu ministrowi i panu
We will give the minister and commissioner a chance to respond.
jeśli chodzi o
In terms of these logistic issues, transport, this is difficult due to the lack of existing infrastructure to transfer these goods.
My nie mamy do końca jakby wdrożonych takich rozwiązań
We don't have direct solutions.
To stopniowo rośnie. Jak patrzymy dane przewozów rzeczywiście koleją.
When we look at this rail transport and then movement through the ports, there is a increase, gradual increase. Of course, it could be greater. We're working on it because we can't do this immediately. And this grains port in Gdańsk, which will be commissioned this year, it will have a capacity of 2.5 to 3 million tons per year. It's very needed, and I think this will simplify the issue. There are tenders for grains being run, but we're being eliminated in terms of attractiveness because of the cost of transport. Logistics is too expensive, and this is a challenge for our companies. And another challenge is to streamline these logistics. So we do have plans in relation to this, but we won't be able to do it immediately. The increase in volume, export volume, of grains, be it by rail transport or road transport, is increasing. What about the grains in Poland, the surplus? In terms of agricultural farmers, there's 2 million tons, so much less because the media says larger volumes. We have data saying that it's much less, and we observe that more and more of these grains are being purchased from these warehouses and transported. And we're doing this, Elevar is doing this. These are new actions that didn't exist in previous years. And this is activities that we support and consult, and it's happening. And it will take place on a higher level as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Ja przepraszam,
Excuse me.
Po raz trzeci
I've tried to ask this question the third time. Please, to you. I'm a farmer from one of the powiats here, not far from the border crossing point. 1 year ago, when the war started, there were 30,000 people crossing this BCP because there is a road border crossing and a rail border crossing, and we saw the size of the tragedy. So it's quite relevant to help Ukraine in grain exports. But for now, farmers are the ones who pay the price. The EU helps, but farmers pay the price. It's a good solution. It would be a good solution to compensate the costs for us. The assistance that you provided concerns 200 tons, so only for farmers who produce up to 200 tons of maize, so 15 hectares, 18 hectares of agricultural land. Is it a big farm or a small farm? Well, let us ask Ukrainian colleagues, Slovak colleagues. I know that the small is beautiful, but, you know, we have the size of 30 hectares on average. And in my village, there are like 100 hectares, and there are like 10 farmers who work the land, but 50 who apply for the payment.
produkują,
that there are
uprawiają
not
tą
that
ziemię,
many
to nie jest 1 300
producers.
000, tylko to jest
There are not 1,300,000. They are 300,000.
polega, co rozumiemy przez małe
So
gospodarstwo. Czy
the
małe gospodarstwo to jest
definition
5 hektarów,
of
czy
the
małe
small
gospodarstwo, tak jak jest u nas
farm
zapisane,
needs
jest to
to
gospodarstwo rodzinne do 300
be
hektarów.
refined.
To jak jeszcze
Is
raz
it
powtarzam,
5 hectares?
5
Is it
hektarów to w ogóle
30
nie jest
hectares?
gospodarstwo, z tego nikt się nie
5
utrzyma.
hectares,
100
it's
hektarów,
not a
to
farm.
można z tego się utrzymywać,
30
ale
hectares,
w tym
well, you
momencie
can
jest kwestia
live,
jakiejś
earn your
polityki
living.
i
But you know,
tak
that's
dalej.
the
Bo z drugiej
consistency
strony
in
powiem, mamy
policy that
wojnę
is
i tak dalej. Z
needed.
drugiej strony mamy
On the one
politykę
hand, we
Unii.
have
Tu
war.
też
On the
muszę
other
ufać strony
hand,
pana
we
ministra,
have the
że
EU
dobrze, że
policy.
Polska zablokowała
Well,
ten
that's good
pomysł
that Poland
50%
blocked
zwiększenia stosowania
this
środków ochrony roślin. To
the
jest wielki
solution
szacunek,
to
bo
reduce
na
by
Podkarpaciu nie tylko
50% the
hodujemy
use
krowy, ale
of
też uprawiamy
pesticides,
buraki,
and it's good for us.
cukrowe i rzepak.
We have
Także
sugar beet,
jeśli
we
ograniczy nam
have
50%
maize,
stosowania
we have
środków,
wheat,
to
and we
pójdziemy
have
z torbami.
animal production.
Ja
So
powiem
with this
a
limitation
propos tutaj,
by 50%, we will go into the red immediately.
Dwa pytania.
Well, this should be two
Dziękuję
questions
bardzo.
actually.
Następne pytanie,
The
bardzo
next
proszę.
question, please.
Dobry
Ale
Państwu.
bardzo bym prosiła, żeby się nie powtarzać.
But do not
jeżeli będą
repeat,
podobne
do not
pytania, to
repeat
prosimy
the
o
same
nowe
question.
pytania,
Just
nowe
add
pytania.
the new
Bardzo
one to
proszę.
the list.
Kuśnierz Tadeusz, rolnik
I'm a
z okolic
farmer
Rzeszowa.
from
Ja
Rzeszów
gospodaruję
area.
na
I
55
have
hektarach,
55
hoduję,
hectares.
bydło,
I have
plus,
cattle
szczątkowych
production,
ilościach
the
krowy
production,
mleczne, raczej
dairy
bydło
cows,
mięsne.
but
Ja
basically
jestem
meat
też jako jeden z
cattle.
uczestników strajku
I
rzeszowskich.
also took part
Jest
in
też,
Rzeszów strikes,
niedaleko mnie
Rzeszów
przed
action,
notariusz.
and
Ale teraz
a
się nam
notary
przypomina
is
z kolei,
sitting
ja
next
byłem
to
młody
me. He
wtedy,
can witness
to
that.
teraz zaczynają się strajki. Nikt nie jest przeciwko,
Right now we
że
have
trzeba
a new
pomóc
wave
Ukrainie.
of strikes. Nobody opposes the help to Ukraine. No, not at all. But ladies and gentlemen, our agricultural chamber said in September in Łańcuch during the meeting with the minister that something has to be done about solidarity lanes, and nothing has been done. Well, you could have used a number of measures. Nothing has been done. Don't you see that this can be a threat? A lot of technical grain has flooded the market. Minister Ardanowski, the previous minister, said that I have never heard about such technical grain, but this grain is used to feed animals. I don't use it. I have my own products. But in 1 year, in 2 years, we, as a great food exporters, we can face a challenge. We don't know what kind of feed it is, what kind of quality of the feed it is. I cannot be sure, and we can be flooded by that, really. I would like to thank on this occasion to Mr. Wojciechowski. Thank you for developing the Code of Agriculture. Hats off. Congratulations. I do not know the details, but I asked people who are wiser and said that this is a solid legislation, solid piece of legislation, but needs to be voted as quickly as possible. I already have issue in my village. There were like 350 cows 5 years ago, and now there are only some dozens. So thank you very much for this code, but please approve it as quickly as possible.
Jeszcze jedno pytanie, bardzo proszę.
I represent Lubaczowski Powiat. You gave the proposition and the definition of the subsidy to wheat and maize. And what about other feeds? And what about rapeseed? The definition includes only wheat without any other grains. And what will be the reference price, the benchmark price for the calculation of the payment? 1,150, that's the proposition. So what will be the base price and what category of grains will be included?
Dziękuję bardzo. Panie ministrze, może jeszcze pan. Dobrze,
And
bardzo
you,
proszę.
please.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Moje nazwisko Szczepański Marian.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Jarosławski Powiat in the Chamber of Agriculture in the region. I always listen to people in authority and try to adapt. In August, we had a meeting with the minister. We were told that the grain will be expensive and that we should keep stock. So we keep stock. Right now, we know from the CEO of fertilizer producers that because of the cost of energy, no fertilizers are produced. Only Poland is producing. We need to sell our inputs to fertilizer productions at lower prices, and we lose. Again, I tried to adopt urea and other products were bought at lower prices. Right now, I bought the maize seeds much more expensive than last year. And what should be my sowing campaign? I don't know the quality of the fertilizers. I don't know if the maize I will produce will be needed. Nobody can give me an assurance about the price of the wheat. Now it's at 1,000, but with maize it's actually worse, and we are actually flooded. So I have a dilemma. Should I start a sowing campaign in spring or not? Co-funding of what we have to our stocks and to the stocks that come from Ukraine. This is important. But I do not complain. I don't have a large farm. I am eligible for these subsidies, but we need to take a longer perspective. What will happen next year or in 2 years? Don't forget, Ukraine is actually a giant producer, and we are not competitive. No chances. They have large fields, fertile grounds, and they are the producer for the Europe. Thank you.
Halo, tak. To kilkakrotnie tutaj z wypowiedzi pytających padło, dopłata mniej więcej tutaj w województwie podkarpackim do pszenicy będzie wynosić 250
payment will
zł,
amount to
kukurydzy 1050
250
zł. Jest to oczywiście nasza pomoc,
150 zlotys.
My oczywiście patrzymy,
And that's
chcemy
just the
przygotowywać na to, co będzie przed
We
nami.
do prepare for the future.
Co jest przed nami? Przed
What
nami na pewno
the future will
nasze
bring? Well, we
zbiory
don't
na
know,
Ukrainie,
but
które również
we
będą
will need to manage our crops and crops coming from Ukraine.
Ukraina ma również swoje
But let us not forget that Ukraine needs to ensure its own food security, needs to feed its own population, and that there has been some major drops in the arable land and in the crops. So the volumes which will come next year will be lower. We are still in contact with the European Commission and Commissioner Wojciechowski. And together with the Commission, we are preparing the future, and the frontline countries have been preparing for the future, and we want to support our farmers. We have this budget reserve. It's been frozen, but it will be relaunched, and the new rounds or new installments of payments will go to Polish farmers. I do realize that your situation is tough, especially those who are grain producers and maize producers. That is why the wheat and maize will be two categories which will be subsidized. 95% of all the volumes which flooded Polish market include these two species, wheat and crops. Let us not forget that milk products, chickens and processed products are exported to Ukraine with very, very hard margin. like poultry products, and the discussions are underway how to organize these subsidies. The Polish businesses also try to be responsive to the needs. So indeed, the grain from Ukraine may be a challenge. It is a challenge for our food producers, for all those who are in the agricultural chain. And Commissioner Wojciechowski said that the trade with Ukraine, we already had trade exchanges before the war, and it was not profitable. And today it's not profitable at all, but it's a necessity, a requirement for Ukrainians. And we are in a war crisis, and Poland, Polish producers, Polish farmers and Polish organizations need to adapt. And to end this part of our contribution, I would like to say that Poland and the Ministry of Agriculture and Polish farmers need to find ways to incentivize farmers for better cooperation in cooperatives, in different forms of partnership. What we need is a consolidation and strengthening of empowerment of small farmers and the organizations. We need to keep these small farms, and in order for that we need to strengthen their position and empower them through better organization. On the one hand, we need to develop solutions, and then we need to incentivize farmers to use them. Commissioner, please.
Teraz może nie do poszczególnych pytań, ale do problemów, które się w tych
Perhaps
pytaniach
not into the individual questions, but more the problems in terms of the trade issues and the approach of the EU.
Ono jest dość, znaczy takie wyraźnie określone
It is clear in all trade relations. The EU, which is a uniform market, and in terms of food products, it is a net exporter, the largest in the world. In 2021, there's no full data for 2022, 184 billion euro export, 122 imports, so a favorable balance of 62 million euro of export. Poland is the third exporter in intra-EU, and third in terms of exporter outside the EU. This is not just an issue of agriculture, and there's other elements as well, but in brief, having such a trade structure, it is in the interest of EU and Poland to not create barrier. The easier the trade, the better for us, because we use it. There are those who have been, to whose detriment this is. We're not closing borders. We want to solve situations, and this is what the government is doing, and the full support of the EU for this, for such a solution to the problem. It's not for the first time, in fact. The tools can be varied. I'm looking at the price of subsidy to the price. Will these subsidies not cause some sort of tendency to lower the price further in the future? Perhaps it is worth considering subsidies for storage. My first idea was, so this crisis reserve, emergency reserve, should entail subsidies for storing for, let's say, 3 months for storage. I don't want to play fortune teller here.
Rosja w tym momencie jest
Russia at the moment is
tworzy
creating
wyzwania.
the
Nie wiemy,
challenges.
jak
We
daleko
don't know
stworzy,
how far
ale jest
reaching,
wiele sygnałów,
but there
które
are
wskazują na
signals
to, że ta
saying that this
sytuacja na rynku
situation
będzie przejściowa.
is only
Pan
temporary.
przewodniczący Gajdu o tym
Mr.
mówił.
Chair mentioned
Produkcja na
this.
Ukrainie
Production
spadnie niestety
in the
niestety
Ukraine
dla
will
Ukrainy i
fall
dla
for Ukraine
światowego
and
bezpieczeństwa
also for
żywnościowego prawie
food
o
security
połowę.
by almost
Nie będzie takiej
50%.
presji
There will be
eksportowej,
no
nie
such
będzie też
pressure to
takiej
export, and there will be no feasibility
tego handlu,
or
który przejściowo
profitability
wystąpi.
for this trade.
Więc sytuacja się najprawdopodobniej
So the
zmieni.
situation will most likely
Moim zdaniem
change,
rozsądnym
and a
działaniem
reasonable
byłoby, i tu
action,
jest pełna
and here
gotowość
is
Unii Europejskiej,
full
dopłat do
readiness of
przechowania.
the
Nie
EU.
pierwszy kryzys już
Let's
tak rozwiązujemy.
subsidies for storage.
Na rynku wieprzowiny, na rynku mleka,
We did this on the
sery,
pork market,
przechowania
the dairy market,
płatności do
cheeses,
przechowywania przez określony czas.
subsidies
trochę
for
towarów z
storage.
rynku powodowało
Removing
stabilizację
some
rynku.
products from the
To
market
jest
resulted in the
pod
stabilization of
rozwagę,
the
panie
market.
ministrze,
Mr.
i
Minister, this is something for consideration.
Rządowi jest pełne otwarcie, jeżeli
There's
byłby taki
openness.
program finansowany z funduszy
If such a
unijnych,
program
nie
would
będzie
be
problemu, żeby
financed from
była
the
zgoda i
EU,
akceptacja
there will be no
na tego
problem with
rodzaju
accepting
program.
such a program.
Natomiast proszę Państwa, tu była wypowiedź pana Dziadyka,
Mr.
zdaje się, jeśli
Dziadek
dobrze usłyszałem
mentioned-
nazwisko. Aha, pan Dziadek. Odnośnie, pan jest, wiemy, rolnikiem o większym obszarze, ale tu nie ma żadnej dyskryminacji.
There
Tak,
is
ma
no
pan rację.
discrimination here. You are a
Gospodarstwo
larger
rodzinne jest,
agriculture.
Ustawowo do 300 hektarów.
The large agricultural farm is 300 hectares. I was for this solution to not discriminate family farmers
Ona jest do 30
up to
hektarów,
30
ale
hectares,
na pierwsze 30 hektarów dla wszystkich gospodarstw do 300.
but for all of those
Prawda, że
30
takie jest rozwiązanie.
hectares
Czyli
for up
krótko
to
mówiąc,
300.
rolnik, który
So
ma 10 hektarów,
someone who has
tam ta
10
płatność jest około
hectares,
40 euro.
that's about 40 euro.
Rolnik, który ma 10
Someone who
hektarów, dostanie
has
dodatkowo
10
400
hectares will
euro,
get
a rolnik,
400
który ma
euro.
300
Ones who
hektarów, dostanie
has
dodatkowo
300
1200.
hectares will get 1,200
Tu nie ma dyskryminacji.
euro. There's no
Nie ma
discrimination.
dyskryminacji. Myślę, że to jest sprawiedliwe podejście.
This is a fair approach.
Tu pan, przepraszam, nazwiska nie
I don't
dosłyszałem,
remember the
ale,
last name here,
który mówił o
who
tym,
was talking
hodowli
about
bydła. Ja
the
myślę, że to właśnie
cattle.
pan odczuje w tej hodowli to wsparcie dla
I think
dobrostanu.
you will
Że to
feel
jest jednak
this
duża
support
zmiana.
for the
Dużo więcej
animal
pieniędzy będzie na
well-being.
dobrostan. Zgoda?
Agreed?
Tak będzie? Liczył pan? To prawda. Tak. Zdrowo pan jeszcze wygląda.
You look healthy, sir.
Życzymy zdrowia
We
i
wish you
sił
a
i
lot of
jeszcze
good health
chęci do pracy.
and will to
Proszę
work.
państwa, ale rzeczywiście pan podniósł problem i to jest rzeczywiście wyzwanie.
You raised a problem, and this is a challenge. And here I want to share a reflection what happened in Europe in the past decade. Every 10 years in all of Europe, there is an agricultural register.
W ciągu
In
10 lat,
10 years, from
2010
2010 to
2020
2020,
ubyło w Unii Europejskiej 3 miliony
3 million farms were closed. From 12 million, we went down to 9 million.
W Polsce trochę
In
mniejsze
Poland, the
tempo
tempo was a little bit smaller. The drop existed. In the EU was 25%, in Poland 14%.
Ale co ciekawe,
But what's interesting,
krajem, gdzie był większy niż średnio w Unii spadek, jest
where
Holandia.
there was a greater than average drop, was in
powiedziałbym,
Holland.
produkcyjne i najbardziej intensywne rolnictwo w Unii
Intensive
Europejskiej.
agriculture in the EU.
1% ziemi,
1% product, 1% land, 6% production.
Bydła
Cattle
w
in
Polsce
Poland
43 sztuki na 100
43
hektarów, w Holandii
for
206.
100 hectares, in
Obsada
Holland
trzody
over
chlewnej w
200.
Polsce, już chyba mniej niż 70 sztuk na 100
In
hektarów,
Poland,
w Holandii ponad 700, 10 razy więcej. i intensywne, produkcyjne gospodarstwa
Intensive agricultural holdings, 27% have gone down from 70,000 to 50,000.
Również te gospodarstwa załamują się pod ciężarem tej intensywności. Same tego nie
Farms are falling because they can't take the pressure of this intensiveness. And over 40% does not have successors of these farms. In Europe, agriculture, farmers are growing old. The average age is 57.
Więc
So,
rzeczywiście,
yes,
jeśli nie znajdziemy
if we
chętnych do
don't
pracy w
find
gospodarstwie,
those
to
wanting
jest
to work in
największe ryzyko dla
agriculture,
bezpieczeństwa
and this is the greatest threat
że
to
nie
food
będzie
security, if there's no
Ale po to,
farmers,
żeby byli
but
rolnicy,
for there to be farmers,
tu jest ogromne
this is the
wyzwanie.
challenge.
To nie tylko musi być opłacalność samego
It needs to
rolnictwa,
be profitable,
ale muszą być jeszcze dwie rzeczy.
but we need two more things.
W samym rolnictwie jeszcze musi być
In agriculture itself, there has to be
mocniejsza pomoc kryzysowa.
stronger crisis support.
Ryzyko pracy rolnika
The
jest
risk
tak
of a
wielkie
farmer
jak
is
żadnej innej.
huge.
No bo rolnik sieje, nie wie
They
czy mu
need to
wyrośnie.
sow, they don't know if it's going to
Wyrosło,
grow.
nie wie czy zbierze.
If it grows, they don't know
Zebrał,
if
nie
they
wie, czy
will
sprzedał,
pick
nie wie,
it.
czy
If
dostanie
they
pieniądze.
if they pick
tak
it,
to
will they
jest.
sell it?
Dlatego tak
If they
ważny
sell
jest
it,
też
will
ten
they get
kodeks
money?
rolny.
So
Tutaj
here we
dziękuję państwu
need
posłom rzeczywiście za pracę nad tym dokumentem, bo tam są
this
między innymi jest pomoc w
register.
sytuacji,
So
kiedy rolnikowi nie zapłacą.
we need to be able to help.
Jest pomoc
There is
w
assistance if
sytuacji
the
właśnie
farmer is
ochrona
not
działalności
paid.
rolniczej przed tymi, którym się ta działalność nie podoba. Są bardzo ważne rzeczy tam. I rzeczywiście dobrze
And it would
byłoby,
be
żeby to
good
było jak najszybciej
if
uchwalone.
something like
Też
this
bardzo
was
mocno to
adopted
popieram.
as soon as possible.
Natomiast, proszę Państwa, jest jeszcze
One
jedna
more
rzecz,
thing.
czyli jakby większe bezpieczeństwo
Greater
pracy
security
rolnika.
of the work of a farmer.
To, co w rolnictwie jest jakby
What is
w tych
in these
dyskusjach z
discussions with the
Amerykanami,
Americans,
tak wspólnie nawet
what we
podkreślaliśmy,
emphasized,
że w angielskim to się ładnie układa, bo to jest 4S.
it's the 4S. Security, stability, sustainability, and solidarity.
Bezpieczeństwo żywnościowe dla wszystkich, stabilność dla rolników, zrównoważenie dla środowiska i solidarność z tymi najbardziej potrzebującymi. Także
So
solidarność z Ukrainą.
solidarity with Ukraine as well here.
To są największe
These are the
wyzwania.
greatest challenges.
Ale żeby właśnie ta stabilność była,
But for the
co dotyczy
stability to
rolników,
exist,
to nie tylko w
it's
samym
not
rolnictwie
just
jest
in
na to odpowiedź,
agriculture
ale
where the
też w
response
warunkach
lies,
życia
but in
naszych.
living in rural
To
areas.
jest rzeczywiście ogromny problem.
And here's the problem.
Między innymi problem wykluczenia
The problem
komunikacyjnego.
of
Dzisiaj
transport
niestety jest
exclusion.
tak, że
We have a situation,
tu, jest wiele do
there's
zrobienia.
so much
Zostało
to be
zrobione
done.
w wielu miejscach
Things
sporo,
were done already,
ale
but
niestety ten obszar, gdzie to wykluczenie
the area
nadal
where
jest
this
ogromnym
exclusion
problemem.
is huge
Trudno
is
jest dzisiaj
difficult. It's
dojechać.
difficult to
No,
get.
Wspaniałe, mnie się pięknie dzisiaj przyjechało.
I was able to get here
Ode mnie z Rawy
from Rawa
Mazowieckiej
Mazowiecka
przez
through
Warszawę
Warsaw
na
to Podkarpacie.
Świetnie się jedzie Via Carpathia.
Via Carpathia,
Panie marszałku,
Mr. Marshall,
wielka sprawa.
a huge
Kiedyś
deal.
to trzeba było 2 razy dłużej jechać. Teraz się jedzie
Some time
świetnie.
ago, it took double the time to
to
get here.
połączenie jest
And this
naprawdę
transport route
ogromne i
connection,
miło patrzeć
it's so nice
Dojechać
to see and nice to ride through.
Ale z drugiej strony
But
w wielu miejscach w Polsce
in certain areas in
po
Poland,
pierwsze nie można
you
dojechać ze wsi
can't
do
get
gminy,
from the
nie
rural
można
area
dojechać z gminy
to
do
the
powiatu,
commune, you
nie
can't
można
get
dojechać z powiatu do
from the
województwa,
powiat to the
dopiero
province.
komunikacja publiczna zaczyna się
Public
między
transportation
I to jest
is on the
absolutnie do zmiany.
province to province level,
Bo
and this is bad.
rzeczywiście, jak młodzi ludzie patrzą,
When young people
jak będą się kształcić ich dzieci, jak będą żyć,
are looking as to
jaki
how
będzie
their
dostęp
kids
do
will be
lekarza,
educated,
jak
where
się
they'll
gdzieś
go
tam
to
dojedzie.
school,
Nikt nie kwestionuje,
medical
że
care. No one
w Warszawie się dopłaca miliardy do
questions
metra,
that
bo to się należy,
in Warsaw
komunikacja publiczna.
there's tons of
Na wsi
money
często się
going
mówi,
to
ale to się
the
nie opłaca, bo
subway
nie ma
in Poland.
wystarczająco pasażerów. W mieście, w dużych
In
miastach
large
nikt
cities,
takiego pytania
nobody
nie
even
zadaje,
asks these
czy to
questions
opłaca.
because it's
Musi
needed. You
być
just
po
have to
prostu,
have
bo
it
się
and that's
należy.
it.
A na wsi
And in rural
analizuje się, czy
areas,
to się opłaca.
you
Tu się
analyze if it's worth it or not. And this is what has to change. Rural areas need to be
nie tylko w tej polityce rolnej.
Acknowledged, not just in agricultural policy. They need to be an equal part of the society and and any other country. It's not just a Polish problem. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję
Thank
panie
you,
komisarzu
Commissioner,
za to
for
właśnie, że rolnictwo
the fact
nie
that
tylko dotyczy
agriculture
wsi,
is
dotyczy
not
tylko
just
samych
rural
rolników,
areas,
ale całości
but
gospodarki.
all of
I
the economy.
mamy tutaj jako
And
posłowie
as
tą
MPs,
wiedzę
we have
i
this
rząd
knowledge,
też,
and the government,
i robimy w tym
and
kierunku
we're
bardzo
doing
wiele,
a lot,
ale jeszcze musimy
and we
bardzo
need to
wiele
do
zrobić.
even
O
more.
głos prosił jeszcze pan przewodniczący
Mr. Chair,
komisji. Bardzo proszę,
asked
panie
for the floor.
przewodniczący.
Друзі, колеги, дивіться, ми, наші товаровиробники,
Ladies and gentlemen,
дуже часто
our
фактично
food
в них такі
producers
ж питання, як у вас, дуже схожі. І до війни, коли ми з ними
have
спілкувалися,
very
основні
similar
питання були, як
claims,
розвивати
and I've been in contact
ту
with
чи
them on an
іншу
ongoing basis.
галузь,
Before the
як
war, the
отримати
challenges
більше
included
допомоги від держави, як знижити собівартість,
production
які
profiles,
програми може надати наша
state
держава для того,
subsidies,
щоб деякі
less
нішеві
costly
культури
production or
розвивати.
programs
І
that
ми
may
це
be
проговорювали,
implemented
думали про це, мріяли про
to
це.
develop
І
some
щоб ви розуміли,
rare,
об'єм
more common
зберігання в
productions.
портах, наприклад, одного
It was
термінала
our
від
dream
півмільйона, а таких терміналів
to
тільки в
have
одному
all of
порту
that.
Чорноморському
Now you have to
4-5, а
understand
таких
that
портів
the
у нас 3.
grain
І
terminals,
ви повинні розуміти ті обсяги,
sea
які
grain
наші
terminals
аграрії могли зберігати,
have a
експортувати.
very large
Одноразово.
storage
Це
capacities.
одноразове зберігання.
5 million
настав
tons of grains
24 лютого
can be
2022
stored
року.
there,
Що робити в цій
and
ситуації?
the potential
Це
is
дійсно
still
була боль, це випробування було
was
для всіх
untapped
наших
before the
аграріїв.
war.
Вже
But
через тиждень я
after the
був в
outbreak of the
Миколаєві, бо я
war,
є
some
депутатом
of the infrastructure
від
was
Миколаївської
lost.
області.
One week
І
after
ця
the
область
war
найбільше
had
постраждала від обстрілів
broken
з початку
out.
війни. Фактично
I
8,
visited
навіть 9
Mykolaiovsky
місяців
Oblast, where my
кожен день.
constituency,
І що
the
я-
shelling
мені
was
потрібно
like
було
every
говорити нашим
day,
аграріям, які не
bombs
знали, що
falling
робити,
down
чи сіяти,
every
чи
day.
сіяти, чи не сіяти.
And I had
Ну, це
to
дуже
say
важливо.
to my farmers
Але
whether
тоді
they had
аграрії,
to,
попри
whether
свій
they
ризик,
should
ризик,
start
вони,
the sowing
вирішили
campaign
все ж
or
таки
not.
посіятись.
And despite the
Зробили
risks
це, на
of
мій
being
погляд,
killed,
як
they
справжні
did
герої, бо тоді ніхто не знав, що
their
буде далі.
campaign. It was
Це
a
була
heroic
тільки перший
decision,
тиждень
I
війни.
believe, because
це,
nobody knew
ніхто
what
не
would
розумів,
happen. That
як
was
війна
just
буде
after 1 week of the
Бо,
war.
вже
Nobody
в Миколаївській
realized how the
області деякі
situation
території
would
були окуповані.
unfold
Вже танки
in
російські,
Mykolaiovsky Oblast.
заїжджали навіть в місто Миколаїв.
Some area was
Коли
of
бої,
this
але наші
oblast
аграрії
was
думали, сіятись чи не
occupied,
сіятись.
and tanks
Розумієте,
reached
як-
the city of
як вони
Mykolaiv.
мріють,
The
як
fighting
вони
was
думали, як вони
underway,
за все своє
and
государство,
people were
господарство,
just
за своїх людей, вони думали, чим їм
wondering,
допомогти.
should I sow
Багато
or should
хто,
I not
почав
sow?
допомагати військовим.
That was a
Всім,
sort of
що в
a
них було.
spirit of
Було
responsibility
м'ясо,
that led
кури,
them to
яйця, все віддавали. І
go to the
зараз ми
fields.
думаємо над
And
тим, як їм
they
допомогти.
handed
Сьогодні
over
фактично
all
30%
food
території
on stock,
заміновано,
including
забруднено
chicken
або знаходиться під
and
окупацією.
eggs,
Тобто
to
30%,
the
на
military.
30% менше буде сіяти.
30% of
Взагалі
arable
фактично не
land
посіялось.
has been now
У нас не буде
occupied or
врожаю.
has been contaminated
Зараз
either
думаємо над
with
тим, як
shells or
сіятись
with
літом.
mines,
У
and
нас
the
недостатньо
winter,
насіння.
there will be no winter
Паливо
crops.
дуже дороге.
And
Мінеральне
we are
добриво,
wondering how to
взагалі ціни такі,
organize
що
the
ніхто не знає, чи вносити, чи не
spring
вносити.
sowing crops. Fertilizers are expensive, fuel is expensive, we do not have a lot of sowing material, and, you know, a lot of questions and dilemmas.
Перестав працювати
And
на полі.
this is a
Багато
concern
хто
for
припинив
all
своє
our farmers. A lot of them
з людьми,
decided
проблема
to
з чоловіками,
quit,
які пішли на війну.
at least
І є
suspend
дійсно
their
нехватка
activities.
людей.
There are no
Багато
on the
техніки,
field,
обладнання,
and a
чи,
lot of them are
вкрали,
fighting,
чи знищили,
so there is a shortage of labor. A lot of equipment has been either stolen or damaged. And this is a major challenge for our farmers. A lot of investments have been made to buy the equipment, and they await the support from the state. You know, we are now working under the state of emergency, and the budget is quite tight. In the early days of wars, when there was a shelling of grain terminals, and when a lot of grain stocks have been burned, wheat, oil, maize was destroyed. So at that moment, we got special equipment to store crops and special loading equipment, which helped us to harvest and then store grain. But the logistics chain and the supply chains were simply broken. We decided to move to inland waterways in order to export our products. 300 million per month, 300,000 per month. That was the volume exported through inland waywaters before the war, and then we are at 2 million. Apart from inland waterways, we decided to shift to rail. Well, with all those modes of transportation, we were able to ensure the transport. And our export goes mainly to Asia and to Africa. And at some point, the transit needs to be organized, and some part of production may stay in the country of transit, may stay in such country of transit as Poland. You know, traders will always earn because of war. Grain traders always make profits when there is war. Farmers needed to sell their crops at very low prices, even if the global price is high, it's $150. A lot of crops have not been harvested or simply were simply damaged. So grain traders now are making huge profits, and this is an issue for Ukraine and for the EU. The purchasing centers in Poland, the grain purchasing and storage centers have to manage the situation, which is not caused by our farmers only. Don't forget about the selling prices, don't forget about the fuel prices. Only together we will be able to overcome the negative effects of the war. On behalf of Ukraine, I would like to thank you for your support. You gave us a helping hand, and we do appreciate it. I'd like to thank Minister and Commissioner. I would like to thank all MPs for this very constructive position in addressing the challenges in our country. Thank you very much for this statement. I will also quote the words of the blessed Cardinal Wyszyński. It was the Second World War, and he was watching the farmer sowing in the field, and he approached him, and he simply asked, "Why are you doing that? It's war. Why this effort?" And the farmer answers, "Well, maybe someone will harvest the grain, if not me. The grain will be harvested." Yes, so we need to do the sowing campaign and we need to do the harvesting campaign.
pomagać
and we
sobie
need
wspólnie,
to
bo
provide assistance. We need
nie
to help
my
each
tutaj
other.
wszyscy zgromadzeni, nie Ukraina,
We,
nie Unia Europejska, ale to
the
Putin
Ukrainians
powinien
and the
padać na to
EU,
słowo.
none of us is at
Kto
fault.
jest przyczyną
It's
tego,
Putin.
że ludzie cierpią,
The
że ludzie
human
uciekają,
suffering,
że u
the
nas jest
fleeing.
przyszło 1 milion
We have
kobiet i
welcomed
dzieci
more than 1
ukraińskich,
million Ukrainian
otrzymali
women
tutaj
and
drugi
children.
dom, jak powiedział
We gave them
wczoraj
shelter and created a second home for
nauki i
them.
edukacji.
Yesterday, the
Oni
Minister of
tutaj
Education
tylko
said
są
that
przejściowo.
they
My
are
im
just
pomagamy
staying
na
temporarily.
chwilę. Oni muszą wrócić
This is
na
an ad
Ukrainę,
hoc
żeby
assistance. Now they
budować
need
tą
to come back to
Ukrainę,
Ukraine to
bo
rebuild the
największym
country.
potencjałem jest człowiek.
And human being, you know,
Pamiętajmy o
this
tym,
is,
że największą
there is no
wartością jest człowiek.
more
I my
important
jesteśmy
value,
najważniejsi w tym
no
świecie.
larger
I my
potential than the
z
one
z Bożą
human
pomocą
being
na pewno
carries. With
przetrwamy
the
te
help of God, we
trudne
will
rzeczy i te
survive.
kataklizmy,
We will
bo
survive these
było
disasters and these
już
tough
wiele wojen,
moments.
było już
Humanity
wiele
had
klęsk,
witnessed a lot of disasters and a
zawsze
lot of
człowiek i dobro
worse. But
zwyciężało. Miejmy nadzieję,
the
że
human
tego
being
życzę
and the
tutaj
good
państwu.
would
Jest tutaj
always
z nami
prevail.
jeszcze
And this
Olena
is my
Kopalczuk,
wish to
serdecznie
all of
witamy,
you.
szefowa Komisji
I
Budżetowej.
appreciate the
Jest
presence of the
jeszcze
head of the Agricultural
deputowany z
Committee,
nami również
Olena,
z Ukrainy.
and one of the MP
Jesteście
of the
państwo
Verkhovna
z nami
Rada.
wszyscy i myślę,
We
że
appreciate your presence,
uda nam
and
się
I'm
rozwiązać
sure
te
that
problemy
we
tak,
will
żeby
manage to find a
wyszli z
solution
tego
that would
zwycięsko.
be
Szanowni
satisfactory
państwo,
to all
w
of
następnej
us.
sali równie dużo jest jeszcze
There is a
uczestników
lot
naszego
of
spotkania.
participants in
Bardzo
the
bym prosiła,
room
żeby
next
z
door.
tamtej
So
części naszego spotkania, z tamtej sali jeszcze zadać pytania.
I
Bardzo
would like
proszę.
to take some questions from the other room as
Pan
well.
przyszedł. Dobrze, no to bardzo proszę.
Please.
Halo. Szanowni Państwo, jestem drugi raz na spotkaniu takim.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the second time I've been here with Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Minister, and we all appreciate your concern and care for Polish agriculture, and I think farmers also consider and acknowledge the works of the parliamentarians and the ruling parties. But going back to the 4S, I have better comfort. I have a plant and animal production. I have 3 sons who want to continue, and he's a veterinarian. And he said, I asked him, are you going to buy the fertilizers at such a high price? And he said, yes. Are they going to be less expensive? Yes. But gas has gone up by 300%. And he said, Dad, go on the internet and look at the results. Production plants, Azoty, the Azoty group, the Puławy group, they produce fertilizers. And I went online and I read all of their financial statements. And I was shocked. The Azoty group has a profit, 55% production is fertilizers, 333 million in 2020, over 600 million 2 years ago, and over 1 billion last year. So year to year, 3-fold profit. If that's not enough, the Puławy group for 2021, 57 million in profits. Last year, 733 million, 13-fold profit. Orlen in 2020, 3,380 million in 2021, 10 billion, and the results for 2022, 35 billion zloty.
Proszę Państwa, przecież to my, rolnicy, żeśmy te koszty ponieśli. I teraz pytanie jest do
The question now is to everyone.
Panie komisarzu, wchodzę w
Commissioner,
słowa o te 4 angielskie
the
S
4S.
dla tych rolników. to rolnictwo już przestaje być
So
opłacalne.
agriculture is
Młodzi patrzą
stopping
i przez
to
to
be
nie chcą
profitable.
przejmować
The young
gospodarki
people don't want to take
po ojcu,
over the family
bo
farms
widzą,
because
co się
they
z tym
see
rolnictwem
what's
dzieje.
happening to agriculture.
Jak to, proszę państwa, poddać pod waszą rozwagę,
How,
żeby
what
te
do we
spółki
do
nie
for
generowały
these
w czasie
companies in a
kryzysu
time of
COVID,
crisis,
kryzysu gospodarczego,
economic
wojny na
crisis and
Ukrainie,
war,
kilkukrotnych
generate
do
so
kilkunastokrotnych
much
większych
profit?
dochodów? No ja tego nie chcę,
I don't
nazywać
want to
po imieniu,
call
ale
it what it should
bardzo
be
bym chciał,
called,
żeby moi
but
synowie
I
dalej
want
chcieli
my
prowadzić
sons
te
to
gospodarstwa.
be able to
Dziękuję.
run the farm after me.
Komisarz powie, tak, bardzo proszę.
Tak, znaczy skłania do refleksji to, co pan
This
powiedział
is
rzeczywiście.
conducive to reflection, what you mentioned.
Być może właściwe organy państwowe
Perhaps
powinny
the
się
relevant
temu przyjrzeć,
government
czy
bodies
rzeczywiście
should
na przykład na
look
rynku nawozów
and
nie
see
dzieje się coś,
if there's something bad happening on the
co odbywa się
fertilizer
kosztem rolników.
market.
Jeśli chodzi o dochody spółek, to tylko
In
prosiłbym o
terms
taką
of
też refleksję, że no ja
profit.
byłem prezesem Najwyższej Izby Kontroli w latach
I was
90.
part of the Supreme Audit
autorem wielu raportów, które
Bureau,
pokazywały, co się
and
działo z państwowymi podmiotami, z państwowymi spółkami.
we saw what was happening with the
przedsiębiorstwami w
state-owned
tamtych
companies
czasach.
at that time
Ale
in the
potem też
90s, and
działo się
then
coś podobnego w czasach znacznie nam bliższych.
something
Kiedy to
similar
państwowe podmioty
happened
nie
not
tylko, że
too
nie miały
long ago.
dochodów, ale padały jak muchy i sprzedawane były za bezcen.
when these state-owned companies weren't turning a profit and were being sold off. So if these state-owned companies have huge
których to zysków płacą
profits
państwu podatki i dywidendy.
to which, from which they pay dividends and profits and taxes,
polski budżet jest
the
dzisiaj
fact that
w
the
stanie,
Polish budget,
no to mogę powiedzieć na podstawie
I can say on the basis of
z oficjalnych komisji europejskich.
official reports of the European Commission,
Polska pod względem
Poland in
budżetu
terms
jest
of budget
krajem
is
jednym
one
z
of the
jeden z
one of
najlepszych
the
budżetów.
best.
Zadłużenie, tak się mówi, po COVID-zie,
Post-COVID
po
debt,
masakrze gospodarki
after the
europejskiej
massacre
wszędzie.
of the European economies,
I w warunkach
and
wojny
in
u granic,
conditions of
wielkich
war,
skutków, milionów uchodźców
millions
przyjętych
of
do Polski,
refugees
bez
accepted
KPO
in Poland
niestety
without
na
the
razie.
National
Wierzę,
Recovery
że to
Plan.
się rozwiąże, chociaż ostatnie decyzje też to opóźniają.
The recent decisions are still keeping this
Polska ma
from happening.
50%
Poland has
zadłużenia.
50% debt,
50% PKB,
50% GDP. The EU average is
To się
90%.
tak dzieje między innymi, że podmioty, które płacą podatki,
So entities that
zarabiają i
pay
płacą podatki
tax,
do budżetu
pay
i
tax
płacą
into the budget,
skarbowi państwa
and they
dywidendy.
pay dividends.
To ma ten walor,
So
ale oczywiście to nie może być kosztem rolników i między innymi
this
kodeks
can't be
rolny
at the
tutaj
expense
wspomniany
of the farmer.
zakłada stworzenie instytucji
We
rzecznika
need
rolnika,
to create perhaps the
który by się
function
takimi
of a
rzeczami zajmował,
spokesperson
między innymi.
for
Czy
farmers.
rolnicy nie są
Are the farmers not being abused or taken advantage of through their trade partners?
Nie do końca to działa.
It doesn't work today
Bo rolnicy
because
są
farmers
z jednej strony
are on the one hand
nie zawsze uczciwie traktowani przez tych, od
are
których
not
skupują
always well
produkty.
treated by those they buy
I
from,
może tak być też przez tych, którym sprzedają
or also
swoją
to
produkcję.
those who
Bardzo
they sell
poważnie
to.
traktuję ten sygnał, o
I
którym
I'm
rzeczywiście on wymaga
going
zbadania,
to
chociaż to
examine
jest
this
oczywiście,
topic.
rola
This is the
organów
role of the
państwowych, nie
national
Unia
authorities,
Europejska
not the
ale proszę tylko
EU authorities, but just remember,
zapamiętać, jakby zwrócić uwagę na to, że dzisiaj ja słyszę zarzuty
today I hear
pod adresem rządu, że
charges
spółki
made
państwowe
towards the
mają
government
się za dobrze.
that the state-owned companies
Że
are
za
doing
dobrze
too
rządzą.
well,
Że za dużo
that they're
zarabiają.
earning too
To
much.
jest dramatycznie różny problem od tego, do którego przywykliśmy.
It's a much different
Że one
problem
wszystkie były
to
po
the
prostu
one that we are used to, that we were
popadały w
basically,
bankructwo i trzeba było je sprzedać
they were
najlepiej
going
za bezcen.
bankrupt and we were selling them
to
off for
niedawno było,
peanuts.
również za złotami.
Tak, bardzo dziękuję,
Dobrze,
ale
proszę
ja
państwa.
Thank you.
Ja bym może jeszcze tak uzupełniła, bo to tak też nie wypływa do końca. Państwo nie wiedzą, bo tu pan
Commissioner was talking about the budget, 604 billion in income, 300 billion coming from VAT, when in 2015, when we were taking over the role, our budget was 300 billion. And now just from that alone. So it's thanks to such actions. And what was the profit of Orlen in 2015? Despite the lowering of the personal income tax from 17%, now as of the middle of last year, 12%. For young people up to the age of 25, no tax. For those who are of retirement age, no tax. But the income from the personal income tax oscillates around 88 billion. Even though the corporate income tax has been dropped to 9%, and income from corporate income tax 444 billion zloty. So expenses in the budget 674 billion. For agriculture, expenses for 2023 have risen by at least 10%, 67 billion just for the agricultural budget, 20 billion for the agricultural and social insurance. So
trzeba podziękować rządowi za to, że
we have to thank the government because they manage so well.
Ogólnie możemy powiedzieć, że mimo tych
And despite these difficulties, the society is living very well.
Na wioskach.
You don't have to buy on credit. In the villages and rural areas,
były zapisy, bo do końca miesiąca ludziom nie wystarczało.
People were buying on credit because they had no money. There's a lot of problems that still need to be solved, but we're talking about it today, how we can solve these problems, and we're all thinking together with Mr. Commissioner and the commissioners from the EU, with the ministers, and our friends from Ukraine, how to solve this difficult issue that we have. We will solve these difficulties, hopefully with your assistance as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have questions. Are these persons from the other group? Yes?
I'm from Krzyżów, powiat representing the Podkarpacie Agricultural Chamber. I have two comments. One is critical, the other one is a praise. In 2016, there was a new regulation of the European Commission, and there was no definition of poultry production, with a lot of exemptions. So many jokes, and it's good that the common sense won, and it's good that today we have this reasonable, sound legal framework. That was the sort of a critical remark. And now let us move to the praising words. I was talking during one of the meetings, I was talking about the situation on the swine production market, and nobody mentioned that. I asked you during that meeting to look into our pork production market. 51 farms quit the production almost every day. It's the ASF, I know, but what is the risk at the small farm that porks will get ASF? It's really a tiny one. I know because some media told us that there will be an initiative regarding the pork market. And our weekly said that there will be the easing of restrictions regarding pork productions. I represent small farmers. We have a lot of feed on stock as well. And we can actually use the feed to do the pork production under these eased conditions. We want the pork meat from our production. We do not want insects or other sources of protein.
Bardzo panu dziękuję za ten głos, bo to jest naprawdę bardzo
Thank you
ważna
for this
sprawa.
comment. You've mentioned an important question. You were critical about the EU regulation. Well, a lot of regulations that are issued, including on farming, and the regulations set for the requirements, but at some point they say member states may introduce the exemptions considering the specific local production conditions. So this was not a barrier from the EU, and the issue was solved quite quickly for poultry production. At times, some member states are more restrictive, or the administrations are more restrictive than the legal framework. But the issue was solved, and it's good that the ministry took adequate steps. Well, you said that there are also issues regarding pork production. And I actually was the one who quoted the percentages regarding the ASF contamination risk. And we know that it's much easier to contract ASF in large production farms. There is a lot of movement, you know, loading and unloading of feed, new small porks, a lot of people working. And in small farms, these porks are pigs basically have only contact with the farmer. So I do hope that there will be some easing of requirements for small swine production. We need to rebuild this production. I know that. There was a question asked by some of you, and someone said that 3 sons are interested to become young farmers. So it's good that we have a next generation also in production, and they need to be supported. Among the EU member states, we have the largest subsidies to food production, animal production. There is a well-being subsidy, and then there is a coupled subsidy, and the same has been said in our national strategic plan. The mission was to rebuild Polish breeding and Polish animal production. If you have your own production, it's easier to manage, and if the grain is less expensive, the production becomes less expensive as well. And if you have a mixed production profile, you can manage it even more flexibly. If you have large, specialized farms, it's hard to adjust quickly, while such adjustments are quite easy in small farms. We have interesting times ahead, and I do believe that we will have positive outcomes. And Minister wanted to add something. Yes, I wanted to underline that the biosecurity regulation is now being consulted, and that the biosecurity requirements will be eased, and that the regulation will enter into force this year. The ministry said, we don't know for how long we will need to manage the ASF, for how long it will stay with us, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. And that is why the requirements need to be eased. And small farms are much more cautious and attentive to biosecurity. So I am sure that this regulation will be amended, and there is a lot of the regulation underway. Last year we did a survey at the ministry, and farmers
przedstawili nam około 800 poprawek, zmian.
Presented 800 draft amendments to the biosecurity regulation. And some of these changes are implemented under administrative acts, and the regulation is introduced where it is possible and as far as it is possible. And one more comment regarding the large companies and their profits. I did my calculations and about the extra profits, and I compare the extra profits with our subsidies to farmers, and all our extras are lower, or our extra subsidies are higher than the extra profits of large companies. The subsidies to fertilizers, to grain storage, and to, well, a number of programs have been funded under the national budget. And this year, we will hit the record of payments per hectare. For you, this will be above the EU average, and we add our own share to this payment budget. And the budget mechanism works quite well. Within 8 years, the state revenue has doubled, and farmers have become major beneficiaries of our subsidy programs. Ms. Radecka. I'm from Jarosław Powiat. What are actual the subsidies that will be paid this year? We are not prepared to ecosystem, to less fuel consuming agriculture. Probably during the war we should suspend some requirements. We need some training, and in June, in July, you need to make plans for the sowing campaign. Instead, we have a large national plan, and we are unable to meet the requirements in order to get the payments. This is more a question to the ministry. But let me stress that, first of all, Poland was the first country to have its strategic plan approved. So actually, Polish farmers were the first to know what the system of payments would look like. The Netherlands, well, they got the adoption in December, and Germany in November. This is not that complicated, this eco part, and this is to be implemented. And here you have the advisors, the restructuring and modernization agencies. And let me add one thing. I personally took care to introduce to the EU legislation. And this legislation now says that there will be no sanctions for small deviations, small errors in the application. So it's not about fraud. No. It's about small errors. But there are the fraud rate in the farmers' applications is quite low. So there will be no sanctions for small errors. And if there is an error in the application, there always will be a an option to rectify it. You're right. It will not be easy during the first year. The changes are huge, and I believe that the administration needs to empathize with farmers, and the European Commission will always be in a position of being open to any suggestions and changes. For now, we are extending the scope of the animal well-being program, and Poland was the only country to request the amendment of its strategic plan, and it was adopted not long ago. But you know, there are people who have mixed requirements. There is no free breeding, but other requirements are met. So here, these people who have no free breeding but meet other well-being requirements, and these people will become eligible to this animal well-being subsidy. I understand your concerns, but I don't think that we should postpone changes. And administration needs to give a helping hand and should be really efficient to help farmers in filing their application in order to absorb all the funding available. And I believe that this will be successful.
Ja mam taką sytuację, że bardzo często dzwoni do mnie mój tata.
Very often my dad calls me and said, what did you think of there? How are we supposed to do something with this? And he asks a question and then I explain to him. If I don't and then he says, oh, okay, all right, I check it if I don't know. And then he says, okay, so yes, this is a transition year, everyone's afraid of change, afraid of something new, but we're training 3,000 advisors, and they will have good knowledge in the scope, and I can assure that commune after commune will have training in Carpathia region. Podkarpacie region. They're already taking place. You have very active MPs
pana marszałka, pana posła również, którzy tutaj pilnują nas, nasze instytucje, mam tu na myśli ARI, MRKOWR, aby
look over the institutions that we manage.
Pewien trudny rok, ale
and this is going to be a difficult year.
W sensie te wnioski, te wszystkie działania, które
but all the actions that we're going to be doing, they will be repeated.
Ten jeden raz będą stanowić o pewnej trudności.
So, I worked for 20 years in the Agency for the Restructuring of Agriculture. I remember 2000 when we participated in a pilot program. This was a huge challenge for us. This was one of the eastern provinces, and then 2004, almost all of the farmers submitted applications. Then when we moved to electronic applications, people said, the farmers weren't going to do it, but they did. And not just here, but in all of Poland, and they will manage. We will be concluding one more series of questions to Mr. Minister from Slovakia. How do you see this discussion? And does the Ministry of Agriculture in Slovakia talk this way with its ministers?
Interesting discussion, and as I to this discussion, EU strategic autonomy and food security are closely linked. In my point of view, the ensuring of food security and the need to decrease climate risks represents one of the main challenges of the upcoming decades. Nowadays, we can say that Europe's agri-food system is most developed in the world. Over the years, however, several dependencies, vulnerabilities, and challenges have been created. It is necessary to effectively tackle these issues in order to ensure access to the affordable, safe and sustainable foods for our citizens and secure competitiveness of the farmers in the future. European Union must be able to lead the transition for sustainable and resilient agri-food systems by common environmental policies, as well as to reconcile this transition with trade policy. It is also important to make maximum possible effort to end the conflict in Ukraine, due its negative effects on stability and resilience of the agricultural sector. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo proszę. Bardzo proszę.
Yes?
Tam mikrofon jest.
The microphone is over there.
Halo, halo. Panie komisarzu, zapraszam. Tam czekają rolnicy pod
Commissioner,
bramą. Niech pan to im powie, co,
we have
jak to będzie
farmers
wyglądała Polska.
here by
Dziękuję.
the gate
Zapraszamy na pole.
waiting. So we're waiting for you. Come and talk to us.
Padło tutaj, że petycja.
The petition is to be submitted after the meeting. We will accept this petition from you
Po zakończeniu
after the meeting concludes.
Myślę, że wyczerpaliśmy.
I think we have exhausted the topic.
Szanowni Państwo, nie jest to nasze ostatnie spotkanie.
This is not our last meeting with you. We will continue to hold such meetings. And such meetings are done in the communes, in our powiats, local government representatives, MPs. We meet and we talk to you. We talk to farmers. I know we have Mr. Minister here and Mr. Commissioner here, and we have representatives of other countries. We will not exhaust the topic. There will always be something to solve. And we always want to learn more and more and have more information, because this information is needed to be able to take the right decisions. Thank you very much for the meeting. We have extended it by an hour, thanks to our guests, to the panelists, to Commissioner Wojciechowski. Thank you to Mr. Chairman, Mr. Aleksander Gajdo, Deputy to Wierchowna Rada. Thank you to Mr. Minister Krzysztof Cieciura for being with us. Had to answer very difficult questions. I hope you're satisfied with our responses. And thank you to our friend from Slovakia, Deputy Minister Martin Kovac. Apologies for this taking so long and extending by over an hour. But I think it was worth discussing the issues, problems that farmers have. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, all of the MPs, local government representatives, and you, dear farmers, because this was for you, this meeting. And I hope that this information given to you will expand and enhance your experience in agriculture. But we also have producers here, because Poland is also on processing. The better, the more we do, the more income for everyone who creates this. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you yet one important message. After the conference, there will be a ceremony of decoration for the mountain marathon, a mountain march, 5 kilometers, the Winter Carpathian run always held as a part of the Euro-Carpathian Conference. The run is organized by Daniel Dryniak, the deputy commander of Podkarpacie Fire
Chyba
Brigade.
państwo się zgodzą, że pytania ubarwiły
As you
panel,
saw,
dlatego
there were a lot of
bardzo
questions,
proszę
colorful
o
questions,
zabranie
a lot of
głosu
discussions.
pana marszałka
And now let me move on to the
dyrektora
Marshal
Jana Malickiego.
Kuchciński and head of the initiative, Mr. Maliński.
Proszę
Ladies
Państwa,
and
kończymy
gentlemen, let
naszą
us
konferencję.
close our
Serdecznie
conference.
dziękuję wszystkim
I would
Państwu.
like
10
to thank
paneli,
you very much. 10
kilkanaście
panels,
prezentacji,
several
2
dozens
otwarte
of presentations, 2 open
Uznaliśmy,
meetings.
że dzisiejsze
We thought
spotkanie z panem
that the
komisarzem,
meeting with the commissioner and the representative of
władz
the
rolniczych z Polski,
agricultural
Słowacji i
authorities from
Ukrainy
Poland,
będzie
Ukraine
spotkaniem
and
otwartym,
Slovak
bo
will
chcemy
be
po
open to
prostu
the
wiedzieć
public. We simply
dokładnie,
wanted to know exactly
co
what you
nasi
feel,
obywatele
what you
myślą i co
think,
myślą również
and
nasi
what
sąsiedzi, żeby
what
jak
our
najlepiej
neighbors
przygotować się
think in order
i
to be better
odpowiedzieć na te
prepared and
trudne
to
sprawy,
respond
z którymi
to
mamy do
challenges
czynienia
in
nie
an
tylko
adequate
od
manner.
czasów wojny
The challenges
w ubiegłym
that
roku, ale także
exist
od czasów pandemii, czyli od roku
since 2020, the time of pandemic and the time of war. Thank you very much. You will be informed and updated and feel invited to the next edition of our conference. All the best to you.